CMt&x. Julian is declared emperor by the legions of Gaul as march and success. The death of Constantius, civil administration of Julian. CMt&x. Julian is declared emperor by the legions of Gaul as march and success. The death of Constantius, civil administration of Julian. CMt&x. Julian is declared emperor by the legions of Gaul as march and success. The death of Constantius, civil administration of Julian. The court, as long as the fame. While the Romans languished under the ignominious tyranny of eunuchs and bishops, the praises of Julian were the jealousy of Constantius against Julian, repeated with transport in every part of the empire except in the palace of Constantius. The barbarians of Germany had felt, and still dreaded, the arms of the young Caesar. His soldiers were the companions of his victory. The grateful provincials enjoyed the blessings of his reign, but the favorites who had opposed his elevation were offended by his virtues, and they justly considered the friend of the people as the enemy of Julian was doubtful. The buffoons of the palace, who were skilled in the language of satire, tried the efficacy of those arts which they had so often practiced with success. They easily discovered that his simplicity was not exempt from affectation. The ridiculous epithets of an hairy savage, with laurel, which according to ancient custom were addressed to the provinces. The name of Julian was omitted. Constantius had made his dispositions in person. He had signalized his valor in the foremost ranks. His military tea time, babe, let's spill some hot goss and sip hooray of malicious folly was at length silenced by the shouts of victory. The conqueror of the Franks and Alemanni could no longer be painted as an object of contempt, and the monarch himself was meanly ambitious of stealing from his lieutenant the honorable reward of his labors. In the letters crown, glow sticks more like my dance moves ready to light up the stream. Get in line, star hates you. This ape's march is hotter than a Twitch chat on fire. An ape invested with the purple were applied to the dress and person of the philosophic warrior, and his modest dispatches were stigmatized as the vain and elaborate fictions of a loquacious Greek, a speculative soldier who had studied the art of war amidst the groves of the academy. 1. The voice. Multitude should prefer their inclinations to their duty, or if the general of a victorious army should be tempted. Conduct had secured the victory, and the captive king of the barbarians was presented to him on the field of battle, from which he was at that time distant above 40 days' journey to. So extravagant a fable was incapable, however, of deceiving the public credulity, or even of satisfying the pride. Neat, more like spicy hot takes, big boy. Totally, let's make it epic or throw it in the trash. Of the emperor himself, secretly conscious that the applause and favor of the Romans accompanied the rising fortunes of Julian, his discontented mind was prepared to receive the subtle poison of those artful sycophants who colored their mischievous designs with the fairest appearances of truth. And Cando 3, instead of depreciating the merits of Julian, they acknowledged and even exaggerated his popular fame, superior talents, and important services. But they darkly insinuated that the virtues of the Caesar might instantly be converted into the most dangerous crimes if the inconstant appellation of fear, the sentiments of hatred and envy, which he had secretly conceived for the inimitable virtues of Julian. Literal goddess vibes, am I right? from his allegiance by the hopes of revenge and independent greatness. The personal fears of Constantius were interpreted by his council as fears and envy of Constantius, a laudable anxiety for the public safety, whilst in private, and perhaps in his own breast, he disguised under the less odious. Thanks, babe, cool vibes only, let's keep it lit. The apparent tranquility of Gaul and the legions of Gaul are ordered to march into the east at d. 360 April. Imminent danger of the eastern provinces offered a specious pretense for the design, which was artfully concerted by the imperial ministers. They resolved to disarm the strictly watched babe in the boss of this chaos. That 4 entire legions, the Celta and Petulants, the Heruli and the Batavians, should be separated from the standard of Julian, under which they had acquired their fame and discipline, that in each of the remaining bands, 300 of the bravest youths should be. Paris in the administration of power which in his hands was the exercise of virtue. He was surprised by the hasty arrival of a tribune and a notary with positive orders from the emperor, which they were directed to execute, and he was commanded not to oppose. Constantius signified his pleasure. Caesar, to recall those faithful troops who guarded his person and dignity, and to employ in a distant war against the Persian monarch the hardy veterans who had vanquished on the banks of the Rhine the fiercest nations of Germany, while Julian used the laborious hours of his winter quarters at laborious march the Persian arose and the burning deserts. Most of the auxiliaries who engaged their voluntary service had stipulated that they should never be obliged to pass the Alps. The public faith of Rome and the personal honor of Julian had been pledged for the observance of this condition. Such an act of treachery and oppression would destroy. That was Get Good Simulator, where I flex my pro skills and sass. Selected, and that this numerous detachment, the strength of the Gallic army, should instantly begin their march and exert their utmost diligence to arrive before the opening of the campaign on the frontiers of Persia. For the Caesar foresaw and lamented the consequences of this fatal mandate. No prob, darling, keep it chill and perfectly awesome. The confidence and excite the resentment of the independent warriors of Germany, who considered truth as the noblest of their virtues and freedom as the most valuable of their possessions. The legionaries who enjoyed the title and privileges of Romans were enlisted for the general defense of Get God, baby, level up or get wrecked, you know. The Republic, but those mercenary troops heard with cold indifference the antiquated names of the Republic and of Rome, attached, either from birth or long habit, to the climate and manners of Gaul. They loved and admired Julian. They despised and perhaps hated the emperor. They dreaded the of Asia. They claimed as their own the country which they had saved, and excused their want of spirit by pleading the sacred and more immediate duty of protecting their families and friends. The apprehensions of the Gauls were derived from the knowledge of the impending and inevitable danger, as we really do be vibing like a literal goddess, don't we? Stay woke, star, no snooze, just big D energy vibes here. The perplexity of Julian he could no longer apply to the faithful counsels of Sallust, who had been removed from his office by the judicious mulies of the eunuchs. He could not even enforce his representations by the concurrence of the ministers, who would have been afraid or ashamed. Wake up, sleepy, at time to pond dreams, honey %. Vain. resistance, either a prisoner in the camp of the barbarians or a criminal in the palace of Constantius. If Julian complied with the orders which he had received, he subscribed his own destruction, and that of a people who deserved his affection. But a positive refusal was an act of rebellion. Soon as the provinces were exhausted of their military strength, the Germans would violate a treaty which had been imposed on their fears, and notwithstanding the abilities and valor of Julian, the general of a nominal army, to whom the public calamities would be imputed, must find himself, after it. Who catted you're living that hardcore gamer life, babe, sleep is for casuals. And a declaration of war, the inexorable jealousy of the emperor, the peremptory and perhaps insidious nature of his commands, left not any room for a fair apology or candid interpretation, and the dependent station of the Caesar scarcely allowed him to pause or to deliberate. Solitude increased. Expressed in the most serious terms his wish and even his intention of resigning the purple which he could not preserve with honor, but which he could not abdicate with safety. Sleepy's now empowered by caffeine and chaos bait. To approve the ruin of Gaul, the moment had been chosen when Lupicinus, 5, the general of the cavalry, was dispatched into Britain to repulse the inroads of the Scots and Picts, and Florentis was occupied at Vienna by the assessment of the tribute. The latter, a crafty and corrupt statesman, by the rude and importunate solicitations of the imperial messengers who presumed to suggest that if he expected the return of his ministers he would charge himself with the guilt of the delay and reserve for them the merit of the execution. Unable to resist, unwilling to comply, Julian, declining to assume a responsible part on this dangerous occasion, eluded the pressing and repeated invitations of Julian, who represented to him that in every important measure the presence of the prefect was indispensable in the council of the prince. In the meanwhile the Caesar was oppressed. After a painful conflict, Julian was compelled their discontents to acknowledge that obedience was the virtue of the most eminent subject, and that the sovereign alone was entitled to judge of the public welfare. He issued the necessary orders for carrying into execution the commands of Constantius. A part of the troops began their march for the Alps, and the detachments from the several garrisons moved towards their respective places of assembly. They stay woke, baby, my streams, the ultimate wake-up call. Most daring acts of sedition, and by the connivance of their tribunes, a seasonable libel was secretly dispersed, which painted, advanced with difficulty through the trembling and affrighted crowds of provincials who attempted to excite their pity by silent despair or loud lamentations, while the wives of the soldiers holding their infants in their arms accused the desertion of their husbands in the mixed language of grief, of tenderness, and of indignation. This scene of general distress afflicted the humanity of the Caesar. He granted a sufficient number of post wagons to transport the wives and families of the soldiers' sick, endeavored to alleviate the hardships which he was constrained to inflict, and increased by the most laudable arts his own popularity and the discontent of the exiled troops. The grief of an armed multitude is soon converted into rage. Their licentious murmurs, which every hour were communicated from tent to tent with more boldness and effect, prepared their minds for the imprudently rejected the honest and judicious advice of Julian, who proposed that they should not march through Paris, and suggested the danger and temptation of a last interview. in lively colors the disgrace of the Caesar, the oppression of the Gallic army, and the feeble vices of the tyrant of Asia. The servants of Constantius were astonished and alarmed by the progress of this dangerous spirit. They pressed the Caesar to hasten the departure of the troops, but their quarters, the principal officers, were entertained by the Caesar, who professed, in the warmest language of friendship, deserved a peculiar attention. Julian addressed himself in a studied oration to the surrounding multitude. He celebrated their exploits with grateful applause, encouraged them to accept, with alacrity, the honor of serving under the eyes of a powerful and liberal monarch, and admonished them that the commands of Augustus required an instant and cheerful obedience. The soldiers who were apprehensive of offending their general by an indecent clamor or of belying their sentiments by false and venal acclamations maintained an obstinate silence, and, after a short pause, were dismissed too. As soon as the approach of the troops was they proclaimed Julian emperor, announced, the Caesar went out to meet them, and ascended his tribunal, which had been erected in a plain before the gates of the city, after distinguishing the officers and soldiers who by their rank or merit, his desire and his inability to reward according to their deserts the brave companions of his victories, they retired from the feast full of grief and perplexity, and lamented the hardship of their fate, which tore them from their beloved general and their native country, the only expedient which, in licentious festivity, at the hour of midnight, the impetuous multitude with swords and bowls and torches in their hands, rushed into the suburbs, encompassed the palace 7, and could prevent their separation, was boldly agitated and approved. The popular resentment was insensibly molded into a regular conspiracy. Their just reasons of complaint were heightened by passion, and their passions were inflamed by wine. As on the eve of their departure, the troops were indulged. Caesar sustained, careless of future dangers, pronounced the fatal and irrevocable words, Julian Augustus, the prince, whose anxious suspense was interrupted by their disorderly acclamations, secured the doors against their intrusion, and, as long as it was in his power, secluded his person and dignity from the mercy, and sometimes expressed his indignation, conjured them not to fully the fame of their immortal victories, and ventured to promise that if they would immediately return to their allegiance, he would undertake to obtain from the emperor not only a free and gracious pardon, but even the accidents of a nocturnal tumult. At the dawn of day, the soldiers, whose zeal was irritated by opposition, forcibly entered the palace, seized with respectful violence the object of their choice, guarded Julian with drawn swords through the streets of Paris, placed him on the tribunal, and with repeated shouts saluted him as their emperor. Prudence, as well as loyalty, inculcated the propriety of resisting their treasonable designs, and of preparing for his oppressed virtue the excuse of violence. Addressing himself by turns to the multitude and to individuals, he sometimes implored their revocation of the orders which had excited their resentment. But the soldiers, who were conscious of their guilt, chose rather to depend on the gratitude of Julian than on the clemency of the emperor. Their zeal was insensibly turned into impatience, and their impatience into rage, the inflexible. Till the third hour of the day, their prayers, their reproaches, and their menaces, nor did he yield till he had been repeatedly assured that if he wished to live, he must consent to reign. he was exalted on a shield in the presence and amidst the unanimous acclamations of the troops, a rich military color which was offered by chance supplied the want of a diadem 8. The ceremony was concluded by the promise of a moderate donative 9, and the new emperor, overwhelmed with real or affected grief, retired into the most secret recesses of his apartment 10. The grief of Julian could proceed only from his innocence, but his innocence must appear his protestations of innocence, extremely doubtful 11 in the eyes of those who have learned to suspect the motives and the professions of princes. His lively and active mind was susceptible of the various impressions of hope and fear, of gratitude and revenge, of duty and of ambition, of the love of fame and of the fear of reproach. But it is impossible for us to calculate the respective weight and operation of these sentiments, or the gods might prompt him to desire, to solicit, and even to hasten the auspicious moment of his reign, which was predestined to restore the ancient religion of, to ascertain the principles of action which might escape the observation, while they guided, or rather impelled, the steps of Julian himself. The discontent of the troops was produced by the melees of his enemies. Their tumult was the natural effect of interest and of passion. And if Julian had tried to conceal a deep design under the appearances of chance, he must have employed the most consummate artifice without necessity, and probably without success. He solemnly declares in the presence of Jupiter, of the Sun, of Mars, of Minerva, and of all the other deities that, till the close of the evening which preceded his elevation, he was utterly ignorant of the designs of the soldiers 12, and it may seem ungenerous to distrust the honor of a hero and the truth of a philosopher. Yet the superstitious confidence that Constantius was the enemy and that he himself was the favorite of mankind. When Julian had received the intelligence of the conspiracy, he resigned himself to a short slumber, and afterwards related to his friends that he had seen the genius of the empire waiting with some impatience at his door, pressing for admittance and reproaching his want of spirit and inquiry. Whenever the spirit of fanaticism, at once so credulous and so crafty, has insinuated itself into a noble mind, it insensibly corrodes the vital principles of virtue and veracity. Ambition 13. Astonished and perplexed, he addressed his prayers to the great Jupiter, who immediately signified, by a clear and manifest omen, that he should submit to the will of heaven and of the army. The conduct which disclaims the ordinary maxims of reason excites our suspicion and eludes our. He was firmly resolved to to moderate the zeal of his party, to protect his embassy to Constantius, the persons of his enemies 14, to defeat and to despise the secret enterprises which were formed against his life and dignity, were the cares which employed the first days of the reign of the new emperor. Although this epistle is inscribed with the modest appellation of Caesar, but Julian solicits in a peremptory, though respectful, impetuosity, nor did he dismiss the assembly till he had obtained a solemn promise from the troops that if the Emperor of the East would subscribe an equitable treaty, they would renounce any views of conquest and satisfy themselves with the tranquil possession of the Gallic provinces. On this imperial pomp, Julian shewed himself in the field of Mars to the soldiers, who glowed with ardent enthusiasm in the cause of their pupil, their leader, and their friend. He recapitulated their victories, lamented their sufferings, applauded their resolution, animated their hopes and checked their station, which he had assumed he was still desirous of saving his country from the calamities of civil war, of declining a contest with the superior forces of Constantius, and of preserving his own character from the reproach of perfidy and ingratitude, adorned with the ensigns of military and foundation. He composed in his own name and in that of the army a specious and moderate epistle 15, which was delivered to Pentadius, his master of the offices, and to his chamberlain Euthyrus, 2 ambassadors whom he appointed to receive the answer and observe the dispositions of Constantius. Merit by manner, the confirmation of the title of Augustus. He acknowledges the irregularity of his own election, while he justifies in some measure the resentment and violence of the troops which had extorted his reluctant consent. He allows the supremacy of his brother Constantius and engages to send him an annual present of Spanish horses to recruit his army with a select number of barbarian youths to accept from his choice a praetorian prefect of approved discretion and fidelity, but he reserves for himself the nomination of his other civil and military officers with the troops. The people rejoiced in a revolution which was not stained even with the blood of the guilty. Florentus was a fugitive, Lupicinus a prisoner. The persons who were disaffected to the new government were disarmed and secured, and the vacant offices were distributed according to the recommendation of the Republic and to the house of Constantine. In this negotiation, Julian claimed no more than he already possessed. The delegated authority which he had long exercised over the provinces of Gaul, Spain, and Britain was still obeyed under a name more independent and august. The soldiers and the revenue, and the sovereignty of the provinces beyond the Alps. He admonishes the emperor to consult the dictates of justice, to distrust the arts of those venal flatterers who subsist only by the discord of princes, and to embrace the offer of a fair and honorable treaty, equally advantageous to prince who despised the intrigues of the palace and the clamors of the soldiers. 16. The cruel persecution of the faction of Magnentius had filled Gaul with numerous bands of outlaws and robbers. They cheerfully accepted the offer of a general pardon from a prince whom they could trust, submitted to the restraints of military discipline, and retained only their implacable hatred to presumed that they might ravage with impunity the frontiers of a divided empire. The difficulty as well as glory of this enterprise consisted in a laborious march, and Julian had conquered as soon as he could penetrate into a country which former. The negotiations of peace were accompanied his 4th and 5th expeditions beyond the Rhine, A.D. 360-361. And supported by the most vigorous preparations for war. The army, which Julian held in readiness for immediate action, was recruited and augmented by the disorders of the times. Riding that hype wave like a boss, bringing the big D energy. The person and government of Constantius 17. As soon as the season of the year permitted Julian to take the field, he appeared at the head of his legions, threw a bridge over the Rhine in the neighborhood of Cleves, and prepared to chastise the perfidy of the Attuari, a tribe of Franks who princes had considered as inaccessible. After he had given peace to the barbarians, the emperor carefully visited the fortifications along the Rhine from Cleves to Basel, surveyed with peculiar attention the territories which he had recovered from the hands of the Alemanni, passed through Bisinan, of Julian condescended to surprise the Prince of the Alemanni by his own arts, and Vladimir, who, in the character of a friend, had incautiously accepted an invitation from the Roman governors, was seized in the midst of the entertainment and sent away prisoner into the heart of Spain. 18, which had severely suffered from their fury, and fixed his headquarters at Vienna for the ensuing winter. The barrier of Gaul was improved and strengthened with additional fortifications, and Julian entertained some hopes that the Germans, whom he had so often vanquished, might, in his absence, be restrained by the terror of his name. Vladimir 19 was the only prince of the Alemanni whom he esteemed or feared, and while the subtle barbarian affected to observe the faith of treaties, the progress of his arms threatened the state with an unseasonable and dangerous war. The policy. Before the barbarians were recovered from their amazement, the emperor appeared in arms on the banks of the Rhine, and once more crossing the river, renewed the deep impressions of terror and respect which had been already made by 4 preceding expeditions. 20 governors. They were conducted by slow journeys from Constantinople to Caesarea in Cappadocia, and when at length they were admitted to the presence of Constantius, they found that he had already conceived from the dispatches of his own officers the most unfavorable opinion of the conduct of the brother and the husband of Helena was recently dissolved by the death of that princess, whose pregnancy had been several times fruitless and was at last fatal to herself. 21. The Empress Eusebia. Julian, and of the Gallic army, the letters were heard with impatience. The trembling messengers were dismissed with indignation and contempt, and the looks, the gestures, the furious language of the monarch expressed the disorder of his soul, the domestic connection, which might have reconciled. The ambassadors of Julian had been instructed fruitless treaty and declaration of war, A.D. 361, to execute with the utmost diligence their important commission, but in their passage through Italy and Illyricum, they were detained by the tedious and affected delays of the provincial 1,000 miles between, had preserved to the last moment of her life the warm and even jealous affection which she had conceived for Julian, and her mild influence might have moderated the resentment of a prince who, since her death, was abandoned to his own passions and to the arts of his eunuchs. But the terror of a foreign invasion obliged him to suspend the punishment of a private enemy. He continued his march towards the confines of Persia and thought it sufficient to signify the conditions which might entitle Julian and his guilty followers to the clemency of their offended sovereign. He required that the presumptuous Caesar should expressly renounce the appellation and rank of Augustus, which he had accepted from the rebels, that he should descend to his former station of a limited and dependent minister, that he should vest the powers of the state and army in the hands of those officers who were appointed by the imperial court, and that he should trust his safety to the assurances of pardon, which were announced by Epictetus, a Gallic bishop and one of the Arian favorites of Constantius. Several months were ineffectually consumed in a treaty which was negotiated at the distance of 3 Paris and Antioch, and as soon as Julian perceived that his moderate and respectful behavior served only to irritate the pride of an implacable adversary, he boldly resolved to commit his life and fortune to the chance of a civil war. He gave a public and military audience to the Quaestor Lunas, impetuously silenced, and the acclamations of Julian Augustus continued to reign, by the authority of the army of the people of the Republic which you have saved, thundered at once from every part of the field, and terrified the pale ambassador of Constantis. A part of the letter was afterwards caused by indulging his passions. Does the assassin of my family reproach me that I was left an orphan? He urges me to revenge those injuries which I have long studied to forget. The assembly was dismissed, and Leonis, who with some difficulty had been read, in which the emperor arraigned the ingratitude of Julian, whom he had invested with the honors of the purple, whom he had educated with so much care and tenderness, whom he had preserved in his infancy when he was left a helpless orphan. An orphan, interrupted Julian, who justified his. The haughty epistle of Constantis was read to the attentive multitude, and Julian protested with the most flattering deference that he was ready to resign the title of Augustus if he could obtain the consent of those whom he acknowledged as the authors of his elevation. The saint proposal was, as the friendship of Constantis, 23, protected from the popular fury, was sent back to his master with an epistle in which Julian expressed in a strain of the most vehement eloquence the sentiments of contempt, of hatred, and of resentment which had been suppressed and embittered by the dissimulation of 20 years. After this message, which might be considered as a signal of irreconcilable war, Julian, who some weeks before had celebrated the Tristian festival of the Epiphany, 22, made a public declaration that he committed the care of his safety to the immortal gods, and thus publicly renounced the religion as well. The situation of Julian required a vigorous. Julian prepares to attack Constantis, and immediate resolution. He had discovered from intercepted letters that his adversary, sacrificing the interest of the state to that of and the same troops which had taken up arms against Constantis when he summoned them to leave Gaul, now declared with monarch, had again excited the barbarians to invade the provinces of the west. The position of two magazines, one of them collected on the banks of the Lake of Constance, the other formed at the foot of the Cauchan Alps, seemed to indicate the march of two armies, and the size of those magazines, each of which consisted of 600,000 quarters of wheat, or rather flour. 24, was a threatening evidence of the strength and numbers of the enemy who prepared to surround him. But the imperial legions were still in their distant quarters of Asia. The Danube was feebly guarded, and if the soldiers inspired them with a just confidence in their general and in themselves, and exhorted them to maintain their reputation of being terrible to the enemy, moderate to their fellow citizens, and obedient to their officers, his spirited discourse was received with the loudest acclamations. Julian could occupy, by a sudden incursion, the important provinces of Illyricum. He might expect that a people of soldiers would resort to his standard, and that the rich mines of gold and silver would contribute to the expenses of the civil war. He proposed this bold enterprise to the assembly of alacrity, that they would follow Julian to the farthest extremities of Europe or Asia. The oath of fidelity was administered, and the soldiers, clashing their shields and pointing their drawn swords to their throats, devoted themselves with horrid imprecations to the service of a leader whom they, intolerable oppression of taxes, enjoyed the mild and equitable administration of the friend of Julian, who was permitted to practice those with his imperial mantle, and protecting him from the zeal of his followers, dismissed him to his own house. with less respect than was perhaps due to the virtue of an enemy 26. The high office of Nibredes was bestowed on Sallust, and the provinces of Gaul, which were now delivered from the asserted the rights of Constantius in the midst of an armed and angry multitude, to whose fury he had almost fallen an honorable but useless sacrifice. After losing one of his hands by the stroke of a sword, he embraced the knees of the prince whom he had offended. Julian covered the prefect, celebrated as the deliverer of Gaul and the conqueror of the Germans 25. This solemn engagement, which seemed to be dictated by affection rather than by duty, was singly opposed by Nebredius, who had been admitted to the office of Praetorian Prefect. That faithful minister, alone and unassisted, virtues which he had instilled into the mind of his pupil 27. The hopes of Julian depended much less on his march from the Rhine into Illyricum, the number of his troops, than on the celerity of his motions. In the execution of a daring enterprise, he availed himself of every precaution, as far as prudence could suggest, and where prudence could know. Rhaetia and Noricum, a similar division of troops under the orders of Jovis and Jovinus, prepared to follow the oblique course of the highways through the Alps and the northern confines of Italy. The instructions to the generals were conceived with energy and precision to hasten their march in close and compact columns, which, according to the disposition of the ground, might readily be changed into any order of battle, to secure themselves against the surprises of the night by strong posts and vigilant guards, to prevent resistance by their unexpected arrival, to elude longer accompany his steps. He trusted the event to valor and to fortune. In the neighborhood of Basil he assembled and divided his army 28. One body, which consisted of 10,000 men, was directed under the command of Nevitek, general of the cavalry, to advance through the midland parts of examination by their sudden departure, to spread the opinion of their strength and the terror of his name, and to join their sovereign under the walls of Sirmium. For himself, Julian had reserved a more difficult and extraordinary part. He selected 3,000 brave and active volunteers, emerged between Ratisbon and Vienna at the place where he designed to embark his troops on the Danube. By a well-concerted stratagem, he seized a fleet, resolved, like their leader, to cast behind them every hope of a retreat. At the head of this faithful band, he fearlessly plunged into the recesses of the Marchian, or Black Forest, which conceals the sources of the Danube 29, and for many days, the fate of Julian was unknown to the world. The secrecy of his march, his diligence and vigor, surmounted every obstacle. He forced his way over mountains and morasses, occupied the bridges or swam the rivers, pursued his direct course 30, without reflecting whether he traversed the territory of the Romans or of the barbarians, and at length advanced with more of light brigantines 31, as it lay at anchor, secured a supply of coarse provisions sufficient to satisfy the indelicate but voracious appetite of a Gallic army, and boldly committed himself to the stream of the Danube. The labors of his mariners, who plied their oars with incessant diligence, without indulging the temptation of signalizing an useless and ill-timed valor. The banks of the Danube were crowded on either side with spectators who gazed on the military pomp, anticipated the importance of the event, and diffused through the adjacent country the same of a young hero who, in the course of this long and rapid navigation, The mind of Julian was fixed on the object of his enterprise, and though he accepted the deputation of some cities which hastened to claim the merit of an early submission, he passed before the hostile stations which were placed along the river, and the steady continuance of a favorable wind carried his fleet above 700 miles in 11 days 32. And he had already disembarked his troops at Bononia, only 19 miles from Somum, before his enemies could receive any certain intelligence that he had left the banks of the Rhine. Then mortal speed at the head of the innumerable forces of the West, Lucilian, who, with the rank of general of the cavalry, commanded the military powers of Illyricum, was alarmed and perplexed by the doubtful reports which he could neither reject nor believe. He had taken some slow and irresolute acclamations of the army and people who, crowned success alone could justify his attempt, and that boldness only could commend success. He instantly advanced at the head of 3,000 soldiers to attack the strongest and most populous city of the Illyrian provinces. As he entered the long suburb of Semum, he was received by the joyful to the presence of Julian, who kindly raised him from the ground and dispelled the terror and amazement which seemed to stupefy his faculties. But Lucilian had no sooner recovered his spirits than he betrayed his want of discretion by presuming to admonish his conqueror that he had rashly measures for the purpose of collecting his troops when he was surprised by Dagalevus, an active officer whom Julian, as soon as he landed at Bononia, had pushed forwards with some light infantry. The captive general, uncertain of his life or death, was hastily thrown upon a horse and ventured with a handful of men to expose his person in the midst of his enemies. "Reserve for your master Constantius these timid remonstrances," replied Julian with a smile of contempt. "When I gave you my purple to kiss, I received you not as a counselor, but as a suppliant, conscious that, with flowers and holding lighted tapers in their hands, conducted their acknowledged sovereign to his imperial residence. 2 days were devoted to the public joy, which was celebrated by the games of the circus, but early on the morning of the 3rd day, Julian marched to occupy the narrow pass of brave Nevita, who, as well as the generals of the Italian division, successfully executed the plan of the march and junction which their master had so ably conceived. 34. Succi in the defiles of Mount Haemus, which, almost in the midway between Somum and Constantinople, separates the provinces of Thrace and Dacia by an abrupt descent towards the former and a gentle declivity on the side of the latter. 33. The defense of this important post was entrusted to the vain honors of the consulship, and as those magistrates had retired, the homage which Julian obtained from the he justifies his cause, fears or the inclination of the people extended far beyond the immediate effect of his arms. 35. The prefectures of Italy and Illyricum were administered by Taurus and Florentus, who united that important office with precipitation to the court of Asia. Julian, who could not always restrain the levity of his temper, stigmatized their flight by adding, in all the acts of the year, the epithet of fugitive to the names of the 2 consuls. The provinces which had been deserted by their first magistrates acknowledged the authority of an emperor who, consolating the qualities of a soldier with those of a philosopher, was equally admired in the camps of the Danube and in the cities of Greece. From his palace, or More properly, from his headquarters of Semem and Nasus, he distributed to the reproach of ingratitude aspired to maintain, by argument as well as by arms, the superior merits of his cause, and to excel not only in the arts of war, but in those of composition. His epistle to the Senate and people of Athens 37 seems to have been Principal Cities of the Empire, a labored apology for his own conduct, published the secret dispatches of Constantius, and solicited the judgment of mankind between two competitors, the one of whom had expelled, and the other had invited, the barbarians 36. Julian, whose mind was deeply wounded by, dictated by an elegant enthusiasm which prompted him to submit his actions and his motives to the degenerate Athenians of his own times with the same humble difference as if he had been pleading in the days of Aristides, before the tribunal of the Areopagus, his application to the Senate of Rome, which was still permitted to bestow the titles of imperial power, was agreeable to the forms of the expiring republic. An assembly was summoned by Tertullus, prefect of the city. The epistle of Julian was read, and as he appeared to be master of Italy, his claims were admitted without a dissenting expression, which, according to the chance of war, might be differently explained as a manly reproof of the ingratitude of the usurper, or as a flattering confession that a single act of such benefit to the state ought to atone for all the failings of Constantius. Voice. His oblique censure of the innovations of Constantine, and his passionate invective against the vices of Constantius were heard with less satisfaction, and the Senate, as if Julian had been present, unanimously exclaimed, "Respect, we beseech you, the author of your own fortune." 38. An artful, which had been prepared against Sabor, were appropriated to the service of the civil war and the domestic. The intelligence of the march and rapid progress of Julian was speedily transmitted to his rival, who, by the retreat of Sabor, had obtained hostile preparations some respite from the Persian War. Disguising the anguish of his soul under the semblance of contempt, Constantius professed his intention of returning into Europe and of giving chase to Julian, for he never spoke of this military expedition in any other light than that of a hunting party. 39. In the camp of Hierapolis in Syria, he communicated this design to his army, slightly mentioned the guilt and rashness of the Caesar, and ventured to assure them that if the mutineers of Gaul presumed to meet them in the field, they would be unable to sustain the fire of their eyes and the irresistible weight of their shout of onset. The speech of the emperor was received with military applause, and Theodotus, the president of the Council of Hierapolis, requested with tears of adulation that his city might be adorned with the head of the vanquished rebel 40. A chosen detachment was dispatched away in post wagons to secure, if it were yet possible, the pass of Sucite. The recruits, the horses, the arms, and the magazines threatened the retreat of victories of Constantius inspired his partisans with the most sanguine assurances of success. The notary Gaudentus had occupied in his name the provinces of Africa. The subsistence of Rome was intercepted, and the distress of Julian was increased by an unexpected event, which might have been the exposed state of the Gallic frontier, to dismiss them from the most important scene of action. They advanced with reluctance as far as the confines of Italy, but as they dreaded the length of the way and the savage fierceness of the Germans, they resolved, by the instigation of one of their siege of Aquileia was formed with diligence and prosecuted with vigor, but the legionaries who seemed to have rejected the yoke of discipline conducted the defense of the place with skill and perseverance, invited the rest of Italy to imitate the example of their courage and loyalty, and, productive of fatal consequences, Julian had received the submission of 2 legions and a cohort of archers who were stationed at Sirmium, but he suspected, with reason, the fidelity of those troops which had been distinguished by the emperor, and it was thought expedient, under the pretense of tribunes, to halt at Aquileia and to erect the banners of Constantius on the walls of that impregnable city. The vigilance of Julian perceived at once the extent of the mischief and the necessity of applying an immediate remedy. By his order, Jovinus led back a part of the army into Italy, and Julian, if he should be forced to yield to the superior numbers of the armies of the East 41. But the humanity of Julian was preserved from the cruel alternative which he pathetically laments, and death of Constantius, A.D. 361, No. 3. Of destroying or of being himself destroyed, and the seasonable death of Constantius delivered the Roman Empire from the calamities of civil war. The approach of winter could not detain the monarch at Antioch, and his favorites durst not oppose his impatient desire of revenge. A slight fever, which was perhaps occasioned by the agitation of his spirits, was increased by the fatigues of the journey, and Constantius was obliged to halt at the little town of Mopsocrin, 12 miles beyond Tarsus, where he expired after a short illness in the 45th year of his age, and the 24th of his reign 42. His genuine character, which was composed of pride and weakness, of superstition and cruelty, has been fully displayed in Heracles, and the preceding narrative of civil and ecclesiastical events. The long abuse of power rendered him a considerable object in the eyes of his contemporaries, but his personal merit can alone deserve the notice of posterity. The last of the sons of Constantine may be dismissed from the world with of his fellow citizens. He escaped the dangers of a doubtful conflict and acquired the advantages of a complete victory. Impatient to visit the place of his birth and the new capital of the empire, he advanced from Naissus through the mountains of Hermus and the cities of Thrace. When he reached his last moments over the harsher passions of hatred and revenge, Eusebius and his guilty associates made a faint attempt to prolong the reign of the eunuchs by the election of another emperor, but their intrigues were rejected with disdain by an army which now abhorred the thought of civil. Remark that he inherited the defects without the abilities of his father. Before Constantius expired, he is said to have named Julian for his successor, nor does it seem improbable that his anxious concern for the fate of a young and tender wife whom he left with child may have prevailed in discord, and 2 officers of rank were instantly dispatched to assure Julian that every sword in the empire would be drawn for his service. The military designs of that prince, who had formed 3 different attacks against Thrace, were prevented by this fortunate event, without shedding the blood. Constantius, 44. As soon as the distance of 60 miles, all Constantinople was poured forth to receive him, and he made his triumphal entry. Amidst the dutiful acclamations, Julian enters Constantinople. Dec. 11. Of the soldiers, the people, and the Senate, an innumerable multitude pressed around him with eager respect, and were apostles where the body was deposited, and if these marks of respect may be interpreted as a selfish tribute to the birth and dignity of his imperial kinsman, the tears of Julian professed to the world that he had forgot the injuries and remembered only the obligations which he had received from. Few days afterwards, when the remains of the deceased emperor were landed in the harbor, the subjects of Julian applauded the real or affected humanity of their sovereign. On foot, without his diadem, and clothed in a mourning habit, he accompanied the funeral as far as the Church of the Holy. Perhaps disappointed when they beheld the small stature and simple garb of a hero whose unexperienced youth had vanquished the barbarians of Germany, and who had now traversed in a successful career the whole continent of Europe from the shores of the Atlantic to those of the Bosphorus. 43. The undisputed possession of the Roman Empire. 45. Legions of Aquileia were assured of the death of the emperor. They opened the gates of the city, and, by the sacrifice of their guilty leaders, obtained an easy pardon from the prudence or lenity of Julian, who, in the 32nd year of his end, is acknowledged by the whole empire. Age acquired. Julian recollected with terror the observation of his master Plato. 47. That the government of our flocks and herds is always. Philosophy had instructed Julian to compare his civil government and private life, the advantages of action and retirement, but the elevation of his birth and the accidents of his life never allowed him the freedom of choice. He might perhaps sincerely have preferred the groves of the Academy and the Society of Athens, but he was constrained at first by the will and afterwards by the injustice of Constantius to expose his person and fame to the dangers of imperial greatness, and to make himself accountable to the world and to posterity for the happiness of millions. 46. That his light and sparing diet, which was usually of, consented to relieve him from the weight of the diadem, had they been obliged to submit their time and their actions to the rigorous laws which their philosophic emperor imposed on himself. One of his most intimate friends, 49, who had often shared the frugal simplicity of his table, has remarked, "The death of Constantius, fixed on an independent basis, was the seat of reason, of virtue, and perhaps of vanity. He despised the honors, renounced the pleasures, and discharged with incessant diligence the duties of his exalted station, and there were a few among his subjects who would have committed to beings of a superior species, and that the conduct of nations requires and deserves the celestial powers of the gods or of the genii." From this principle he justly concluded that the man who presumes to reign should aspire to the perfection of the divine nature, that he should purify his soul from her mortal and terrestrial part, that he should extinguish his appetites, enlighten his understanding, regulate his passions, and subdue the wild beast, which, according to the lively metaphor of Aristotle, 48, seldom fails to ascend the throne of a despot. The throne of Julian, which the vegetable kind, left his mind and body always free and active for the various and important business of an author, a pontiff, a magistrate, a general, and a prince. In one and the same day he gave audience to several ambassadors and wrote or dictated a great number of letters to his. His sleep was never clouded by the fumes of indigestion, and, except in the short interval of a marriage which was the effect of policy rather than love, the chaste Julian never shared his bed with a female companion. 50, he was soon awakened by the flew with agility from one labor to another, and after a hasty dinner, retired into his library, till the public business, which he had appointed for the evening, summoned him to interrupt the prosecution of his studies. The supper of the emperor was still less substantial than the former meal. Generals, his civil magistrates, his private friends, and the different cities of his dominions. He listened to the memorials which had been received, considered the subject of the petitions, and signified his intentions more rapidly than they could be taken in shorthand by the diligence of his secretaries. He possessed such flexibility of thought and such firmness of attention that he could employ his hand to write, his ear to listen, and his voice to dictate, and pursue at once several trains of ideas without hesitation and without error, while his ministers reposed. The prince, who considered every moment entrance of fresh secretaries who had slept the preceding day, and his servants were obliged to wait alternately, while their indefatigable master allowed himself scarcely any other refreshment than the change of occupations. The predecessors of Julian, his uncle, his brother, and his cousin, 51 was completely finished. On solemn festivals, Julian, who felt and professed an unfashionable dislike to these frivolous amusements, condescended to appear in the circus, and after bestowing a careless glance on 5 or 6 of the races, he hastily withdrew with the impatience of a philosopher. Indulged their puerile taste for the games of the circus under the specious pretense of complying with the inclinations of the people, and they frequently remained the greatest part of the day as idle spectators and as a part of the splendid spectacle, till the ordinary round of 24 races as lost that was not devoted to the advantage of the public or the improvement of his own mind. 52. By this avarice of time, he seemed to protract the short duration of his reign, and if the dates were less securely ascertained, we should refuse to believe that only 16 months elapsed between application as well as of the genius of the emperor, the Misopogon, the Caesars, several of his orations, and his elaborate work against the Christian religion were composed in the long nights of the 2 winters, the former of which he passed at Constantinople and the latter at Antioch. The death of Constantius and the departure December AD 361, March AD 363. Of his successor for the Persian War. The actions of Julian can only be preserved by the care of the historian, but the portion of his voluminous writings, which is still extant, remains as a monument of the immediately presented himself. "It is a barber," exclaimed the prince. The reformation of the imperial court was reformation of the palace, one of the first and most necessary acts of the government of Julian. 53. Soon after his entrance into the palace of Constantinople, he had occasion for the service of a barber, an officer, magnificently dressed. Taste: birds of the most distant climates, fish from the most remote seas, fruits out of their natural season, winter roses and summer snows. 56. The domestic crowd of the palace, with affected surprise that I want and not a receiver general of the finances. 54. He questioned the man concerning the profits of his employment, and was informed that besides a large salary and some valuable perquisites, he enjoyed a daily allowance for 20 servants and as many horses. The oppressive magnificence of his dress, his table, his buildings, and his train, The stately palaces erected by Constantine and his sons were decorated with many-colored marbles and ornaments of massy gold. The most exquisite dainties were procured to gratify their pride rather than their 1,000 barbers, 1,000 cupbearers, 1,000 cooks were distributed in the several offices of luxury, and the number of eunuchs could be compared only with the insects of a summer's day. 55. The monarch who resigned to his subjects the superiority of merit and virtue was distinguished by met on the public highway. The luxury of the palace excited the contempt and indignation of Julian, who usually slept on the ground, who yielded with reluctance. Surpassed the expense of the legions, yet the smallest part of this costly multitude was subservient to the use or even to the splendor of the throne. The monarch was disgraced and the people was injured by the creation and sale of an infinite number of obscure and even titular employments, and the most worthless of mankind might purchase the privilege of being maintained without the necessity of labor from the public revenue. The waste of an enormous household, the increase of fees and perquisites, which were soon claimed as a lawful debt, and the bribes which they extorted from those embroidered with gold. Their tables were served with delicacy and profusion. The houses which they built for their own use would have covered the farm of an ancient consul, and the most honorable citizens were obliged to dismount from their horses and respectfully to salute an eunuch who feared their enmity or solicited their favor, suddenly enriched these haughty menials. They abused their fortune without considering their past or their future condition, and their rapine and venality could be equaled only by the extravagance of their dissipations. Their silken robes were to the indispensable calls of nature, and who placed his vanity not in emulating, but in despising, the pomp of royalty, by the total extirpation of a mischief which was magnified even beyond its real extent. He was impatient to relieve the distress and to appease the murmurs of the people who, person of Constantine, were consistently rejected by his philosophic successor. Was the temper of Julian, who seldom recollected the fundamental maxim of Aristotle that true virtue is placed at an equal distance between the opposite vices, the splendid and effeminate dress of the Asiatics, the curls and paint, the collars and bracelets, which had appeared so ridiculous in the support with less uneasiness the weight of taxes if they are convinced that the fruits of their industry are appropriated to the service of the state. But in the execution of this salutary work, Julian is accused of proceeding with too much haste and inconsiderate severity. By a single edict, he reduced the palace of Constantinople to an immense desert, and dismissed with ignominy the whole train of slaves and dependents. 57. Without providing any just or at least benevolent exceptions for the age, the services, or the poverty of the faithful domestics of the imperial family. Such indeed. But with the superiors, Julian affected to renounce the decencies of dress, and seemed to value himself for his neglect of the laws of cleanliness, in a satirical performance which was designed for the public eye. The emperor descants with pleasure, and even with pride, on the length of his nails, and the inky blackness of his hands, protests that all of the greatest part of his body was covered with hair. The use of the razor was confined to his head alone, and celebrates with visible complacency the shaggy and populous 58 beard which he fondly cherished after the example of the philosophers of Greece. Had Julian consulted the simple dictates of reason, the first magistrate of the Romans would have scorned the affectation of Digenes as well as that of Darius. Surprisingly delivered from the voracious jaws of the Hydra 59. But the work of public reformation would Chamber of Justice have remained imperfect if Julian had only corrected the abuses without punishing the crimes of his predecessor's reign. "We are now delivered," says he in a familiar letter to one of his intimate friends. "We are now of the East, a second Solus 60, whose virtues consolated the esteem of Greek sophists and of Christian bishops. I do not mean to apply that epithet to my brother Constantus. He is no more, may the earth lie light on his head, but his artful and cruel favorites studied to deceive and exasperate a prince whose natural mildness cannot be praised without some efforts of adulation. It is not, however, my enemies. He fixed this extraordinary tribunal at Charleston, on the Asiatic side of the Bosphorus, and transferred to the commissioners an absolute power to pronounce and execute their final sentence, without delay and without appeal. The office of president was exercised by the venerable prefect. Intention, that even those men should be oppressed. They are accused, and they shall enjoy the benefit of a fair and impartial trial. To conduct this inquiry, Julian named 6 judges of the highest rank in the state and army, and as he wished to escape the reproach of condemning his personal clamours of faction 62, was assisted by the eloquent Mamertinus 61, one of the consuls elect, whose merit is loudly celebrated by the doubtful evidence of his own applause. But the civil wisdom of 2 magistrates was overbalanced by the ferocious violence of 4 generals, Nivitet, Agilo, Jovinus, and Arbitio, whom the public would have seen with less surprise at the bar than on the bench, was supposed to possess the secret of the commission. The armed and angry leaders of the Jovian and Herculean bands encompassed the tribunal, and the judges were alternately swayed by the laws of justice and by the Chamberlain Eusebius, who had so long punishment of the innocent and the guilty, abused the favor of Constantus, expiated by an ignominious death the insolence, the corruption, and cruelty of his servile reign. The executions of Paul and Epidemius, the former of whom was burnt alive, were accepted as an inadequate atonement by the widows and orphans of so many hundred Romans whom those legal tyrants had betrayed and murdered. But justice herself, if we may use the pathetic expression of Amminus 63, appeared to weep over the fate, refused to learn what place concealed the wretched fugitive from his. Of Ursulus, the treasurer of the empire, and his blood accused the ingratitude of Julian, whose distress had been seasonably relieved by the intrepid liberality of that honest minister. The rage of the soldiers whom he had provoked by his indiscretion was the cause and the excuse of his death, and the emperor, deeply wounded by his own reproaches and those of the public, offered some consolation to the family of Ursulus by the restitution of his confiscated fortunes, before the end of the year in which they had been adorned with the ensigns of the prefecture and consulship 64. Taurus N. to oppose the progress of a rebel had taken refuge in the court of his benefactor and his lawful sovereign. But the guilt of Florentus justified the severity of the judges, and his escape served to display the magnanimity of Julian, who nobly checked the interested diligence of an informer, and, Florentines were reduced to implore the clemency of the inexorable tribunal of Charleston. The former was banished to Vercellae in Italy, and a sentence of death was pronounced against the latter. A wise prince should have rewarded the crime of Taurus, the faithful minister, when he was no longer able. Principles of policy may deserve our approbation, was executed in a manner which seemed to degrade the majesty of the throne. Julian was tormented by the importunities of a multitude, particularly of Egyptians, who loudly redemanded the gifts which they had imprudently. Just Resentment 65. Some months after the tribunal of Charleston had been dissolved, the Praetorian vicegerent of Africa, the notary Gaudentius, and Artemis 66, Duke of Egypt, were executed at Antioch. Artemis had reigned the cruel and corrupt tyrant of a great province. Gaudentius had long, which they had supported the cause of Constantius. The rest of his servants were protected by a general act of oblivion, and they were left to enjoy with impunity the bribes which they had accepted, either to defend the oppressed or to oppress the friendless. This measure, which, on the soundest, practiced the arts of calumny against the innocent, the virtuous, and even the person of Julian himself, yet the circumstances of their trial and condemnation were so unskillfully managed that these wicked men obtained in the public opinion the glory of suffering for the obstinate loyalty with, or illegally bestowed. He foresaw the endless prosecution of vexatious suits, and he engaged a promise which ought always to have been sacred, that if they would repair to Charleston, he would meet them in person, to hear and determine their complaints. But as soon as they were landed, he issued an absolute order which prohibited the watermen from transporting any Egyptian to Constantinople, and thus detained his disappointed clients on the Adriatic shore, till their patience and money being utterly exhausted, they were obliged to return with indignant murmurs to their native country. 67. The numerous army of spies, of agents, and clemency of Julian, informers enlisted by Constantius to secure the repose of one man, and to interrupt that of millions, was immediately disbanded by his generous successor. Julian was slow in his suspicions and gentle in his punishments, and sallies of discontent, and the hero could despise the ambitious projects which surpassed the fortune or the abilities of the rash conspirators. A citizen of Insura had prepared for his own use. His contempt of treason was the result of judgment, of vanity, and of courage. Conscious of superior merit, he was persuaded that few among his subjects would dare to meet him in the field, to attempt his life, or even to seat themselves on his vacant throne. The philosopher could excuse the hasty, a purple garment, and this indiscreet action, which under the reign of Constantius would have been considered as a capital offense. 68. Was reported to Julian by the officious importunity of a private enemy. The monarch, after making some inquiry into the rank and character of his rival, dispatched, and they were conducted in chains to the presence of their injured sovereign, who, after a lively representation of the wickedness and folly of their enterprise instead of a death of torture, which they deserved and expected, pronounced a sentence of exile against the two principal offenders. The only instance in which Julian seemed to depart from his accustomed clemency was the execution of a rash youth who with a feeble hand had aspired to seize the reins of empire. But that youth was the son of Marcellus, the general of cavalry, who, in the first campaign of the the informer with a present of a pair of purple slippers to complete the magnificence of his imperial habit. A more dangerous conspiracy was formed by 10 of the domestic guards who had resolved to assassinate Julian in the field of exercise near untold. Their intemperance revealed their guilt. The wound which had been inflicted by the hand of Justice 69. Gallic War had deserted the standard of the Caesar and the Republic. Without appearing to indulge his personal resentment, Julian might easily confound the crime of the son and of the father, but he was reconciled by the distress of Marcellus, and the liberality of the emperor endeavored to heal. Julian was not insensible of the advantages of his love of freedom, and the Republic, Freedom 70. From his studies he had imbibed the spirit of ancient sages and heroes. His life and fortunes had depended on the caprice of a tyrant, and when he ascended the throne, his pride was empire. A motive of superstition prevented the execution of the design which Julian had frequently meditated of relieving his head from the weight of a costly diadem 72. Sometimes mortified by the reflection that the slaves who would not dare to censure his defects were not worthy to applaud his virtues 71. He sincerely abhorred the system of Oriental despotism, which Diocletian, Constantine, and the patient habits of fourscore years had established in them. But he absolutely refused the title of Dominus, or Lord. Ancient times or secretly blamed a conduct which, in their eyes, degraded the majesty of the Purple 74. He leaped from his throne, eagerly advanced to meet them, and compelled the blushing magistrates to receive the demonstrations of his affected humility. From the palace they proceeded to the Senate. The emperor, on foot, marched before their litters, and the gazing multitude admired the image of 73, a word which was grown so familiar to the ears of the Romans that they no longer remembered its servile and humiliating origin. The office, or rather the name of consul, was cherished by a prince who contemplated with reverence the ruins of the Republic, and the same behavior, which had been assumed by the prudence of Augustus, was adopted by Julian from choice and inclination. On the Kalends of A.D. 363, January at break of day, the new consuls, Martinus and Novita, hastened to the palace to salute the emperor. As soon as he was informed of their approach, despotic successors of Julian, accepting the title of senators, acknowledged themselves the members of a respectable body, but the behavior of Julian was uniformly supported. During the games of the circus, he had, imprudently or designedly, performed the manumission of a slave in the presence of the consul. The moment he was reminded that he had trespassed on the jurisdiction of another magistrate, he condemned, induced Julian to confer on the Senate of Constantinople the same honors, privileges, and authority which were still enjoyed by the Senate of Ancient Rome 76. A legal fiction was introduced and gradually established that one half of the National Council had migrated into the East, and himself to pay a fine of £10 of gold, and embraced this public occasion of declaring to the world that he was subject, like the rest of his fellow citizens, to the law 75, and even to the forms of the Republic. The spirit of his administration, and his regard for the place of his nativity, was permitted to represent the majesty of the Roman name. From Constantinople, the attention of the monarch was extended to the municipal senates of the provinces, he abolished by repeated edicts the unjust and pernicious exemptions which had withdrawn so many idle citizens from the service of compassion in the mind of Julian, which kindled into rapture when he recollected the gods, the heroes, and the men, superior to heroes and to gods, who had bequeathed to the latest posterity the monuments of their genius, or the example of their virtues. He relieved the distress and restored the beauty of the cities of Epirus and Peloponnesus. 78. Athens acknowledged him for her benefactor, Argos for her deliverer. The pride of Corinth, again rising from her ruins with the honors of a Roman, their country, and by imposing an equal distribution of public duties, he restored the strength, the splendor, or, according to the glowing expression of Libanius. 77, the soul of the expiring cities of his empire. The venerable age of Greece excited his care of the Grecian cities, the most tender. The defense of a city, which had been the royal seat of Agamemnon. 80, and had given to Macedonia a race of kings and conquerors. 81. Ancestors. The sacred office of perpetuating the Olympic, the Pythian, and the Nemean games claimed a just exemption. The immunity of Elis and Delphi was respected by the Corinthians, but the poverty of Argos tempted the insolence of oppression, and the feeble complaints of its deputies were. Colony exacted a tribute from the adjacent republics, for the purpose of defraying the games of the Isthmus, which were celebrated in the amphitheater with the hunting of bears and panthers. From this tribute the cities of Elis, of Delphi, and of Argos, which had inherited from their remote, silenced by the decree of a provincial magistrate who seems to have consulted only the interest of the capital in which he resided. 7 years after this sentence, Julian 79 allowed the cause to be referred to a superior tribunal, and his eloquence was interposed, most probably with success, in modern sovereigns of Europe. The arts of persuasion, so diligently cultivated by the first Caesars, were neglected by the military ignorance and Asiatic pride of their successors, and if they condescended to harangue the soldiers whom they feared, they treated with silent disdain the senators whom they despised. The assemblies of the Senate, which Constantius had avoided, were considered by Julian as the place where he could exhibit, with the most propriety, the maxims of a republican. The laborious administration of military and civil affairs, which were multiplied in proportion to the extent of the empire, exercised the abilities Julian, an orator and a judge of Julian. But he frequently assumed the two characters of orator. 82, and of judge. 83, which are almost unknown to the Julian, were almost always founded on. But his knowledge of his own temper prompted him to encourage, and even to solicit, the reproof of his friends and ministers, and whenever they ventured to oppose the irregular sallies of his passions, the spectators could observe the shame as well as the gratitude of their monarch. The decrees of sense of the laws, he sometimes forgot the gravity of his station, asked indiscreet or unseasonable questions, and betrayed, by the loudness of his voice and the agitation of his body, the earnest vehemence with which he maintained his opinion against the judges, the advocates, and their clients, whose words descended like the flakes of a winter's snow, or the pathetic and forcible eloquence of Ulysses. The functions of a judge, which are sometimes incompatible with those of a prince, were exercised by Julian, not only as a duty, but as an amusement, and although he might have trusted the integrity and discernment of his praetorian prefects, he often placed himself by their side on the seat of judgment. The acute penetration of his mind was agreeably occupied in detecting and defeating the chicanery of the advocates who labored to disguise the truth of facts and to pervert them, and the talents of a rhetorician. He alternately practiced, as in a school of declamation, the several modes of praise, of censure, of exhortation, and his friend Libanius has remarked that the study of Homer taught him to imitate the simple, concise style of Menelaus, the copiousness of Nestor, interpretation of those laws which the magistrates were bound to execute, and the subjects to obey. Wished to relieve were condemned to satisfy the just demands of a noble and wealthy adversary. He carefully distinguished the judge from the legislator. AD 4. And though he meditated a necessary reformation of the Roman jurisprudence, he pronounced sentence according to the strict and literal, the principles of justice, and he had the firmness to resist the two most dangerous temptations, which assault the tribunal of a sovereign, under the specious forms of compassion and equity. He decided the merits of the cause without weighing the circumstances of the parties and the poor, whom he, the generality of princes, if they were stripped his character of their purple and cast naked into the world, would immediately sink to the lowest rank of society, without a hope of emerging from their obscurity. But the personal merit of Julian was in some measure independent of his fortune. Whatever had been his choice of life, by the force of intrepid courage, lively wit, and intense application, he would have obtained, or at least, he would have deserved, the highest honors of his profession, and Julian might have raised himself to the rank of minister or general of the state in which he was born a private citizen, if the jealous caprice of power had disappointed his expectations, if he had prudently declined the paths of greatness. The employment of the same talents in studious solitude would have placed beyond the reach of kings his present happiness and his immortal fame. When we inspect, with minute or perhaps malevolent attention, the portrait of Julian, something seems wanting to the grace and perfection of prosperity with moderation. After an interval of 120 years from the death of Alexander Severus, the Romans beheld an emperor who made no distinction between his duties and his pleasures, who labored to relieve the distress and to revive the spirit of his subjects, and who endeavored always to connect authority with merit and happiness with virtue. Even faction, and religious faction, was constrained to acknowledge the superiority of his genius in peace as well as in war, and to confess, with a sigh, that the apostate Julian was the whole figure. His genius was less powerful and sublime than that of Caesar, nor did he possess the consummate prudence of Augustus. The virtues of Trajan appear more steady and natural, and the philosophy of Marcus is more simple and consistent. Yet Julian sustained adversity with firmness, an lover of his country, and that he deserved the empire of the world. 85. Note zone. Omski plus Poterant and Palative, Adolendi professors jam docet, rect consulta, prosperica completa vertibant in duridiculum, talius sign modus stupendus insuls, in odium venit cum victoris suis, capella non homo viuti hercitum Julianum carpentis, appellantis loquasim. Aminus xvi, 11, 2, Amen. 12. The Orator Themistus p. 56, 57. believed whatever was contained in the imperial letters which were addressed to the Senate of Constantinople. Aurelius Victor, who published his abridgment in the last year of Constantius, ascribes the German victories, 100 pounds weight, sea veils, to them in 4-7, -1-4. Instead of allowing us sufficient space for a march of 3,000 miles, would render the orders of Constantius as extravagant as they were unjust. The troops of Gaul could not have reached Syria till the end of autumn. The memory of Hominus must have been inaccurate, and his language incorrect. 5. Hominus 1. The valor of Lupicinus and his military skill are acknowledged by the historian who, in his affected language, accuses the general of exalting the horns of his pride, bellowing in a tragic tone, and exciting a doubt whether he was more cruel or to the wisdom of the emperor and the fortune of the Caesar. Yet the historian, soon afterwards, was indebted to the favor or esteem of Julian for the honor of a brass statue, and the important offices of consular of the second Pannonia, and prefect of the city. Amen. 10-3. Collado. Avaricious, the danger from the Scots and Picts was so serious that Julian himself had some thoughts of passing over into the island. 6. He granted them the permission of the cursus clavillaris or clavillaris. These post wagons are often mentioned in the code, and were supposed to carry 15 tulpam et purpuratum simium et literarum grecum et his congruenta plurima atque vernacula principi resonantis. Odor haec telic gestintit virtuts aegis obrua verbis impudentibus conabantur, uti segnum incessentis et timidum et umbretulum, gestic secus verbis cumpturibus exornantum. Most probably the palace of the baths Thermum, of which a solid and lofty hall still subsists in the Rue de la Harpe. The buildings covered a considerable space of the modern quarter of the university, and the gardens under the Merovingian kings communicated with the abbey of St. Germain des Prés. By the injuries of time and the Normans, this ancient palace was reduced in the 12th century to a maze of ruins whose dark recesses were the scene of licentious love. Nocendi artificio accusatorium diritatum laudum titulus paragebent. Have voces furunt ad inslamenda odia probris omnibus potentiores, si me merten, in action graiturum invet, paniger, sheet 5-6-4. The minute interval, which may be interposed between the bime adult and the primuvere of explicat olus sinus montempo amplectitur alis. Multiplice late vacillum tertia roborum. Parantes se pudores. Salatra nefas, venerisque commoda furtis. Theological disputes of the Sorbonne, which have been since agitated on the same ground. Bonamy, Mem. de l'Académie, Tom. p. 678-682. These lines are quoted from the Architroness L.F. c. 8. A poetical work of John de Hauteville or Hanville, a monk of St. Albans about the year 1190. See Wharton's History of English Poetry, Vol. I. Desert. I. Yet such thefts might be less pernicious to mankind than the 8. Even in this tumultuous moment, Julian attended to the forms of superstitious ceremony and obstinately refused the inauspicious use of a female necklace. or a horse collar, which the impatient soldiers would have employed in the room of a diadem. 9. An equal proportion of gold. Ecclesiastical historians. 11. Eutropis, a respectable witness, uses a doubtful expression, consensu militum x. 15. Gregory Nazianzen, whose ignorance might excuse his fanaticism, directly charges the apostate with presumption, madness, and impious rebellion in non-Latin alphabet. Ored. Wife, and rewarding her physician with his mother's jewels. See the 7th of 17 new orations, published at Venice 1754, from a Ms. Inst. Mark's Library, p. 170-927. Elpidus, the Praetorian prefect of the East, to whose evidence the accuser of Julian appeals, is reigned by Libanius. Nebridius applauds the soldiers and almost censures the humanity of Julian Orat. Parent. C. 53. p. 278. 27. Amian. Xi. 8. In this promotion, Julian obeyed the law which he publicly imposed on himself. Nec civilis quisquam judex nec militaris rector, ilia quidem praetor meritus suffragent. Cities. See Hume's Essays, Tom. I. p. 426, 427. 18. Julian Epist. Xv. p. 414, gives a short description of Byzantia, or Byzanon, a rocky peninsula almost encircled by the river Doubs, once a magnificent city, filled with temples, now reduced to a small town, emerging however from its public and secret negotiations between Constantius and Julian, must be extracted with some caution from Julian himself or ad s. p. q. then. p. 286. Libanius Orat. Parent. c. 51. p. 276. Aminus x. 9. Zosimus L. I. p. 154. And even Zonoras Tom. A. L. Psi. p. 20, 21, 22. So eagerly the fiend, o'er a bog or steep, through straight, rough, dense, or rare, with head, hands, wings, or feet, pursues his way, and swims, or sinks, or wades, or creeps, or flies. 31. In that interval the Notaja places 2 or 3 fleets, the Laricensis at Laricum or Lorc, the Arlipensis, the Maginensis, and mentions 5 legions or cohorts of Libernare who should be a sort of marines, sect. Lovie. Edit. Lab. 32. Zosimus alone. L. I. P. Manifestos to be found in any language. 38. Julian ad s. p. q. then. p. 286. Positively asserts that he intercepted the letters of Constantius to the barbarians, and Libanius as positively affirms that he read them on his march to the troops and the cities. Yet Aminus, Xi. 4. expresses himself with cool and candid hesitation. C. Cyropadia with a similar reflection. 48. Which might be supported by collateral evidence, ascertains the precise situation of the Angustia Succorum or passes of Succet. M. Denville from the trifling resemblance of names has placed them between Sardica and Naissus. For my own justification, I am obliged to mention the only error which I substance was probably the same, though the address was properly varied. The epistle to the Athenians is still extant, p. 268-287, and has afforded much valuable information. It deserves the praises of the Abbé de l'Obliterie. Pref. L'Histoire de Jovian, p. 24-25, and is one of the best. Famous solius admittende est fies. He specifies, however, an intercepted letter from Vladimir to Constantius, which supposes an intimate correspondence between them. Caesar tus disciplinam non habet. 37. Zosimus mentions his epistles to the Athenians, the Corinthians, and the Lacedaemonians. The 156 has specified this interesting circumstance. Mamertinus in Panegyr, that she 6, 7, 8, who accompanied Julian as Count of the Sacred Largesses, describes this voyage in a florid and picturesque manner, challenges Tryptolemus and the Argonauts of Greece. C. 33. The description of Amynus. Octore tu reverentem rogamus. Amen. 10. It is amusing enough to observe the secret conflicts of the Senate between flattery and fear. See Tacit, Hist. I. 85. 39. Tanquam venatisium predem caperet hoc inem ad leniendum suor metum sibind predicabat. Amen. Have discovered in the maps or writings of that admirable geographer. 34. Whatever circumstances we may borrow elsewhere, Amynus 8, 9, 10, still supplies the series of the narrative. 35. Amen. 9, 10. Libanius, Orat, Parent, c. 54, p. 279, 280. Zosimus, L. A. p. 156, 157, 36. 7. 40. See the speech and preparations in Amynus. 13. The vile Theodotus afterwards implored and obtained his pardon from the merciful conqueror, who signified his wish of diminishing his enemies and increasing the number of his friends. 14. 41. Amen. 7. 11. 12. He seems to might dictate in the last moments of his life. 43. In describing the triumph of Julian, Amynus 1, 2 assumes the lofty tone of an orator or poet, while Libanius Orat, Parent, c. 56, p. 281, sinks to the grave simplicity of an historian. 44. The funeral of Constantius is described by different eyes, both the dead and the living emperor. 45. The day and year of the birth of Julian are not perfectly ascertained. The day is probably the 6th of November, and the year must be either 331 or 332. Tillement Hist. Dis Imperis Tom. Ev. p. 693. Ducange Fam. Byzantine. p. 50. I have preferred the earlier date. 46. Julian himself, p. 253-267, has expressed these philosophical ideas with much eloquence and some affectation in a very elaborate epistle to the Mystics. The Abbé de l'Obliterie, Tom. I. p. 146-193. who has given an elegant translation, is inclined to believe. Candor and ingenuity. 51. In non-Latin alphabet, Aristotle, P. Julian, p. 261. The myth of Vossas, unsatisfied with a single beast, affords the stronger reading of the non-Latin alphabet, which the experience of despotism may warrant. 49. Libanius Ora, Parentalis, c. Luxiv, p. 310, 311. Partial silence of the Christians. Yet Julian ironically urges the reproach of the people of Antioch that he almost always in non-Latin alphabet in Misopogon. p. 345. Lay alone. This suspicious expression is explained by the Abbé de l'Oblitary Hist. de Jovian, Tom. I. p. 103 and 109, with 312, has given this interesting detail of the private life of Julian. He himself, in Misopogon, p. 350, mentions his vegetable diet and upbraids the gross and sensual appetite of the people of Antioch. 50. Lectulus. Vestilium Taurus Purer is the praise which Mamertinus Panegyr, vet. She. 13. Addresses to Julian himself. Libanius affirms in sober peremptory language that Julian never knew a woman before his marriage or after the death of his wife Auret. Parent. C. Luxvae. p. 313. The chastity of Julian is confirmed by the impartial testimony of Amminus 4, and the C. Samisus ad Sutan in Claude C. A 25th race or missus was added to complete the number of 100 chariots, 4 of which the 4 colors started each heat. Centum quadragibus agitabo ad flumina caras. It appears that they ran 5 or 7 times round the Meta Sutan in Domitian, c. 4, and from the measure of the Circus Maximus at Rome, the Hippodrome at Constantinople, c. It might be about a 4-mile course. 52. Julian, in Misopogon, p. 340. Julius Caesar had offended the Roman people by reading his dispatches during the actual race. Augustus indulged their taste, or his own, by his constant attention to the important business of the circus, for which he professed the warmest Tonsorum axere. Sonorus uses the less natural image of a senator, yet an officer of the finances who was satiated with wealth might desire and obtain the honors of the Senate. 55. Inclination. Sutan, in August, c. 53. The reformation of the palace is described by Amminus 4. Libanius Auret, Parent, c. Luxe, p. 288, c. Mamertinus in Panegyr, vet. She. 11. Socrates, L. IA, c. 1. And Sonorus Tom, I. L. Tie, p. 24. 54. Ego non rationalum jussus sit. In non-Latin alphabet are the original words of Libanius, which I have faithfully quoted, lest I should be suspected of magnifying the abuses of the royal household. 56. The expressions of Mamertinus are lively and forcible. Quin etiam prenderum et canerum laboratus. 2. Solusts, the prefect of Gaul and the prefect of the East, must be carefully distinguished. Hist. Des Emperors Tom. P 696. I have used the surname of Secundus as a convenient epithet. The second solist extorted the esteem of the Tristians themselves, and Gregory Nationson, who, Polyclet, p. 117-127, Libanius contents himself with a cold but positive denial of the fact, which seems indeed to belong more properly to Constantius. This charge, however, may allude to some unknown circumstance. 58. In the Misopogon, p. 338-339, he draws a very singular picture of himself. Personal satire was condemned by the laws of the 12 Tables. 69. The clemency of Julian and the conspiracy which was formed against his life at Antioch are described by Amminus Exit 9:10, and Vales, Adlock, and Libanius Orat, Parent, c. 99, p. 323. 70. According to some, says Aristotle, as he is quoted by Julian at the Mist, p. Proud appellations of despot or dominus, they are still extant on his medals Ducange Fam, Byzantine, p. 38-39, and the private displeasure which he affected to express only gave a different tone to the servility of the court. The Abdilobligatory Hist. de Jovian, Tom. I. p. 99-102, has 261. The form of absolute government, that in non-Latin alphabet is contrary to nature. Both the prince and the philosopher choose, however, to involve this eternal truth in artful and labored obscurity. 71. That sentiment is expressed almost in the words of Julian himself. Amen. Xe. 10. 72. Libanius Orat, Parent, c. 95, p. 320, who mentions the wish and design of Julian, insinuates in mysterious language in non-Latin alphabet that the emperor was restrained by some particular revelation. 73. Julian in Misopogon, p. 343, as he never abolished by any public law the curiously traced the origin and progress of the word dominus under the imperial government. 74. Amen. Xe. 7. The consul Mamertinus in Panedir, vet. sheet 28, 29, 30, celebrates the auspicious day like an eloquent slave astonished and intoxicated by the condescension of his master. 75. Si male condiderat in quem quis carmina jus est, judiciamque. Julian in Misopogon, p. 337, owns himself subject to the law, and the Abdilobligatory Hist. de Jovian, Tom. I. p. 92, has eagerly embraced a declaration so agreeable to his own system, and indeed to the true spirit of the imperial constitution. 76. Zosimus L. I. p. 158, 77. In non-Latin alphabet, C. Libanius Orat, Parent, c. 71, p. 296, Amminus Xe 9, and the Theodosian Code L. Xi. Tit. I. Lec 5055, with Godefroy's commentary Tom. F. p. 390-402. Yet the whole subject of the Curia, notwithstanding very ample materials still, elaborate, but less pure than his Greek, 85. At least the duties of the judge Gregory Najanson were at p. 120, who suppresses the virtues and exaggerates even the venial faults of the apostate, triumphantly asks whether such a judge was fit to be seated between Minos and Rhadamanthus in the Elysian fields. 84. Of the laws which remains the most obscure in the legal history of the empire. 78. Quo Polo anti arida et citae unhalantia vispenter, e non proloi, mundere, mater, fora, dambulacra, gymnasia, latis et godentibus populus frequentare, dies festas et celebrare veters et novas in honorum principis consecrare. Me Merton, she 9. He particularly restored the city of Nicopolis and the Actic Games which had been instituted by Augustus. 79. Julian, Epist. p. 407-411. This epistle, which illustrates the declining age of Greece, is omitted by the Abdilablatary and strangely disfigured by the Macedonian kings were obscure and unpopular in Greece. When the Achaean League declared against Philip, it was thought decent that the deputies of Argos should retire. Liv. 22. 82. His eloquence is celebrated by Libanius Horad, parent. c. 75, 76. p. 300-301, who distinctly mentions Julian enacted in a reign of 16 months. 54 have been admitted into the codes of Theodosius and Justinian. Gothofford, Tron, Legum, p. 64-67. The Abdilablatary, Tom, I. p. 329-336, has chosen one of these laws to give an idea of Julian's Latin style, which is forcible and Docta fortissimus omis, condito et legum celeberimus or manqua, consulta patriae, sed non consulta habende, religionis amens tosint miliadim, perfidus il Dio, sed non et perfidus orbi. Prudent, apotheosis. 450 c. The consciousness of a generous sentiment seems to have raised each Tristan poet above his usual mediocrity. Chap. Xiv. Residence of Julian at Antioch. His successful expedition against the Persians, passage of the Tigris, the retreat and death of Julian, election of Jovian. He saves the Roman army by a disgraceful treaty. Olympus, who had adopted him as a worthy associate, and for the Roman princes who had reigned over his martial people and the vanquished nations of the earth. The immortals were placed in just order on their thrones of state, and the table of the Caesars was spread below the moon. The philosophical fable which Julian composed under the name of the Caesars is one of the most agreeable and instructive productions. The Caesars of Julian, of ancient wit too. During the freedom and equality of the days of the Saturnalia, Romulus prepared a feast for the deities of springs of action. The superiority of the imperial stoke appeared still. In the upper region of the air, the tyrants who would have disgraced the society of gods and men were thrown headlong by the inexorable Nemesis into the Tartarian abyss. The rest of the Caesars successively advanced to their seats, and as they passed, the vices, the defects, the blemishes of their respective characters were maliciously noticed by old Silenus. a laughing moralist who disguised the wisdom of a philosopher under the mask of a bacchannal 3. As soon as the feast was ended, the voice of Mercury proclaimed the will of Jupiter that a celestial crown should be the reward of the candidates was allowed to display the merit of his own exploits, but in the judgment of the gods, the modest silence of Marcus pleaded more powerfully than the elaborate orations of his haughty rivals. When the judges of this awful contest proceeded to examine the heart and to scrutinize the superior merit, Julius Caesar, Augustus, Trajan, and Marcus Antoninus were selected as the most illustrious candidates. The effeminate Constantine IV was not excluded from this honorable competition, and the great Alexander was invited to dispute the prize of glory with the Roman heroes. Each of his predecessors subscribes in every line the censure or approbation of his own conduct. More decisive and conspicuous 5. Alexander and Caesar, Augustus, Trajan, and Constantine acknowledged with a blush that fame or power or pleasure had been the important object of their labors, but the gods themselves beheld, with reverence and love, a virtuous mortal who had practiced on the throne the lessons of philosophy, and who, in a state of human imperfection, had aspired to imitate the moral attributes of the deity. The value of this agreeable composition, the Caesars of Julian, is enhanced by the rank of the author, a prince who delineates with freedom the vices and virtues of the ambassadors of applause of the multitude. In the season of life when the powers of the mind and body enjoy the most active vigor, the emperor, who was instructed by the experience and animated by the success of the German war, resolved to signalize his reign by some more splendid and memorable achievement. In the cool moments of reflection, Julian preferred he resolves to march against the Persians, A.D. 362, the useful and benevolent virtues of Antoninus, but his ambitious spirit was inflamed by the glory of Alexander, and he solicited with equal ardor the esteem of the wise and the worthy of his arms, and he resolved, by the final conquest of Persia, to chastise the haughty nation which had so long barbarians of the Danube would be restrained from any future violation of the faith of treaties by the terror of his name and the additional fortifications with which he strengthened the Thracian and Illyrian frontiers. The successor of Cyrus and Artaxerxes was the only rival whom he deemed. The East, from the continent of India and the Isle of Ceylon 6, had respectfully saluted the Roman Purple 7. The nations of the West esteemed and dreaded the personal virtues of Julian, both in peace and war. He despised the trophies of a Gothic victory 8, and was satisfied that the rapacious, allowing the salutary interval of winter quarters to restore the exhausted strength. 8 months after the death of his predecessor, his ardent desire to march into the heart of Persia was checked by the indispensable duty of regulating the state of the empire, by his zeal to revive the worship of the gods, and by the advice of his wisest friends, who represented the necessity of. Astonished by the firmness of Julian, who sternly declared that he would never consent to hold a peaceful conference among the flames and ruins of the cities of Mesopotamia, and who added with a smile of contempt that it was needless to treat by ambassadors as he himself had determined to visit, resisted and insulted the majesty of Rome. 9. As soon as the Persian monarch was informed that the throne of Constantius was filled by a prince of a very different character, he condescended to make some artful, or perhaps sincere, overtures towards a negotiation of peace. But the pride of Sapor was speedily the court of Persia. The impatience of the emperor urged the diligence of the military preparations. The generals were named, a formidable army was destined for this important service, and Julian, marching from Constantinople through the provinces of Asia Minor, arrived at Antioch about their sovereign 10 of the legions of Gaul and the discipline and spirit of the eastern troops. Julian was persuaded to fix, till the ensuing spring, his residence. Julian proceeds from Constantinople to Antioch, August, at Antioch, among a people maliciously disposed to deride the haste and to censure the delays of the taste, or rather passion, of the Syrians. The most skillful artists were procured. If Julian had flattered himself that his personal connection with the capital of the East, licentious manners of the people of Antioch, would be productive of mutual satisfaction to the prince and people, he made a very false estimate of his own character and of the manners of Antioch. Furniture was the only distinction of the citizens of Antioch. The arts of luxury were honored. The serious and manly virtues were the subject of ridicule, and the contempt for female modesty and reverent age announced the universal corruption of the capital of the East. The love of spectacles was 11. The warmth of the climate disposed the natives to the most intemperate enjoyment of tranquility and opulence, and the lively licentiousness of the Greeks was blended with the hereditary softness of the Syrians. Fashion was the only law, pleasure the only pursuit, and the splendor of dress. And from the adjacent cities 12, a considerable share of the revenue was devoted to the public amusements, and the magnificence of the games of the theater and circus was considered as the happiness and as the glory of Antioch. The rustic manners of a prince who disdained such glory, and was ancestors 13. They contented themselves with disobeying the moral precepts, but they were scrupulously attached to the speculative doctrines of their religion. The Church of Antioch was distracted by heresy and schism, but the Arians and the Athanasians, insensible of such happiness, soon disgusted the delicacy of his subjects, and the effeminate Orientals could neither imitate nor admire the severe simplicity which Julian always maintained and sometimes affected. The days of festivity, consecrated by ancient custom to the honor of the gods, were the only occasions in which Julian relaxed his philosophic severity, and those festivals were the only days in which the Syrians of Antioch could reject the allurements of pleasure. The majority of the people supported the glory of the Christian name, which had been first invented by their followers of Meletus, and those of Paulinus 14 were actuated by the same pious hatred of their common adversary. Subjects complained with superstitious indignation that famine had pursued the emperor's steps from Constantinople to Antioch, and the discontent of a hungry people was exasperated by the injudicious attempt to relieve their distress. The inclemency, scarcity of corn, and public discontent of the season had affected the harvests of Syria, and the price of bread 15 in the markets of Antioch had naturally risen in proportion to the scarcity of corn. But the fair and reasonable proportion was soon violated by the rapacious. The strongest prejudice was entertained against the character of an apostate, the enemy and successor. Their aversion to Julian of a prince who had engaged the affections of a very numerous sect, and the removal of Babylas excited an implacable opposition to the person of Julian, his withheld from arts of monopoly. In this unequal contest in which the produce of the land is claimed by one party as his exclusive property, is used by another as a lucrative object of trade, and is required by a third for the daily and necessary support of life, all the profits of the intermediate agents are price of poultry and fish. Julian publicly declared that a frugal city ought to be satisfied with a regular supply of wine, oil, and bread, but he acknowledged that it was the duty of a sovereign to provide for the subsistence of his people. With this salutary view, the emperor ventured on a very dangerous and doubtful step of fixing by legal authority the value of corn. He enacted that in a time of scarcity it should be sold at a price which had seldom been known in the most plentiful years, and that his own example might strengthen his laws. He sent into the market 400 and accumulated on the head of the defenseless consumers. The hardships of their situation were exaggerated and increased by their own impatience and anxiety, and the apprehension of a scarcity gradually produced the appearances of a famine. When the luxurious citizens of Antioch complained of the high 22,000 modai, or measures which were drawn by his order from the granaries of Hierapolis, of Chalcis, and even of Egypt, the consequences might have been foreseen, and were soon felt. The imperial wheat was purchased by the rich merchants, the proprietors of land, or of corn. The wit and levity of the Syrian Greeks. The city, the accustomed supply, and the small quantities that appeared in the market were secretly sold at an advanced and illegal price. Julian still continued to applaud his own policy, treated the complaints of the people as a vain and ungrateful murmur, and convinced Antioch that he had contributed to the calamities of their country, and he imputed the disrespectful boldness which they assumed to the sense, not of public duty, but of private interest. The whole body, consisting of 200 of the most noble and wealthy citizens, were sent under a guard from the palace to the inherited the obstinacy, though not the cruelty, of his brother Gallus 16. The remonstrances of the municipal senate served only to exasperate his inflexible mind. He was persuaded, perhaps with truth, that the senators of Antioch who possessed lands or were concerned in trade had themselves prison, and though they were permitted, before the close of evening, to return to their respective houses 17, the emperor himself could not obtain the forgiveness which he had so easily granted. The same grievances were still the subject of the same complaints, which were industriously circulated by multitude. 18. The disciple of Socrates was too deeply affected by these popular insults, but the monarch, endowed with quick sensibility and possessed of absolute power, refused his passions the gratification of revenge. A tyrant might have proscribed, without distinction, the lives and fortunes of inoffensive mode of retaliation, which it would. Julian would have applauded an act of justice which asserted the dignity of the supreme magistrate of the Republic. 19. But instead of abusing or exerting the authority of the state to revenge his personal injuries, Julian contented himself with Julian composes a satire against Antioch, and, during the licentious days of the Saturnalia, the streets of the city resounded with insolent songs which derided the laws, the religion, the personal conduct, and even the beard of the emperor, and the spirit of embark was manifested by the connivance of the magistrates and the applause of the citizens of embark, and the unwarlike Syrians must have patiently submitted to the lust, the rapaciousness, and the cruelty of the faithful legions of Gaul. A milder sentence might have deprived the capital of the East of its honors and privileges, and the courtiers, perhaps the subjects, of be in the power of few princes to employ. He had been insulted by satires and libels. In his turn he composed, under the title of the enemy of the beard, an ironical confession of his own faults and a severe satire of the licentious and effeminate manners of embark. This imperial reply was the nomination of a governor 22 worthy only of such subjects, and the emperor, forever renouncing the ungrateful city, proclaimed his resolution to pass the ensuing winter at Tarsus in Cilicia 23, publicly exposed before the gates of the palace, and the Misopogon 20 still remains a singular monument of the resentment, the wit, the humanity, and the indiscretion of Julian. Though he affected to laugh, he could not forgive 21. His contempt was expressed, and his revenge might be gratified by. Yet embark possessed one citizen whose genius and virtues might atone, in the opinion of Julian, for the vice and folly of his country, the sophist Libanius. The sophist Libanius was born in the capital of the East. He publicly professed the arts of d. 314–390 c. rhetoric and declamation. Inflamed, he secretly procured the writings of this dangerous sophist and gradually surpassed in the perfect imitation of his style the most laborious of his domestic pupils. 24. When Julian ascended the throne, he declared his impatience to embrace and reward the Syrian sophist who had preserved in a degenerate age the Grecian purity of taste, of manners, and of religion. The emperor's prepossession was increased and justified by the discreet pride of his favorite. Instead of pressing with the foremost of the crowd into from one city to another, confirmed the favorable opinion which Libanius ostentatiously displayed of his superior merit. The preceptors of Julian had extorted a rash but solemn assurance that he would never attend the lectures of their adversary. The curiosity of the royal youth was checked, and Nice, Nicomedia, Constantinople, Athens, and, during the remainder of his life, at Antioch, his school was assiduously frequented by the Grecian youth, his disciples, who sometimes exceeded the number of 80, celebrated their incomparable master, and the jealousy of his rivals who persecuted him. Sophist of Antioch sometimes descended from this imaginary elevation. He entertained a various and elaborate. The palace of Constantinople. Libanius calmly expected his arrival at Antioch, withdrew from court on the first symptoms of coldness and indifference, required a formal invitation for each visit, and taught his sovereign an important lesson, that he might command the obedience of a subject, but that Libanius still exist for the most part. They are the vain and idle compositions of an orator who cultivated the science of words, the productions of a recluse student whose mind, regardless of his contemporaries, was incessantly fixed on the Trojan War and the Athenian Commonwealth. Yet the acclamations of a venal court who adored the imperial purple, but he was deeply flattered by the praise, the admonition, the freedom, and the envy of an independent philosopher who refused his favors, loved his person, celebrated his fame, and protected his memory. The voluminous writings of he must deserve the attachment of a friend. the sophists of every age, despising or affecting to despise the accidental distinctions of birth and fortune. 25. Reserve their esteem for the superior qualities of the mind with which they themselves are so plentifully endowed. Julian might disdain the inspire Libanius with any lively hopes of celestial glory and happiness. 28. Correspondence 26. He praised the virtues of his own times. He boldly reigned the abuses of public and private life, and he eloquently pleaded the cause of Antioch against the just resentment of Julian and Theodosius. It is the common calamity of old age. 27. To lose whatever might have rendered it desirable, but Libanius experienced the peculiar misfortune of surviving the religion and the sciences to which he had consecrated his genius. The friend of Julian was an indignant spectator of the triumph of Christianity, and his bigotry, which darkened the prospect of the visible world, did not. The martial impatience of Julian urged him. March of Julian to the Euphrates, d. 363. March 5. To take the field in the beginning of the spring, and he dismissed with contempt and reproach the Senate of Antioch, who accompanied the emperor beyond the limits of their own territory, to which he was resolved never to return. After a laborious march of 2 days. 29, he halted on the 3rd at Berea or Aleppo, where he had the mortification of finding a senate almost entirely Christian, who received with cold and formal. Turning towards the afflicted youth, "Since you have lost a father," said he, "for my sake, it is incumbent on me to supply his place." 30. The emperor was received in a manner much more agreeable to his wishes at Batna, a small town pleasantly seated. Imperial table. Julian, placing himself between them, attempted without success to inculcate the lesson and example of toleration, supported with affected calmness the indiscreet zeal of the aged Christian, who seemed to forget the sentiments of nature and the duty of a subject, and at length, demonstrations of respect, the eloquent sermon of the apostle of paganism, the son of one of the most illustrious citizens of Berea, who had embraced, either from interest or conscience, the religion of the emperor, was disinherited by his angry parent. The father and the son were invited in a grove of cypresses about 20 miles from the city of Hierapolis. The solemn rites of sacrifice were decently prepared by the inhabitants of Batna, who seemed attached to the worship of their tutelar deities Apollo and Jupiter, but the serious piety of Julian was offended by the tumult of event, rendered him still more attentive to observe and register the most trifling presages, from which, according to the rules of divination, any knowledge of futurity could be. Princes lodged at his house in their passage through Hierapolis, in the hurry of military preparation, and the careless confidence of a familiar correspondence. The zeal of Julian appears to have been lively and uniform. He had now undertaken an important and difficult war, and the anxiety of which afforded a liberal maintenance to more than 300 priests, might hasten its downfall. Yet Julian enjoyed the satisfaction of embracing a philosopher and a friend whose religious firmness had withstood the pressing and repeated solicitations of Constantius and Gallus as often as those. Their applause, and he too clearly discerned that the smoke which rose from their altars was the incense of flattery rather than of devotion. The ancient and magnificent temple which had sanctified for so many ages the city of Hierapolis 31 no longer subsisted, and the consecrated wealth derived 32 he informed Libanius of his progress as far as Hierapolis by an elegant epistle 33, which displays the facility of his genius and his tender friendship for the sophist of Antioch. Hierapolis, situate almost on the banks of his design of invading Persia, Euphrates 34, had been appointed for the general rendezvous of the Roman troops, who immediately passed the great river on a bridge of boats, which was previously constructed 35. If the inclinations of Julian, very ancient city of Mesopotamia at the distance of 80 miles from Hierapolis, the Temple of the Moon attracted the devotion of Julian, but the halt of a few days was principally employed in completing. Had been similar to those of his predecessor, he might have wasted the active and important season of the year in the circus of Samosata or in the churches of Edessa. But as the warlike emperor, instead of Constantius, had chosen Alexander for his model, he advanced without delay to Kara 36. The immense preparations of the Persian War. The secret of the expedition had hitherto remained in his own breast, but as Kara is the point of separation of the two great roads, he could no longer conceal whether it was his design to attack the dominions of Cypre on the side of the Tigris, or without exposing the safety of his own dominions, might detach an army of 4,000 horse and 20,000 foot to the assistance of the Romans 37. But the feeble Arsaces Tyrannus 38. They attempted the passage of the Tigris. Their subsequent operations were left to the discretion of the generals, but Julian expected that after wasting with fire and sword the fertile districts of Media and Aideben, they might arrive under the walls of Ctesiphon about the same time, that he himself, advancing with equal steps along the banks of the Euphrates, should besiege the capital of the Persian monarchy. The success of this well-concerted plan depended, in disaffection of the king of Armenia, a great measure on the powerful and ready assistance of the king of Armenia, who, that of the Euphrates, the emperor detached an army of 30,000 men under the command of his kinsman Procopius and of Sebastian, who had been Duke of Egypt. They were ordered to direct their march towards Nisibis and to secure the frontier from the desultory incursions of the enemy, before King of Armenia had degenerated still more shamefully than his father Chosroes from the manly virtues of the great Tiridates, and as the pusillanimous monarch was averse to any enterprise of danger and glory, he could disguise his timid indolence by the more decent excuses of religion and indiscretion of Julian, who treated the king of Armenia as his slave and as the enemy of the gods. The haughty and threatening style of the imperial mandates 40 awakened the secret indignation. Gratitude. He expressed a pious attachment to the memory of Constantius, from whose hands he had received in marriage Olympias, the daughter of the prefect Ablavius, and the alliance of a female who had been educated as the destined wife of the Emperor Constans exalted the dignity of a barbarian. King 39, Tyrannus professed the Christian religion. He reigned over a nation of Christians, and he was restrained by every principle of conscience and interest from contributing to the victory which would consummate the ruin of the church. The alienated mind of Tyrannus was exasperated by the of a prince who, in the humiliating state of dependence, was still conscious of his royal descent from the Arsacides, the lords of the East, and the rivals of the Roman power. Transported from another climate and almost from another world, to invade a distant country of whose name and situation they were The military dispositions of Julian were skillfully military preparations, contrived to deceive the spies and to divert the attention of Sibur. The legions appeared to direct their march towards Nisibis and the Tigris. On a sudden they wheeled to the right, traversed the level and naked plain of Caru, and reached on the third day the banks of the Euphrates, where the strong town of Nicephorium or Colonicum had been founded by the Macedonian kings. From thence the emperor pursued his march above 90 miles along the winding stream of the Euphrates, till at length about 1 month after his departure from Antioch he discovered the towers of Circesium, the extreme limit of the Roman dominions. The army of Julian, the most numerous that any of the Caesars had ever led against Persia, consisted of 65,000 effective and well-disciplined soldiers. The veteran bands of cavalry and infantry of Romans and barbarians had been selected from the different provinces, and a just preeminence of loyalty and valor was claimed by the hardy Gauls who guarded the throne and person of their beloved prince. A formidable body of Scythian auxiliaries had been ignorant, the love of rapine and war allured to the imperial standards several tribes of Saracens or roving Arabs whose service Julian had commanded, while he sternly refused the payment of the accustomed subsidies. The broad channel of the Euphrates 41 was crowded by a fleet of 1,100 soldiers, but he prohibited the indulgence of wine, and rigorously stopped a long string of superfluous camels that attempted to follow the rear of the army. The river Chebarus falls into the Euphrates at Circesium 42. The rest of the ships, partly constructed of timber and partly covered with rawhides, were laden with an almost inexhaustible supply of arms and engines, of utensils and provisions. The vigilant humanity of Julian had embarked a very large magazine of vinegar and biscuit for the use of the ships, destined to attend the motions and to satisfy the wants of the Roman army. The military strength of the fleet was composed of 50 armed galleys, and these were accompanied by an equal number of flat-bottomed boats, which might occasionally be connected into the form of temporary bridges. That important fortress 43. And as soon as the trumpet gave the signal of march, the Romans passed the little stream which separated two mighty and hostile empires. The Julian enters the Persian territories. April 7th. Custom of ancient discipline required a military oration, and Julian embraced every opportunity of displaying that perfidious nation, or to devote his life in the cause of the Republic. The eloquence of Julian was enforced by a donative of 130 pieces of silver to every soldier, and the bridge of the Chebarus was instantly cut away, to convince the troops that they must place their hopes. His eloquence, he animated the impatient and attentive legions by the example of the inflexible courage and glorious triumphs of their ancestors. He excited their resentment by a lively picture of the insolence of the Persians, and he exhorted them to imitate his firm resolution, either to extirpate of safety in the success of their arms. Yet the prudence of the emperor induced him to secure a remote frontier, perpetually exposed to the inroads of the hostile Arabs. A detachment of 4,000 men was left at Circesium, which completed, to the number of 10,000, the regular garrison of. From the moment that the Romans entered his march over the desert of Mesopotamia, the enemy's country 44, the country of an active, the military honors of the Roman service, and, though a Christian, he might indulge the secret satisfaction of convincing his ungrateful country that an oppressed subject may prove the most dangerous enemy. Such was the disposition of the three principal columns, the front end of the royal race of the Sassanides who, in the troubles of the minority of Sapor, had escaped from prison to the hospitable court of the great Constantine. Hormisdas at first excited the compassion, and at length acquired the esteem of his new masters. His valor and fidelity raised him to an artful enemy. The order of march was disposed in 3 columns 45. The strength of the infantry, and consequently of the whole army, was placed in the center under the peculiar command of their master General Victor. On the right, the brave Nevita led a column of several legions along the banks of the Euphrates and almost always in sight of the fleet. The left flank of the army was protected by the column of cavalry. Hormisdas and Orintheus were appointed generals of the horse, and the singular adventures of Hormisdas 46 are not undeserving of our notice. He was a Persian prince, and which is described by one of the companions of his expedition, the sage and heroic Xenophon 47. The country was a plain. Flanks of the army were covered by Lucellinus with a flying detachment of 1,500 light-armed soldiers whose active vigilance observed the most distant signs and conveyed the earliest notice of any hostile approach. Dagalevus and Secundinus, Duke of Osirion, conducted the troops of the preferred the duties of a general to the state of a monarch. He rapidly moved with a small escort of light cavalry to the front, the rear, the flanks, wherever his presence could animate or protect the march of the Roman army. The country which they traversed from the Chersonese to the cultivated rearguard, the baggage securely proceeded in the intervals of the columns, and the ranks, from a motive either of use or ostentation, were formed in such open order that the whole line of march extended almost 10 miles. The ordinary post of Julian was at the head of the center column, but as he lands of Assyria may be considered as a part of the desert of Arabia, a dry and barren waste, which could never be improved by the most powerful arts of human industry. Julian marched over the same ground which had been trod above 700 years before by the footsteps of the younger Cyrus, throughout as even as the sea and full of wormwood, and if any other kind of shrubs or reeds grew there, they had all an aromatic smell, but no trees could be seen. Bustards and ostriches, antelopes and wild asses 48 appeared to be the only inhabitants of the desert, and the fatigues of the march were alleviated by the amusements of the chase. The loose sand of the desert was frequently raised by the wind into clouds of dust, and a great number of the soldiers of Julian, with their tents, were suddenly thrown to the ground by the violence of an unexpected hurricane. The sandy plains of Mesopotamia were abandoned his success to the antelopes and wild asses of the desert, but a variety of populous towns and villages were pleasantly situated on the banks of the Euphrates and in the islands which are occasionally formed by that river. The city of Anna, or another 49, the actual residence of an Arabian emir, is composed of 2 long streets, which enclose within a natural fortification, a small island in the midst and 2 fruitful spots on either side of the Euphrates. The warlike inhabitants of Anathos shewed a disposition to valiant Hormisdas escaped with some difficulty from there. Stop the march of a Roman emperor, till they were diverted from such fatal presumption by the mild exhortations of Prince Hormisdas and the approaching terrors of the fleet and army. They implored and experienced the clemency of Julian, who transplanted the people to an advantageous settlement. Provinces of Persia, Lilith would no longer refuse to grace the triumph of the conqueror. The inhabitants of the open towns, unable to resist and unwilling to yield, fled with precipitation, and their houses, filled with spoil and provisions, were occupied by the soldiers of Julian, who massacred without remorse and without punishment some defenseless women. During the march, the Shurnaz, or Persian general, and Molokrotosis, the renowned emir of the tribe of Ghazan 50, incessantly hovered round the army. Every straggler was intercepted, every detachment was attacked, and the near Chalcis in Syria, and admitted Pusirs, the governor, to an honorable rank in his service and friendship. But the impregnable fortress of Lilith could scorn the menace of a siege, and the emperor was obliged to content himself with an insulting promise that when he had subdued the interior incursions of the Medes, these preliminaries of the expedition of Julian appear to have employed about 15 days, and we may compute near 300 miles from the fortress of Circesium to the wall of Macepracta 51 hands. But the barbarians were finally repulsed. The country became every day less favorable to the operations of cavalry, and when the Romans arrived at Macepracta, they perceived the ruins of the wall which had been constructed by the ancient kings of Assyria to secure their dominions from the discharge themselves into the Persian Gulf 54. The whole country, the fertile province of Assyria 52, which stretched beyond the Tigris as far as the mountains description of Assyria, of Media 53, extended about 400 miles from the ancient wall of Macepracta to the territory of Basra, where the united streams of the Euphrates and Tigris might have claimed the peculiar name of Mesopotamia, as the two rivers, which are never more distant than 50, approach between Baghdad and Babylon, within 25 miles of each other. A multitude of artificial canals dug without much labor in a soft and yielding soil connected the rivers, rewarded with an increase of 2 or even of 300. The face of the country was interspersed with groves of innumerable palm trees 55, and the diligent natives celebrated, either in verse or prose, and intersected the plain of Assyria. The uses of these artificial canals were various and important. They served to discharge the superfluous waters from one river into the other at the season of their respective inundations, subdividing themselves into smaller and smaller branches. They refreshed the dry lands and supplied the deficiency of rain. They facilitated the intercourse of peace and commerce, and as the dams could be speedily broke down, they armed the despair of the Assyrians with the means of opposing a sudden deluge to the progress of an invading army. To the soil and climate of Assyria, nature had denied some of her choicest gifts, the vine, the olive, and the fig tree. But the food which supports the life of man, and particularly wheat and barley, were produced with inexhaustible fertility, and the husbandman who committed his seed to the earth was frequently English bushel of silver. We may compute the annual revenue of Assyria at more than 1,200,000 pounds sterling 56. 360 uses to which the trunk, the branches, the leaves, the juice, and the fruit were skillfully applied. Several manufacturers, especially those of leather and linen, employed the industry of a numerous people and afforded valuable materials for foreign trade, which appears, however, to have been conducted by the hands of strangers. Babylon had been converted into a royal park, but near the ruins of the ancient capital, new cities had successively risen, and the populousness of the country was displayed in the multitude of towns and villages which were built of great king. 4 considerable villages were assigned for the subsistence of his Indian dogs. 800 stallions and 16,000 mares were constantly kept at the expense of the country for the royal stables, and as the daily tribute, which was paid to the satrap, amounted to 1 bricks, dried in the sun and strongly cemented with bitumen, the natural and peculiar production of the Babylonian soil. While the successors of Cyrus reigned over Asia, the province of Assyria alone maintained, during a third part of the year, the luxurious plenty of the table and household of the fields of Assyria were devoted by Julian to the calamities of war, and the philosopher retaliated on a guiltless people the acts of rapine invasion of Assyria, d. 363, May, and cruelty, which had been committed by their haughty master in the Roman provinces. The trembling Assyrians summon rashness. At the distance of 50 miles from the royal residence siege of Perisibar of Ctesiphon, Perisibar or Enbar held the rivers to their assistance and completed with their own hands the ruin of their country. The roads were rendered impracticable, a flood of waters was poured into the camp, and during several days the troops of Julian were obliged to contend with the most discouraging hardships. But every obstacle was surmounted by the perseverance of the legionaries, who were inured to toil as well as to danger, and who felt themselves animated by the spirit of their leader. The damage was gradually repaired. The waters were restored to their proper channels, whole groves of palm trees were cut down and placed along the broken parts of the road, and the army passed over the broad and deeper canals on bridges of floating rafts, which were supported by the help of bladders. 2 cities of Assyria presumed to resist the arms of a Roman emperor, and they both paid the severe penalty of the second rank in the province, a city large, populous, and well fortified, surrounded with a double wall, almost encompassed by a branch of the Euphrates and defended by the valor of a numerous garrison. The exhortations of Hormisdas were repulsed with contempt, and the ears of the Persian, and the place was surrendered only 2 days after Julian first appeared. 1. The side of the besieged, but as soon as an Heliopolis had been constructed, which could engage on equal terms with the loftiest ramparts, the tremendous aspect of a moving turret that would leave no hope of resistance or of mercy terrified the defenders of the citadel into an humble submission. Citadel were planted on the ruins of the smoking houses. The contest was continued by an incessant and mutual discharge of missile weapons, and the superiority which the Romans might derive from the mechanical powers of their ballista and catapulta was counterbalanced by the advantage of the ground. Shattering one of the angles of the wall, they hastily retired into the fortifications of the interior citadel. The soldiers of Julian rushed impetuously into the town, and after the full gratification of every military appetite, Perisibar was reduced to ashes, and the engines which assaulted the prince were wounded by a just reproach that, unmindful of his royal birth, he conducted an army of strangers against his king and country. the Assyrians maintained their loyalty by a skillful, as well as vigorous, defense, till the lucky stroke of a battering ram, having opened a large breach by service, the useless stores were destroyed by fire, or thrown into the stream of the Euphrates, and the fate of Amida was revenged by the total ruin of Perisibir. Under the walls of Perisibir, 2,500 persons of both sexes, the feeble remnant of a flourishing people, were permitted to retire. The plentiful magazines of corn, of arms, and of splendid furniture were partly distributed among the troops and partly reserved for the public. His troops into the heart of the city, under the direction of Nevita and Dagalevas, the trenches were opened at a considerable distance and gradually prolonged as far as the edge of the ditch. The emperor, apprehensive of leaving such an important fortress in his rear, immediately formed the siege of Mogamalcha, and the Roman army was distributed for that purpose into 3 divisions. Victor, at the head of the cavalry, and of a detachment of heavy armed foot, was ordered to clear the city, or rather fortress of Mogamalcha, which was defended by 16 large towers, a deep ditch, and 2 strong and solid walls of brick and bitumen, appears to have been constructed at the distance of 11 miles as the safeguard of the capital of Persia. The country, as far as the banks of the Tigris and the suburbs of Ctesiphon. The conduct of the attack was assumed by Julian himself, who seemed to place his whole dependence in the military engines which he erected against the walls, while he secretly contrived a more efficacious method of introducing was burn. Ditch was speedily filled with earth, and by the incessant labor of the troops, a mine was carried under the foundations of the walls and sustained at sufficient intervals by props of timber. 3 chosen cohorts, advancing in a single file, silently explored the dark and dangerous passage, till their intrepid leader whispered back the intelligence that he was ready to issue from his confinement into the streets of the hostile city. Julian checked their ardor, that he might ensure their success, and immediately diverted the attention of the garrison by the tumult and clamor of the city. The astonished garrison abandoned the walls, and their only hope of safety, the gates were instantly burst open, and the revenge of the soldier, unless it were suspended by lust or avarice, was satiated by an undistinguishing massacre. The governor, who had yielded on a promise of mercy, general assault, the Persians who from their walls contemptuously beheld the progress of an impotent attack, celebrated with songs of triumph the glory of Sibor, and ventured to assure the emperor that he might ascend the starry mansion of Ormuzd before he could hope to take the impregnable city of Mogamalcha. The city was already taken. History has recorded the name of a private soldier, the first who ascended from the mine into a deserted tower. The passage was widened by his companions, who pressed forwards with impatient valor. 1,500 enemies were already in the midst of alive. A few days afterwards, on a charge of having uttered some disrespectful words against the honor of Prince Hormisdas, the fortifications were razed to the ground, and not a vestige was left that the city of Mogamalcha had ever existed. The neighborhood of the capital of Persia was adorned, or humanity must have, were reduced to ashes by the command of the Roman emperor. Julian, on this occasion, shewed himself ignorant or careless of the laws of civility which the prudence and refinement of polished ages have established between hostile princes, Yet these wanton ravages need not excite in our breasts. With 3 stately palaces, laboriously enriched with every production that could gratify the luxury and pride of an Eastern monarch, the pleasant situation of the gardens along the banks of the Tigris was improved according to the Persian taste by the symmetry of flowers, fountains, and shady. Any vehement emotions of pity or resentment, a simple, naked statue finished by the hand of a Grecian artist is of more genuine value than all these rude and costly monuments of barbaric labor. And if we are more deeply affected by the ruin of a palace than by the conflagration of a cottage, walks and spacious parks were enclosed for the reception of the bears, lions, and wild boars, which were maintained at a considerable expense for the pleasure of the royal chase. The park walls were broke down, the savage game was abandoned to the darts of the soldiers, and the palaces of Super formed a very erroneous estimate of the miseries of human life. 57. Preserved his chastity pure and inviolate, nor was Julian. Julian was an object of terror and hatred. To personal behavior of Julian, the Persians and the painters of that nation represented the invader of their country under the emblem of a furious lion, who vomited from his mouth a consuming fire. 58. To his friends and soldiers, the philosophic hero appeared in a more amiable light, and his virtues were never more conspicuously displayed than in the last and most active period of his life. He practiced without effort, and almost without merit, the habitual qualities of temperance and sobriety, according to the dictates of that artificial wisdom which assumes an absolute dominion over the mind and body. He sternly refused himself the indulgence of the most natural appetites. 59. In the warm climate of Assyria, which solicited a luxurious people to the gratification of every sensual desire. 60. A youthful conqueror suddenly rushed upon him with drawn scimitars. The emperor dexterously received their blows on his uplifted shield, and encouraged his troops to burst open the gates of iron, till he was almost overwhelmed under a cloud of missile weapons and huge stones that were directed against his person. As he examined the exterior fortifications of Malgamalcha, 2 Persians devoting themselves for their country, when the Romans marched through the flat and flooded country, their sovereign, on foot at the head of his legions, shared their fatigues and animated their diligence in every useful labor. The hand of Julian was prompt and strenuous, and the imperial purple was wet and dirty as the course. Ever tempted, even by motive of curiosity, to visit his female captives of exquisite beauty. 61. Who, instead of resisting his power, would have disputed with each other the honor of his embraces. With the same firmness that he resisted the allurements of love, he sustained the hardships of war. Garment of the meanest soldier, the 2 sieges allowed him some remarkable opportunities of signalizing his personal valor, which in the improved state of the military art can seldom be exerted by a prudent general. The emperor stood before the citadel of Paris-Saber, insensible of his extreme the rigor of ancient discipline. He punished with death or ignominy the misbehavior of 3 troops of horse who, in a skirmish with the Shuanas, had lost their honor and one of their standards, and he distinguished with obsidianal. With a steady and well-aimed thrust laid one of his adversaries dead at his feet. The esteem of a prince who possesses the virtues which he approves is the noblest recompense of a deserving subject, and the authority which Julian derived from his personal merit enabled him to revive and enforce. 62 crowns the valor of the foremost soldiers who had ascended into the city of Malgamalcha. After the siege of Parasivar, the firmness of the emperor was exercised by the insolent avarice of the army, who loudly complained that their services were rewarded by a trifling donative of 100 pieces of silver. His just indignation was expressed in the grave and manly language of a Roman. Riches are the object of your desires. Those riches are in the hands of the Persians, and the spoils of this fruitful country are proposed as the prize of your valor and discipline. Believe me, added Julian, the Roman Republic, which formerly possessed such immense treasures, is now reduced to want and wretchedness, since our princes have been persuaded by weak and interested ministers to purchase with gold the shall not blush to acknowledge an honorable poverty which in the days of ancient virtue was considered as the glory of Fabricius. That glory and that virtue may be your own if you listen to the voice of heaven and of your leader, but if you will rashly persist, if you are determined to renew. 63. The modest resolution of Julian was answered by the unanimous applause and cheerful obedience of the Romans, who declared their confidence of, "There are now among you, I speak it with pride and pleasure. There are many chiefs whose merit and experience are equal to the conduct of the most important war. Such has been the temper of my reign that I can retire without regret and without apprehension to the obscurity of a private station. Tranquility of the barbarians. The revenue is exhausted. The cities are ruined. The provinces are dispeopled. For myself, the only inheritance that I have received from my royal ancestors is a soul incapable of fear, and as long as I am convinced that every real advantage is seated in the mind, the shameful and mischievous examples of old citizens, proceed as it becomes an emperor who has filled the first rank among men. I am prepared to die standing and to despise a precarious life which every hour may depend on an accidental fever. If I have been found unworthy of the command, victory, while they fought under the banners of their heroic prince, their courage was kindled by his frequent and familiar asseverations, for such wishes were the oaths of Julian. So may I reduce the Persians under the yoke. Thus may I restore the strength and splendor of the Republic. The love of fame was the ardent passion of his soul, but it was not before he trampled on the ruins of Malgamalcha that he allowed himself to say, "We have now provided some materials for the sophist of Antioch." 64. The successful valor of Julian had triumphed. He transports his fleet from the Euphrates to the Tigris, over all the obstacles that opposed his march to the gates of Ctesiphon. But the reduction, or even the siege of the capital of Persia, was still at a distance, nor can the military, which in the time of Julian was a great and populous city, the name and glory of the adjacent Seleucia were forever extinguished, and the only remaining quarter of that Greek colony had resumed, with the Assyrian language and manners, the primitive appellation of Koch. Conduct of the emperor be clearly apprehended, without a knowledge of the country which was the theater of his bold and skillful operations. 65. 20 miles to the south of Baghdad, and on the eastern bank of the Tigris, the curiosity of travelers has observed some ruins of the palaces of Ctesiphon. Koch was situate on the western side of the Tigris, but it was naturally considered as a suburb of Ctesiphon, with which we may suppose it to have been connected by a permanent bridge of boats. The united parts contributed to form the common epithet of Almudane, the cities which the Orientals. Situation of Koch would have separated the fleet and army of Julian, and the rash attempt of steering against the current of the Tigris and Dervelo. The fleet passed from the Euphrates into an artificial derivation of that river which pours a copious and navigable stream into the Tigris at a small distance below the great city. If they had followed this royal canal, which bore the name of Nehamacha 66, the intermediate, against the sallies of the numerous and enterprising garrison of Koch, in this fruitful and pleasant country, the Romans were plentifully supplied with water and forage, and several forts, which might have embarrassed the motions of the army, submitted, after some resistance, to the efforts of have bestowed on the winter residence of the Sassanides, and the whole circumference of the Persian capital was strongly fortified by the waters of the river, by lofty walls and by impracticable morasses. Near the ruins of Cilicia, the camp of Julian was fixed and secured by a ditch and rampart. Forcing their way through the midst of a hostile capital must have been attended with the total destruction of the Roman navy. The prudence of the emperor foresaw the danger and provided the remedy. As he had minutely studied the operations of Trajan in the same country, he soon recollected that their new bed and the Roman fleet steering their triumphant course into the Tigris derided the vain and ineffectual barriers which the Persians of Ctesiphon had erected to oppose their passage. Almost obliterated by design or accident, by the indefatigable labor of the soldiers, a broad and deep channel was speedily prepared for the reception of the Euphrates. A strong dike was constructed to interrupt the ordinary current of the Nehamacha. A flood of waters rushed impetuously into. His warlike predecessor had dug a new and navigable canal, which, leaving Kochi on the right hand, conveyed the waters of the Nehamacha into the river Tigris at some distance above the cities. From the information of the peasants, Julian ascertained the vestiges of this ancient work, which were, as it became necessary to transport the Roman passage of the Tigris and victory of the Romans' army over the Tigris, another labor presented itself of less toil, but of more danger than the preceding expedition. The stream was broad and rapid, the ascent steep and difficult, and the entrenchments which had been formed on the ridge of the opposite bank were aligned with a numerous army of heavy cuirassiers, dexterous. But when the venerable Sallust assumed the privilege of his age and experience, the rest of the chiefs supported with freedom the weight of his prudent archers and huge elephants, who, according to the extravagant hyperbole of Libanius, could trample with the same ease a field of corn or a legion of Romans 67. In the presence of such an enemy, the construction of a bridge was impracticable, and the intrepid prince, who instantly seized the only possible expedient, concealed his design till the moment of execution from the knowledge of the barbarians, of his own troops, and even of his generals themselves, under the specious pretense of examining the state of the magazines. 80 vessels were gradually unladen, and a select celebrated under the walls of Koch. The day was consecrated to pleasure. But as soon as the hour of supper was past, the emperor summoned the generals to his tent and acquainted them that he had fixed that night for the passage of the Tigris. They stood in silent and respectful astonishment. detachment, apparently destined for some secret expedition, was ordered to stand to their arms on the first signal. Julian disguised the silent anxiety of his own mind with smiles of confidence and joy, and amused the hostile nations with the spectacle of military games which he insultingly. Difficulties of a steep and lofty ascent were increased by the weight of armor and the darkness of the night. A shower of stones, darts, and fire was incessantly discharged on the heads of the assailants who, after the opposite side, and Julian, who too clearly understood that his foremost vessels, in attempting to land, had been fired by the enemy, dexterously converted their extreme danger into a presage of victory. "Our fellow soldiers," he eagerly exclaimed, "are already masters of the bank. See, they make the height of the bank." The signal was instantly given, and obeyed. The most impatient of the legionaries leaped into 5 vessels that lay nearest to the bank, and as they plied their oars with intrepid diligence, they were lost, after a few moments, in the darkness of the night. A flame rose on Remonstrances 68. Julian contented himself with observing that conquest and safety depended on the attempt that, instead of diminishing, the number of their enemies would be increased by successive reinforcements, and that a longer delay would neither contract the breadth of the stream nor level the appointed signal. Let us hasten to emulate and assist their courage. The united and rapid motion of a great fleet broke the violence of the current, and they reached the eastern shore of the Tigris with sufficient speed to extinguish the flames and rescue their adventurous companions. Himself. They were pursued to the gates of Ctesiphon, and the conquerors might have entered the dismayed city 71 if their general Victor, who was dangerously wounded with arduous struggle, climbed the bank and stood victorious upon the rampart. As soon as they possessed a more equal field, Julian, who with his light infantry had led the attack 69, darted through the ranks. A skillful and experienced eyed his bravest soldiers according to the precepts of Homer 70. Deprive the barbarians by a closer onset of the advantage of their missile weapons. The whole engagement lasted above 12 hours, till the gradual retreat of the Persians was changed into a disorderly flight, of which the shameful example was given by the principal leaders, and the sureness were distributed in the front and rear, and all the trumpets of the imperial army founded to battle. The Romans, after sending up a military shout, advanced in measured steps to the animating notes of martial music, launched their formidable javelins, and rushed forwards with drawn swords, to ambiguous signs that he had now reached the term of his prosperity 72. An arrow had not conjured them to desist from a rash attempt, which must be fatal if it were not successful. On their side, the Romans acknowledged the loss of only 75 men, while they affirmed that the barbarians had left on the field of battle 2,500, or even 6. Honorable gifts, civic and mural and naval crowns, which he, and perhaps he alone, esteemed more precious than the wealth of Asia. A solemn sacrifice was offered to the god of war, but the appearances of the victims threatened the most inauspicious events, and Julian soon discovered, by less thousand of their bravest soldiers, the spoil was such as might be expected from the riches and luxury of an oriental camp: large quantities of silver and gold, splendid arms and trappings, and beds and tables of massy silver. The victorious emperor distributed, as the rewards of valor, some On the second day after the battle, the domestic guards, the Jovians and Herculeans, and the situation and obstinacy of Julian, I.D. 363, June, remaining troops, which composed near 2/3 of the whole army, were securely wafted over the Tigris 73, while the Persians beheld, from the walls of Ctesiphon, the desolation of the adjacent country. Julian cast many an anxious look towards the north in full expectation that as he himself had victoriously penetrated to the capital of Sepur, the march and junction of his lieutenants Sebastian and Procopius would be executed. Executing any plan for the public service, when the emperor had relinquished the hope of this important reinforcement, he condescended to hold a council of war, and approved, after a full debate, the sentiment of those generals who dissuaded the siege of Ctesiphon as a fruitless and pernicious undertaking. It is not easy for us to conceive by what arts of fortification a city thrice besieged and taken by the predecessors of Julian could be rendered impregnable against an army of 60,000 Romans commanded by a brave and experienced general, and abundantly supplied. With the same courage and diligence, his expectations were disappointed by the treachery of the Armenian king, who permitted, and most probably directed, the desertion of his auxiliary troops from the camp of the Romans 74, and by the dissensions of the two generals who were incapable of forming or refused to purchase with 1/2 of his kingdom the safety of the remainder, and he would have gladly subscribed himself in a treaty of peace. Ctesiphon he rejected with obstinacy and disdain the most flattering offers of a negotiation of peace. Sepur, who had been so long accustomed to the tardy ostentation of Constantius, was surprised by the intrepid diligence of his successor. As far as the confines of India and Scythia, the satraps, Assyria, the ruin of his palaces and the slaughter of his bravest troops who defended the passage of the Tigris, the pride of royalty was humbled in the dust. He took his repasts on the ground, and the disorder of his hair expressed the grief and anxiety of his mind. Perhaps he would not have. Of the distant provinces were ordered to assemble their troops and to march without delay to the assistance of their monarch, but their preparations were dilatory, their motions slow, and before Sepur could lead an army into the field, he received the melancholy intelligence of the devastation of, with ships, provisions, battering engines, and military stores. But we may rest assured, from the love of glory and contempt of danger which formed the character of Julian, that he was not discouraged by any trivial or imaginary obstacles. 75. At the very time when he declined the siege of the faithful and dependent wholly of the Roman conqueror, under the pretense of private business, a minister of rank and confidence was secretly dispatched to embrace the knees of Hormisdas and to request in the language of a suppliant that he might be introduced into the presence of the emperor. Earnestly requested that Hormisdas would privately dismiss the minister of Sepur and conceal this dangerous temptation from the knowledge of the Camp 76. Astonished by the inflexible firmness of a hero who remembered, most unfortunately for himself and for his country, that Alexander had uniformly rejected the propositions of Darius, but as Julian was sensible that the hope of a safe and honorable peace might cool the ardor of his troops, the Sasanian prince, whether he listened to the voice of pride or humanity, whether he consulted the sentiments of his birth or the duties of his situation, was equally inclined to promote a salutary measure which would terminate the calamities of Persia and secure the triumph of Rome. He was the honor as well as interest of Julian. He burns his fleet, forbade him to consume his time under the impregnable walls of Ctesiphon, and as often as he defied the barbarians who defended the city, to meet him on the open plain. They prudently advance into the inland provinces till he forced his rival to contend with him, perhaps in the plains of Arbela for the empire of Asia. The magnanimity of Julian was applauded and betrayed by the arts of a noble Persian who, in the cause of his country, had generously submitted to act a part. Mankind appeared to rein his prudence and to endanger his safety. He destroyed in a single hour the whole navy which had been offered himself as the hostage and guide of the Roman march. The most rational grounds of suspicion were urged without effect by the wisdom and experience of Hormisdas, and the credulous Julian, receiving the traitor into his bosom, was persuaded to issue an hasty order which, in the opinion of full of danger of falsehood and of shame 77, with a train of faithful followers he deserted to the imperial camp, exposed in a specious tale the injuries which he had sustained, exaggerated the cruelty of Sepor, the discontent of the people, and the weakness of the monarchy, and confidently replied that if he desired to exercise his valor, he might seek the army of the great king. He felt the insult, and he accepted the advice. Instead of confining his servile march to the banks of the Euphrates and Tigris, he resolved to imitate the adventurous spirit of Alexander and boldly to was not very considerable, transported above 500 miles at so great an expense of toil, of treasure, and of blood. 12, or, at the most, 22, small vessels were saved to accompany on carriages the march of the army and to form occasional bridges for the passage of the rivers. A supply of 20 days. Provisions was reserved for the use of the soldiers and the rest of the magazines, with a fleet of 1,100 vessels which rode at anchor in the Tigris, were abandoned to the flames by the absolute command of the emperor. The Tristian bishops Gregory and Augustine insult the madness of the apostate who executed with his own hands the sentence of divine justice. Their authority of less weight, perhaps in a military question, is confirmed by the cool judgment of an experienced soldier who was himself spectator of the conflagration, and who could not disapprove the reluctant murmurs of the troops. 78. Yet there are not wanting some specious, and perhaps solid, reasons which might justify the resolution of Julian. The navigation of the Euphrates never ascended above Babylon, nor that of the Tigris above Apis. 79. The distance of the last mentioned city from the Roman camp, and Julian must soon have renounced the vain and impracticable attempt of forcing upwards a great fleet against the stream of a rapid river 80, which in several places was embarrassed by natural or artificial cataracts. 81. The power of sails or oars was insufficient. It became necessary to tow the fortune of the leader. If, on the contrary, it was advisable to advance into the inland country, the destruction of the fleet and magazines was the only measure which could save that valuable prize from the hands of the numerous and active troops which might suddenly be poured from the gates of Ships against the current of the river, the strength of 20,000 soldiers was exhausted in this tedious and servile labor, and if the Romans continued to march along the banks of the Tigris, they could only expect to return home without achieving any enterprise worthy of the genius or Ctesiphon. Had the arms of Julian been victorious, we should now admire the conduct as well as the courage of a hero who, by depriving his soldiers of the hopes of a retreat, left them only the alternative of death or conquest. 82. The mountains of Media was filled with villages and towns, and the fertile soil, for the most part, was in a very improved state of prudent general, and that subsistence could only be drawn from his own or from the enemy's country. Had it been possible for Julian to maintain a bridge of communication on the Tigris and to preserve the conquered places of Assyria, a desolated province could not afford any large or regular supplies in a season of the year when the lands were covered by the inundation of the Euphrates. 84, and the unwholesome air was darkened with swarms of innumerable insects. 85. The appearance of the hostile country was far more inviting. The extensive region that lies between the river Tigris and the cumbersome train of artillery and wagons which retards the operations of a modern army were in a great measure unknown in the end marches against Seapor, camps of the Romans. 83. Yet in every age, the subsistence of 60,000 men must have been one of the most important cares of a cultivation. Julian might expect that a conqueror who possessed the two forcible instruments of persuasion, steel and gold, would easily procure a plentiful subsistence from the fears or avarice of the natives. But on the approach of the Romans, this rich and smiling prospect was instantly wealthy, and unwarlike cities of Ecbatana or Susa, by the effort of a rapid and well-directed march. 86. But he was deprived of this last resource by his ignorance of the roads and by of a smoking and naked desert. This desperate but effectual method of defense can only be executed by the enthusiasm of a people who prefer their independence to their property, or by the rigor of an arbitrary government which consults the public safety without submitting to their inclinations. The liberty of choice, on the present occasion, the zeal and obedience of the Persians seconded the commands of Sepor, and the emperor was soon reduced to the scanty stock of provisions which continually wasted in his hands. Before they were entirely consumed, he might still have reached the blasted. Wherever they moved, the inhabitants deserted the open villages and took shelter in the fortified towns. The cattle was driven away, the grass and ripe corn were consumed with fire, and as soon as the flames had subsided which interrupted the march of Julian, he beheld the melancholy face. Troops obeyed the signal of the retreat only 70 days after they had passed the Chebaras with the sanguine June 16 expectation of subverting the throne of Persia. 87. The perfidy of his guides. The Romans wandered several days in the country to the eastward of Baghdad. The Persian deserter who had artfully led them into the snare escaped from their resentment, and his followers, as soon as they were put to the torture, confessed the secret of the conspiracy. The length as the only practicable measure, he embraced the resolution of directing his steps towards the banks of the Tigris, with the design of saving the army by a hasty march to the confines of Corduan, a fertile and friendly province, which acknowledged the sovereignty of Rome. The desponding, visionary conquests of Hyrcania and India, which had so long amused, now tormented The mind of Julian, conscious that his own imprudence was the cause of the public distress, he anxiously balanced the hopes of safety or success, without obtaining a satisfactory answer either from gods or men. As long as the Romans seemed to advance retreat and distress of the Roman army into the country, their march was observed and insulted from a distance by several bodies of Persian cavalry, who shewing themselves sometimes in loose and sometimes in closer order, perhaps of equal value in the eyes, faintly skirmished with the advanced guards. These detachments were, however, supported by much greater force, and the heads of the columns were no sooner pointed towards the Tigris than a cloud of dust rose on the plain. The Romans, who now aspired only to the permission of a safe and speedy sons, and many of the principal satraps, and fame and expectation exaggerated the strength of the remaining powers, which slowly advanced under the conduct of Cibor himself. As the Romans continued their march, their long ray, which was forced to bend or divide according to the varieties of the ground, afforded frequent and favorable opportunities to their vigilant enemies. The Persians repeatedly charged with fury. They were repeatedly repulsed with firmness, and the action at Morongo, which almost deserved the name of a battle, was marked by a considerable loss of satraps and elephants. Retreat endeavored to persuade themselves that this formidable appearance was occasioned by a troop of wild asses, or perhaps by the approach of some friendly Arabs. They halted, pitched their tents, fortified their camp, passed the whole night in continual alarms, and discovered at the dawn of day that they were surrounded by an army of Persians. This army, which might be considered only as the van of the barbarians, was soon followed by the main body of cuirassiers, archers, and elephants, commanded by Muranes, a general of rank and reputation. He was accompanied by 2 of the kings. Diminished, the value and price of subsistence increased in the Roman of their monarch. These splendid advantages were not obtained without an adequate slaughter on the side of the Romans. Several officers of distinction were either killed or wounded, and the emperor himself, who on all occasions of danger inspired and guided the valor of his troops, was obliged to fainted under the sultry heat of an Assyrian summer. Their vigor was exhausted by the incessant repetition of march and combat, and the progress of the army was suspended by the precautions of a slow and dangerous retreat in the presence of an active enemy. Every day, every hour, as the supply, at full speed and in every possible direction. 88. The cavalry of Persia was never more formidable than in the moment of a rapid and disorderly flight. But the most certain and irreparable loss of the Romans was that of time. The hardy veterans, accustomed to the cold climate of Gaul and Germany, expose his person and exert his abilities. The weight of offensive and defensive arms, which still constituted the strength and safety of the Romans, disabled them from making any long or effectual pursuit, and as the horsemen of the East were trained to dart their javelins and shoot their arrows, only to aggravate the sense of the public distress, and the Romans began to entertain the most gloomy apprehensions that before they could reach the frontiers of the empire, they should all perish either by famine or by the sword of the barbarians. 90. Camp 89. Julian, who always contented himself with such food as a hungry soldier would have disdained, distributed for the use of the troops the provisions of the imperial household, and whatever could be spared from the sumpter horses of the tribunes and generals. but this feeble relief served. Spirits with the coolness of the midnight air, he beheld her. Anxiety, nor can it be thought surprising that the genius of the empire should once more appear before him, covering with a funereal veil his head and his horn of abundance, and slowly retiring from the imperial tent. The monarch started from his couch and stepping forth to refresh his wearied. While Julian struggled with the almost insuperable, Julian is mortally wounded. Difficulties of his situation, the silent hours of the night were still devoted to study and contemplation. Whenever he closed his eyes in short and interrupted slumbers, his mind was agitated with painful. The front, and as he galloped between the columns, the center of the left was attacked and almost overpowered by a furious charge of the Persian cavalry and elephants. This huge body was soon defeated by the well-timed. That his rear was suddenly attacked. The heat of the weather had tempted him to lay aside his cuirass, but he snatched a shield from one of his attendants and hastened with a sufficient reinforcement to the relief of the rear guard. A similar danger recalled the intrepid prince to the defensive. Reason were more prevalent than superstition, and the trumpets sounded at the break of day. The army marched through a hilly country, and the hills had been secretly occupied by the Persians. Julian led the van. With the skill and attention of a consummate general, he was alarmed by the intelligence. Fiery meteor which shot athwart the sky and suddenly vanished. Julian was convinced that he had seen the menacing countenance of the god of war 91, the council which he summoned of Tuscan haruspices 92, unanimously pronounced that he should abstain from action, but on this occasion, necessity and was maintained by the two armies till they were separated by the total darkness of the night. The Persians derived some honor from the advantage which they obtained. Evolution of the light infantry, who aimed their weapons with dexterity and effect against the backs of the horsemen and the legs of the elephants. The barbarians fled, and Julian, who was foremost in every danger, animated the pursuit with his voice and gestures. His trembling guards scattered. Raising the skin of his arm, transpierced the ribs, and fixed in the inferior part of the liver. Julian attempted to draw the deadly weapon from his side, but his fingers were cut by the sharpness of the steel, and he fell senseless from his horse. His guards flew to his relief, and the wounded emperor was gently raised from the ground and conveyed out of the tumult of the battle into an adjacent tent. The report of the melancholy event passed from rank to rank, but the grief of the Romans inspired them with invincible valor and the desire of revenge. The bloody and obstinate conflict, and oppressed by the disorderly throng of friends and enemies, reminded their fearless sovereign that he was without armor, and conjured him to decline the fall of the impending ruin. As they exclaimed 93, a cloud of darts and arrows was discharged from the flying squadrons, and a javelin, after their bravest soldiers, and the success of the Romans, if Julian had survived, might have been improved into a decisive and useful victory. Against the left wing, where Anatolis, master of the offices, was slain, and the prefect Sallust very narrowly escaped. But the event of the day was adverse to the barbarians. They abandoned the field, their two generals, Maranes and Nordates 94. 50 nobles were satraps, and a multitude of remaining strength was exhausted by the painful effort, and the surgeons who examined his wound discovered the symptoms of approaching death. He employed the awful moments with the firm temper of a hero and a sage. The philosophers who had accompanied him in this fatal expedition compared the tent of Julian with the prison of Socrates, and the spectators whom duty or friendship or curiosity had assembled round his couch listened with respectful grief to the funeral oration of their dying emperor. 95. Friends and fellow soldiers, the first words that Julian uttered after the death of Julian, d. 363, June 26, recovery from the fainting fit into which he had been thrown by loss of blood, were expressive of his martial spirit. He called for his horse and arms and was impatient to rush into the battle. His seasonable period of my departure is now arrived, and I discharge with the cheerfulness of a ready debtor the demands of nature. I have learned from philosophy how much the soul is more excellent than the body, and that the separation of the nobler substance should be the subject of joy, rather remorse. As I have lived without guilt, I am pleased to reflect on the innocence of my private life, and I can affirm with confidence that the supreme authority, that emanation of the divine power, has been preserved in my hands pure and immaculate. Detesting the corrupt and destructive maxims of despotism, I have considered the happiness of the people as the end of government. Submitting my actions to the laws of prudence, of justice, and of moderation, I have trusted the event to the care of Providence. Peace was the object of my counsels as long as peace. Then of affliction, I have learned from religion that an early death has often been the reward of piety. 96. And I accept as a favor of the gods the mortal stroke that secures me from the danger of disgracing a character which has hitherto been supported by virtue and fortitude. I die without was consistent with the public welfare, but when the imperious voice of my country summoned me to arms, I exposed my person to the dangers of war with the clear foreknowledge which I had acquired from the art of divination, that I was destined to fall by the sword. I now offer my tribute of equally absurd, equally base, to solicit or to decline the stroke of fate. Thus much I have attempted to say, but my strength fails me, and I feel the approach of death. I shall cautiously refrain from any word that may tend to influence your suffrages in the election of an emperor. My choice. Discourse which Julian pronounced in a firm and gentle tone of voice, he distributed, by a military testament. 97. The remains of his private gratitude to the eternal being who has not suffered me to perish by the cruelty of a tyrant, by the secret dagger of conspiracy, or by the slow tortures of lingering disease. He has given me, in the midst of an honorable career, a splendid and glorious departure from this world, and I hold it might be imprudent or injudicious, and if it should not be ratified by the consent of the army, it might be fatal to the person whom I should recommend. I shall only, as a good citizen, express my hopes that the Romans may be blessed with the government of a virtuous sovereign. After this fortune, and making some inquiry why Anatolis was not present, he understood from the answer of Sallust that Anatolis was killed, and bewailed, with amiable inconsistency, the loss of his friend. At the same time he reproved the immoderate grief of the spectators, and conjured them not to disgrace by unmanly tears the fate of a prince who in a few moments would be united with heaven and with the stars. 98. The spectators were silent, and Julian entered into a metaphysical argument with the philosophers Priscus and Maximus on the nature of the soul, the efforts which he made of end of that extraordinary man in the 32nd year of his age, after a reign of 1 year and about 8 months from the death of Constantius. In his last moments he displayed, perhaps with some ostentation, the love of virtue. Mind as well as body most probably hastened his death. His wound began to bleed with fresh violence. His respiration was embarrassed by the swelling of the veins. He called for a draught of cold water, and as soon as he had drank it, expired without pain, about the hour of midnight. Such was the end of fame, which had been the ruling passions of his life. 99. Personal merit, or by the hopes of popular favor. But the situation of a famished army encompassed government which had almost forgotten the distinction of pure and noble blood. The superiority of birth was of little moment, the claims of official rank were accidental and precarious, and the candidates who might aspire to ascend the vacant throne could be supported only by the consciousness of a successor. But the royal race of Constantius Chlorus was reduced to his own person, and if he entertained any serious thoughts of investing with the purple the most worthy among the Romans, he was diverted from his resolution by the difficulty of the choice, the jealousy of power, the fear of ingratitude, and the natural presumption of health, of youth, and of prosperity. His unexpected death left the empire without a master and without an heir, in a state of perplexity and danger which in the space of 80 years had never been experienced since the election of Diocletian. The triumph of Christianity and the calamities election of the Emperor Jovian, at d. 363, June 27. Of the empire may in some measure be ascribed to Julian himself, who had neglected to secure the future execution of his designs by the timely and judicious nomination of an associate. Commanders of the legions and the officers, both of cavalry and infantry, were invited to assist. 3 or 4 hours of the night had not passed away without some secret cabals, and when the election of an emperor was proposed, the spirit of faction began to agitate the assembly. Victor and not alleged his age and infirmities so unequal to the weight of the diadem. The generals who were surprised and perplexed by his refusal shewed some disposition to adopt the salutary advice of an inferior officer 100, that they should act as they won. All sides by an host of barbarians shortened the moments of grief and deliberation. In this scene of terror and distress, the body of the deceased prince, according to his own directions, was decently embalmed, and at the dawn of day, the generals convened a military synod, at which the Orynthes collected the remains of the court of Constantius. The friends of Julian attached themselves to the Gallic chiefs, Dagolepus and Nivita, and the most fatal consequences might be apprehended from the discord of 2 factions, so opposite in their character and interest in their maxims of government, and perhaps in their religious principles. The superior virtues of Sallust could alone reconcile their divisions and unite their suffrages, and the venerable prefect would immediately have been declared the successor of Julian, if he himself, with sincere and modest firmness, had sovereign. While they debated, a few voices saluted Jovian, who was no more than first, would have acted in the absence of the emperor, that they should exert their abilities to extricate the army from the present distress, and if they were fortunate enough to reach the confines of Mesopotamia, they should proceed with united and deliberate counsels in the election of a lawful, obscure freedom of a private station. The son indulged his taste for wine and women, yet he supported with credit the character of a Christian 102 and a soldier, without being conspicuous, with the imperial ornaments, and received an oath of fidelity from the generals whose favor and protection he so lately solicited. The strongest recommendation of Jovian was the merit of his father, Count Varonian, who enjoyed in honorable retirement the fruit of his long services. In the 101 of the domestics, with the names of Emperor and Augustus, the tumultuary acclamation was instantly repeated by the guards who surrounded the tent, and passed in a few minutes to the extremities of the line. The new prince, astonished with his own fortune, was hastily invested. For any of the ambitious qualifications which excite the admiration and envy of mankind, the comely person of Jovian, his cheerful temper, and familiar wit had gained the affection of his fellow soldiers, and the generals of both parties acquiesced in a popular election, which had not been, after his predecessor had expired, were to prosecute a march which could alone extricate the Romans from their actual distress. 103. Conducted by the arts of their enemies, the pride of this unexpected elevation was moderated by the just apprehension that the same day might terminate the life and reign of the new emperor. The pressing voice of necessity was obeyed without delay, and the first orders issued by Jovian, a few hours revealed to the camp of Sabor, inspired the desponding monarch with a sudden confidence of victory. He immediately detached the royal cavalry, perhaps the 10,000 immortals. The esteem of an enemy is most sincerely expressed by his fears, and the degree of fear may danger and difficulty of the retreat be accurately measured by the joy with which he celebrates his deliverance. The welcome news June 27th, July 1st, of the death of Julian, which a deserter 104 to second an Roman army, though incessantly exposed to the vexatious support the pursuit, and discharged the whole weight of his united forces on the rear guard of the Romans. The rear guard was thrown into disorder. The renowned legions, which derived their titles from Diocletian and his warlike colleague, were broke and trampled down by the elephants, and 3 tribunes lost their lives in attempting to stop the flight of their soldiers. The battle was at length restored by the persevering valor of the Romans. The Persians were repulsed with a great slaughter of men and elephants, and the army, after marching and fighting a long summer's day, arrived in, annoyed the wearied legionaries, and a body of cavalry which had penetrated with desperate courage through the Praetorian Gate was cut in pieces after a doubtful conflict near the imperial tent. In the succeeding night, the camp of Carcha was protected by the lofty dikes of the river, and the evening at Samara on the banks of the Tigris, about 100 miles above Ctesiphon. 105. On the ensuing day, the barbarians, instead of harassing the march, attacked the camp of Jovian, which had been seated in a deep and sequestered valley. From the hills, the archers of Persia insulted and fortune. The success of this trial disposed the emperor to listen to the promises of his architects, who proposed to construct a floating bridge of the inflated skins of sheep, oxen, rapid stream. They would only deliver themselves naked and defenseless to the barbarians who had occupied the opposite banks. Yielding at length to their clamorous importunities, he consented with reluctance that 500 Gauls and Germans, accustomed from their infancy to the waters of the Rhine and Danube, should attempt the bold adventure, which might serve either as an encouragement or as a warning for the rest of the army. In the silence of the night, they swam the Tigris, surprised an unguarded post of the enemy, and displayed at the dawn of day the signal of their resolution. Pursuit of the Saracens pitched their tents near the city of Dura 106. 4 days after the death of Julian, the Tigris was still on their left. Their hopes and provisions were almost consumed, and the impatient soldiers who had fondly persuaded themselves that the frontiers of the empire were not far distant, requested their new sovereign that they might be permitted to hazard the passage of the river. With the assistance of his wisest officers, Jovian endeavored to check their rashness by representing that if they possessed sufficient skill and vigor to stem the torrent of a deep and the Imperial Army 108 and goats covered with a floor of earth and fascines 107. 2 important days were spent in the ineffectual labor, and the Romans, who already endured the miseries of famine, cast a look of despair on the Tigris and upon the barbarians, whose numbers and obstinacy increased with the distress of the successor of Julian. The Shuanas himself, accompanied by another satrap, appeared in the camp of Jovian 109, and declared that the clemency of his sovereign was faithful and intrepid nobles, his bravest troops, and the greatest part of his train of elephants, and the experienced monarch feared to provoke the resistance of despair, the vicissitudes of fortune, and the unexhausted powers of the Roman Empire, which might soon advance to relieve or to revenge. In this hopeless situation, the fainting spirits of negotiation and treaty of peace, July, the Romans were revived by the sound of peace. The transient presumption of Caesar had vanished. He observed with serious concern that in the repetition of doubtful combats he had lost his most. Not averse to signify the conditions on which he would consent to spare and to dismiss the Caesar with the relics of his captive army, the hopes of safety subdued the firmness of the Romans. The emperor was compelled by the advice of his council and the cries of the soldiers to embrace the toils of the enemy, expected his fate with patient resignation, and accepted the humiliating conditions of peace, which at diligence the progress of the treaty would have suspended the attacks of the barbarians, and, before the expiration of the 4th day, he might have safely reached the fruitful province of Cordune, at the distance only of 100 miles 110. The irresolute emperor, instead of breaking through from his concessions, increased his demands and wasted 4 days in the arts of negotiation, till he had consumed the stock of provisions which yet remained in the camp of the Romans. Had Jovian been capable of executing a bold and prudent measure, he would have continued his march with unremitting offer of peace, and the prefect Sallust was immediately sent, with the general Orontheus, to understand the pleasure of the great king. The crafty Persian delayed under various pretenses. The conclusion of the agreement started difficulties, required explanations, suggested expedients, rested to secure the performance of the conditions. 111 was no longer in his power to refuse. The 5 provinces beyond the Tigris, which had been ceded by the grandfather of Caesar, were restored to the Persian monarchy. He acquired, by a single article, the impregnable city of Nisibis, which had sustained in 3 successive sieges the effort of his arms. Singora and the castle of the Moors, one of the strongest places of Mesopotamia, were likewise dismembered from the empire. It was considered as an indulgence that the inhabitants of those fortresses were permitted to retire with their effects, but the conqueror rigorously insisted that the Romans should forever abandon the king and kingdom of Armenia. A peace, or rather a long truce of 30 years, was stipulated between the hostile nations. The faith of the treaty was ratified by solemn oaths and religious ceremonies, and hostages of distinguished rank were reciprocally delivered. As far as the Euphrates, the claims. The sophist of Antioch, who saw with indignation the weakness and disgrace of Jovian, the scepter of his hero in the feeble hand of a Christian successor, professes to admire the moderation of Sapor in contenting himself with so small a portion of the Roman Empire, if he had stretched, of the hasty and tumultuous choice of the camp beyond the Tigris 113, in the neighborhood of the same river, at no very considerable distance from the fatal station of Dura 114, the 10,000. Of his ambition he might have been secure, says Libanius, of not meeting with a refusal, if he had fixed as the boundary of Persia the Orontes, the Cydnus, the Singaris, or even the Thracian Bosphorus. Flatterers would not have been wanting in the court of Jovian to convince the timid monarch, domestic, exalted to the throne by fortune rather than by merit, was impatient to escape from the hands of the Persians, that he might prevent the designs of Procopius, who commanded the army of Mesopotamia, and establish his doubtful reign over the legions and provinces which were still ignorant. That his remaining provinces would still afford the most ample gratifications of power and luxury 112, without adopting in its full force this malicious insinuation, we must acknowledge that the conclusion of so ignominious a treaty was facilitated by the private ambition of Jovian, the obscure. 115. Greeks, without generals or guides or provisions, were abandoned above 1,200 miles from their native country to the resentment of a victorious monarch. The difference of their conduct and success depended much more on their character than on their situation. Instead of tamely resigning of their superiority over the barbarians in arms and discipline, they disdained to yield. They refused to capitulate. Every obstacle was surmounted by their patience, courage, and military skill, and the memorable retreat of the 10,000 exposed and insulted the weakness of the Persian monarchy. Themselves to the secret deliberations and private views of a single person, the united counsels of the Greeks were inspired by the generous enthusiasm of a popular assembly, where the mind of each citizen is filled with the love of glory, the pride of freedom, and the contempt of death. Conscious the hands of the Persians, but if, as the price of his disgraceful concessions, that he continues his retreat to Nisibis, Emperor might perhaps have stipulated that the camp of the hungry Romans should be plentifully supplied 116, and that they should be permitted to pass the Tigris on the bridge which was constructed by Mesopotamia. They endured the last extremities. Jovian presumed to solicit those equitable terms. They were sternly refused by the haughty tyrant of the East, whose clemency had pardoned the invaders of his country. The Saracens sometimes intercepted the stragglers of the march, but the generals and troops of Sipar respected the cessation of which the army sustained in the passage of the Tigris, was not inferior to the carnage of a day of battle. As soon as the Romans had landed on the western bank, they were delivered from the hostile pursuit of the barbarians, but in a laborious march of 200 miles over the plains of successive voyages, a great part of the army, but as every man was anxious for his personal safety and apprehensive of being left on the hostile shore, the soldiers who were too impatient to wait the slow returns of the boats boldly ventured themselves on light hurdles or inflated skins, and arms, and Jovian was suffered to explore the most convenient place for the passage of the river. The small vessels, which had been saved from the conflagration of the fleet, performed the most essential service. They first conveyed the emperor and his favorites, and afterwards transported, in many, drawing after them their horses, attempted with various success to swim across the river. Many of these daring adventurers were swallowed by the waves. Many others, who were carried along by the violence of the stream, fell an easy prey to the avarice or cruelty of the wild Arabs, and the loss received the generals of Mesopotamia, and the remains of a once flourishing army at length reposed. Of thirst and hunger, they were obliged to traverse a sandy desert, which, in the extent of 70 miles, did not afford a single blade of sweet grass, nor a single spring of fresh water, and the rest of the inhospitable waste was untrod by the footsteps either of friends or enemies. Whenever a small measure of flour could be discovered in the camp, 20 pounds weight were greedily purchased with 10 pieces of gold. 117. The beasts of burden were slaughtered and devoured, and the desert was strewed with the arms and baggage of the Roman soldiers, whose tattered garments and meager countenances displayed their past sufferings and actual misery. A small convoy of provisions advanced to meet the army as far as the castle of Ur, and the supply was the more grateful since it declared the fidelity of Sebastian and Procopius. At Thilsafada 118, the emperor most graciously military command in the hands of those officers who, from motives of interest or inclination, would firmly support the cause of their benefactor. 119. Themselves under the walls of Nisibis, the messengers of Jovian had already proclaimed in the language of flattery his election, his treaty, and his return, and the new prince had taken the most effectual measures to secure the allegiance of the armies and provinces of Europe by placing the Avda of a tributary province governed by the laws and magistrates of Rome, that the barbarians would adopt the dress and manners and language of their conquerors, and that the youth of Ecbatana and Susa would study the art of rhetoric under Grecian masters. 120. The progress of the arms of Julian. The friends of Julian had confidently announced universal clamor against the treaty of peace, the success of his expedition. They entertained a fond persuasion that the temples of the gods would be enriched with the spoils of the East, that Persia would be reduced to the humble state, interrupted his communication with the empire, and from the moment that he passed the Tigris, his affectionate subjects were ignorant of the fate and fortunes of their prince. Their contemplation of fancied triumphs was disturbed by the melancholy rumor of his death, and they persisted to doubt. They could no longer deny the truth of that fatal event. 121. The messengers of Jovian promulgated the specious tale of a prudent and necessary peace, the voice of fame, louder and more sincere, revealed the disgrace of the emperor and the conditions of the ignominious treaty. The minds of the redeem his pusillanimous behavior by a splendid act of patriotic perfidy. The inflexible spirit of the Roman Senate had always disclaimed the unequal conditions which were extorted from the distress of her captive armies, and, if it were necessary, people were filled with astonishment and grief, with indignation and terror, when they were informed that the unworthy successor of Julian relinquished the 5 provinces which had been acquired by the victory of Galerius, and that he shamefully surrendered to the barbarians the important city of Nisibis, the firmest bulwark of the provinces of the East. 122. The deep and dangerous question, how far the public faith should be observed when it becomes incompatible with the public safety, was freely agitated in popular conversation, and some hopes were entertained that the emperor would, to satisfy the national honor, by delivering the guilty general into the hands of the barbarians, the greatest part of the subjects of Jovian would have cheerfully acquiesced in the precedent of ancient times. 123. But the emperor, whatever might be the limits of his constitutional authority, was the absolute. Jovian evacuates Nisibis and restores the 5 provinces to the Persians. August, master of the laws and arms of the state, and the same motives which had forced him to subscribe, now pressed. Prudence forbade the emperor to lodge in the palace of Nisibis, but the next morning after his arrival, Bynzes, the ambassador of Persia, entered the place, displayed from the citadel the standard of the great king, and proclaimed in his name the cruel alternative of exile or servitude. Principal citizens of Nisibis, who, till that fatal moment, had confided in the protection of their sovereign, threw themselves at his feet. They conjured him not to abandon, or, at least, not to deliver, a faithful colony to the rage of a barbarian tyrant, exasperated him to execute the treaty of peace. He was impatient to secure an empire at the expense of a few provinces, and the respectable names of religion and honor concealed the personal fears and the ambition of Jovian. Notwithstanding the dutiful solicitations of the inhabitants, decency, as well as have viewed with an eye of compassion. 125. The martial youth deserted with indignant grief the walls which they had so gloriously defended, the disconsolate by the 3 successive defeats which he had experienced under the walls of Nisibis. They still possessed arms and courage to repel the invaders of their country. They requested only the permission of using them in their own defense, and as soon as they had asserted their independence, they should implore the favor of being again admitted into the rank of his subjects. Their arguments, their eloquence, their tears were ineffectual. Jovian alleged, with some confusion, the sanctity of oaths, and as the reluctance with which he accepted the present of a crown of gold convinced the citizens, supposed that the discontent of the people might incline them to submit to the Persian government. He published an edict under pain of death that they should leave the city within the term of 3 days. Ammianus has delineated in lively colors the scene of universal despair which he seems to of their hopeless condition. The advocate Silvanus was provoked to exclaim, "O Emperor, may you thus be crowned by all the cities of your dominions." Jovian, who in a few weeks had assumed the habits of a prince. 124, was displeased with freedom, and offended with truth, and as he reasonably mourner dropped a last tear over the tomb of a son or husband, which must soon be profaned by the rude hand of a barbarian master, and the aged citizen kissed the threshold and clung to the doors of the house where he had passed the cheerful and careless hours of infancy. The highways were crowded with a trembling multitude. The distinctions of rank and sex and age were lost in the general calamity. Every one strove to bear away some fragment from the wreck of his fortunes, and as they could not command the immediate service of an adequate number of horses or wagons, they were obliged to his victory, and this ignominious peace has justly been considered as a memorable era in the decline and fall of the Roman Empire. The predecessors of Jovian had sometimes relinquished the dominion of distant and unprofitable provinces, but since the foundation, leave behind them the greatest part of their valuable effects. The savage insensibility of Jovian appears to have aggravated the hardships of these unhappy fugitives. They were seated, however, in a new-built quarter of Amida, and that rising city, with the reinforcement of a very considerable colony, soon recovered its former splendor and became the capital of Mesopotamia 126. Similar orders were dispatched by the emperor for the evacuation of Singara and the castle of the Moors, and for the restitution of the 5 provinces beyond the Tigris. Sippar enjoyed the glory and the fruits of the city. The genius of Rome, the god Terminus, who guarded the boundaries of the Republic, had never retired before the sword of a victorious enemy 127, whose worship he had restored, while the invectives of the Christians pursued the soul. After Jovian had performed those engagements, reflections on the death which the voice of his people might have tempted him to violate, he hastened away from the scene of his disgrace and proceeded with his whole court to enjoy the luxury of Antioch 128, without consulting the decades. Corpse of Julian was transported from Nisibis to Tarsus in a slow march of 15 days, and as it passed through the cities of the east was saluted by the hostile factions with mournful lamentations and clamorous insults. The pagans already placed their beloved hero in the rank of those gods. Of religious zeal, he was prompted by humanity and gratitude to bestow the last honors on the remains of his deceased sovereign 129, and Procopius, who sincerely bewailed the loss of his kinsman, was removed from the command of the army under the decent pretense of conducting the funeral of the apostate to hell, and his body to the grave 130. One party lamented the approaching ruin of their altars, the other celebrated the marvelous deliverance of the church. The Christians applauded in lofty and ambiguous strains the stroke of divine vengeance, which had been so long suspended. Obscure hand of some mortal or immortal champion of the faith 132. Such imprudent declarations were eagerly adopted by the malice or credulity of their adversaries 133, who darkly insinuated over the guilty head of Julian. They acknowledged that the death of the tyrant at the instant he expired beyond the Tigris was revealed to the saints of Egypt, Syria, and Cappadocia 131, and instead of suffering him to fall by the Persian darts, their indiscretion ascribed the heroic deed to the suspicions are unsupported by fact or argument, and we can only esteem the generous zeal of the sophist of Antioch for the cold and neglected ashes of his friend 135. or confidently asserted that the governors of the church had instigated and directed the fanaticism of a domestic assassin. 134. Above 16 years after the death of Julian, the charge was solemnly and vehemently urged in a public oration, addressed by Libanius to the Emperor Theodosius, his. It was an ancient custom in the funerals as and funeral of Julian, well as in the triumphs of the Romans, that the voice of praise should be corrected by that of satire and ridicule, and that in the midst of the splendid pageants which displayed the glory of the living or of the dead, their imperfections should not be concealed from the eyes of the world. 136. This custom was practiced in the funeral of Julian. The comedians who resented his contempt and aversion for the theatre exhibited, with the applause of a Christian audience, the lively and exaggerated representation. Affectation. The remains of Julian were interred at Tarsus in Cilicia, but his stately tomb, which rose in that city on the banks of the cold and limpid Cydnus. 138, was displeasing to the faithful friends who loved and revered the memory of that extraordinary man. The philosopher expressed a very reasonable wish that the disciple of Plato might have reposed amidst the groves of the Academy. 139. While the soldier exclaimed in bolder accents that the ashes of Julian should have been mingled with those of Caesar in the field of Mars and among the ancient, was degraded into a priest. The purity of his virtue was sullied by excessive vanity. His superstition disturbed the peace and endangered the safety of a mighty empire, and his irregular sallies were the less entitled to indulgence as they appeared to be the laborious efforts of art, or even of the faults and follies of the deceased emperor. His various character and singular manners afforded an ample scope for pleasantry and ridicule. 137. In the exercise of his uncommon talents, he often descended below the majesty of his rank. Alexander was transformed into Diogenes, the philosopher. Monuments of Roman virtue. 140. The history of princes does not very frequently renew the example of a similar competition. Note zone. See this fable or satire p. 306-336 of the Leipzig edition of Julian's works. The French version of the learned Ezekiel Spanheim, Paris, 1683, is coarse, languid, and correct, and his notes, proofs, illustrations, c. are piled on each other till they form a mass of 557. Origin. Resemblance and disagreement of the Greek satyrs, a dramatic piece, which was acted after the tragedy, and the Latin satires from Satyra, a miscellaneous composition, either in prose or verse. Yet the Caesars of Julian are of such an original cast that the critic is perplexed to which neighborhood of China. 7. These embassies had been sent to Constantius. Aminus, who unwarily deviates into gross flattery, must have forgotten the length of the way and the short duration of the reign of Julian. 8. Guthus sape follises et perfidos hostes quaer se miliars 8 that illis class he should ascribe them. 3. This mixed character of Silenus is finely painted in the 6th Eclogue of Virgil. 4. Every impartial reader must perceive and condemn the partiality of Julian against his uncle Constantine, and the Christian religion. On this occasion, the interpreters are compelled by more sacred interest to renounce their allegiance, and to desert the cause of their author. 5. Julian was secretly inclined to prefer a Greek to a Roman, but when he seriously compared a hero with a philosopher, he was sensible that mankind had much greater obligations to Socrates. Furnished charioteers, Tyre and Berytus, comedians, Caesarea, pantomimes, Heliopolis, singers, Gaza, gladiators, Ascalon, wrestlers, and Castebula, rope dancers. See the Expositio Mundi, p. 6. In the third tome of Hudson's Minor Geographers, 13. Then to Alexander Orat, ad Themistrum, p. 264. 6. In nationibus indicis certatum cum donus optimit smittentibus. Ab asc divus et serendivus. Amen. 7. This island, to which the names of Taprobana, Serendip, and Ceylon have been successively applied, manifests how imperfectly the 306 Zosimus L. I. p. 158 and Socrates L. I. c. 19. 11. The satire of Julian and the homilies of Chrysostom exhibit the same picture of Antioch. The miniature which the Abbé de la Bliterie has copied from thence vide Julian, p. 332, is elegant and correct. 12. Ladaci. The degrees of plenty and scarcity in Misopogon, p. 369. From this fact, and from some collateral examples, I conclude that under the successors of Constantine, the moderate price of wheat was about 32 shillings the English quarter, which is equal to the average price of the 64 first years of the present century. See Arbuthnot's tables of coins, weights, and measures, p. 88, 89. Plen. Hist. Natter. 2. 12. Mem. De l'Académie des Inscriptions, Tom. Xv. p. 718-721. Smith's Inquiry into the Nature and Causes of the Wealth of Nations, Vol. I. p. 246. This last I am proud, like a skillful advocate, severely censures the folly of the people who suffered for the crime of a few obscure and drunken wretches. 19. Libanius ad Entachin. C. Vi. p. 213. Reminds Antioch of the recent chastisement of Caesarea, and even Julian, in Misopogon, p. 355. Insinuates how severely. 27. His birth is assigned to the year 314. He mentions the 76th year of his age, d. 390, and seems to allude to some events of a still later date. 28. Libanius has composed the vain, prolix, but curious narrative of his own life, Tom. I. p. 184. Edit. Moral. Of. Ancients, 2. Burr frequented by the moderns, and 3. The bridge of Menbix, or Hierapolis, at the distance of 4 parisings from the city. 36. Haran, or Kara, was the ancient residence of the Sabaeans and of Abraham. See the Index Geographicus of Skeltons at Kulsumvit, Saladin. A work in non-Latin alphabet, Rein est bocula re, a maxim which should be inscribed on the desk of every rhetorician. 68. Libanius alludes to the most powerful of the generals. I have ventured to name Sallust. Amminus says of all the leaders, quod erimet terite juices. Concordi precet fere prohiber tenterant. 69. hinc imperator. Ses aminus ipse cum levis o matera auxilis per prima postra mica discurrens si yet Zosimus, his friend, does not allow him to pass the river till 2 days after the battle. 70. Secundum Homericum dispositionem. A similar Saiva fames adorat. Miles agit, toto sens non prodigus emit. Exigum serum, provlocre polida taves. Non dist prolita jeginas venditur aura. Si gurchot now vox memoires militaires, Tom. I. P. 379-382. His analysis of the 2 campaigns in Spain and Africa is the noblest monument that has ever been raised to the fame of Caesar. 118. M. Denville see his maps and leave freight at La Tigre p. 92-93. Traces their march and assigns the true position of Hatra, and Thilsafata, which Amminus has mentioned. He does not complain of the Samuel, the deadly hot wind which Thethanot voyages, part I. L. I. P. Tantalus, 131. Tillement hist, des Imperes Tom. Iv. P. 549. Has collected these visions. Some saint or angel was observed to be absent in the night on a secret expedition. C. 132. Sozomen, L. Vi. 2. Applauds the Greek doctrine of tyrannicide, that the whole passage, which a Jesuit might have, must be applied and interpreted with some caution. 128. Amminus 9. Zosimus L. I. P. 196. He might be adax et veno veneric indulgence, but I agree with Lablittery, Tom. I. P. 148-154. In rejecting the foolish report of a Bacchanalian riot, Suddam celebrated at Antioch by the in non-Latin alphabet. This dark and ambiguous expression may point to Athanasius, the first without a rival of the Christian clergy. Libanius de Ulcis, Joel, Nice c. 5. p. 149. Lablittery hist. De Jovian, Tom. I. P. 179. 135. The Order Fabricis, Biblia. Greek, Tom. Gratissimus emis et liquidus, sed ad perpetuandum gloriam recte factorum praeterlamber Tiberis intersecans urbem aeternam, divorumque veterum monumenta prestringens. Amen. 10. Honors of Constantius, whose body was chaunted over Mount Taurus by a choir of angels. 138. Quintus Curtius, L. I. C. 4. The luxuriancy of his descriptions has been often censured, yet it was almost the duty of the historian to describe a river whose waters had nearly proved fatal to Alexander. Inquired how much it cost, £80,000. Centes give me the 10th part of the sum, and throw my body into the Tiber. Sueton, in Vespasian, c. 19, with the notes of Casaubon and Gronovis. 137. Gregory Worat, Iv. P. 119-120. Compares this supposed ignominy and ridicule to the funeral. Vi. P. 145-179. Scatters suspicions, demands an inquiry, and insinuates that proofs might still be obtained. He describes the success of the Huns to the criminal neglect of revenging Julian's death. 136. At the funeral of Vespasian, the comedian who personated that frugal emperor anxiously. 139. Libanius, Orat, Parent, c. 156. p. 377. Yet he acknowledges with gratitude the liberality of the two royal brothers in decorating the tomb of Julian did Ulcis. Jol. Nis. c. 7. p. 152. 140. Cujus suprema et sines sici tant just consulerit non tidnus viter dibert quamvis. Chap. Xvi. Manners of the pastoral nations, progress of the Huns from China to Europe, flight of the Goths, they pass the Danube, Gothic War, defeat and death of Valens. Gratian invests Theodosius with the Eastern Empire, his character and success, peace and settlement of the Goths. War. Never since the formation of the globe been exposed to the sun, but the tide soon returned with the weight of an immense and irresistible deluge which was severely felt on the coasts of Sicily, of Dalmatia, of Greece, and of Egypt. Large boats were transported and lodged on the roofs of houses. In the second year of the reign of Valentinian and Valens, on the morning of the 21st day of July, the greatest part of the Roman earthquakes, d. 365, July 21st, world was shaken by a violent and destructive earthquake. The impression was communicated to the waters. The shores of the Mediterranean were left dry by the sudden retreat of the sea. Great quantities of fish were caught with the hand. Large vessels were stranded on the mud, and a curious spectator amused his eye, or rather his fancy, by contemplating the various appearance of valleys and mountains, which had, at the distance of 2 miles from the shore, the people with their habitations were swept away by the waters, and the city of Alexandria annually commemorated the fatal day on which 50,000 persons had lost their lives in the inundation. This calamity, the report of which was magnified, the prelude only of still more dreadful calamities, and their fearful vanity was disposed to confound the symptoms of a declining empire and a sinking world too. It was the fashion of the times to attribute every remarkable event to the particular will of the deity. The alterations of nature were, from one province to another, astonished and terrified the subjects of Rome, and their affrighted imagination enlarged the real extent of a momentary evil. They recollected the preceding earthquakes, which had subverted the cities of Palestine and Bithynia. They considered these alarming strokes as connected by an invisible chain with the moral and metaphysical opinions of the human mind, and the most sagacious divines could distinguish according to the color of their respective prejudices that the establishment of heresy tended to produce an earthquake, or that a deluge was. Scythia and Germany, the invasion of the Huns and Goths, d. 376. Huns precipitated on the provinces of the West the Gothic nation, which advanced in less than 40 years from the Danube to the Atlantic, and opened a way, by the success of their arms, the inevitable consequence of the progress of sin and error. Without presuming to discuss the truth or propriety of these lofty speculations, the historian may content himself with an observation, which seems to be justified by experience, that man has much more to fear from the passions of his fellow creatures than from the convulsions of the elements. 3. The mischievous effects of an earthquake or deluge, a hurricane, or the eruption of a volcano bear a very inconsiderable proportion to the ordinary calamities of war, as they are now moderated by the prudence or humanity of the princes. His fortune is exposed to the rage of war. In the disastrous period of the fall of the Roman Empire, which may justly be dated from the reign of Valens, the happiness and security of each individual were personally attacked, and the arts and labors of ages were rudely defaced by the barbarians of Europe, who amuse their own leisure and exercise the courage of their subjects in the practice of the military art. But the laws and manners of modern nations protect the safety and freedom of the vanquished soldier, and the peaceful citizen had seldom reason to complain that his life, or even emigrations to the inroads of so many hostile tribes, more savage than themselves. The original principle of motion was concealed in the remote countries of the north, and the curious observation of the pastoral life of the Scythians 4, or Tartars 5, will illustrate the latent cause of these destructive themselves and to each other. The uniform stability of their manners is the natural consequence of the imperfection of their faculties, reduced to a similar situation there. But the operation of instinct is more sure and simple than that of reason. It is much easier to ascertain the appetites of a quadruped than the speculations of a philosopher, and the savage tribes of mankind, as they approach nearer to the condition of animals, preserve a stronger resemblance to the different characters that mark the civilized, the pastoral manners of the Scythians or Tartars, nations of the globe, may be ascribed to the use and the abuse of reason, which so variously shapes and so artificially composes the manners and opinions of an European or a Chinese. This observation, I shall now proceed to consider a nation of shepherds and of warriors. Wants, their desires, their enjoyments still continue the same, and the influence of food or climate, which in a more improved state of society is suspended or subdued by so many moral causes, most powerfully contributes to form and to maintain the national character of barbarians in every age. The immense plains of Scythia or Tartary have been inhabited by vagrant tribes of hunters and shepherds whose indolence refuses to cultivate the earth, and whose restless spirit disdains the confinement of a sedentary life. In every age, the Scythians and Tartars have been renowned for. Historian is forcibly awakened from a pleasing vision, and is compelled with some reluctance to confess that the pastoral manners which have been adorned with the fairest attributes of peace and innocence are much better adapted to the fierce and cruel habits of a military life. To illustrate their invincible courage and rapid conquests, the thrones of Asia have been repeatedly overturned by the shepherds of the north, and their arms have spread terror and devastation over the most fertile and warlike countries of Europe. 6. On this occasion, as well as on many others, the sober, of similar and native manners. 8. In the three important articles of I, their diet, I, their habitation, and I, their exercises, the narratives of antiquity are justified by the experience of modern times. 7. And the banks of the Borysthens, of the Volga, or of the Silingo, will indifferently present the same uniform spectacle. Common association of carnivorous and cruel deserves to be considered in any the corn or even the rice which constitutes diet. The ordinary and wholesome food of a civilized people can be obtained only by the patient toil of the husbandman. Some of the happy savages who dwell between the tropics are plentifully nourished by the liberality of nature, but in the climates of the north a nation of shepherds is reduced to their flocks and herds. The skillful practitioners of the medical art will determine, if they are able to determine, how far the temper of the human mind may be affected by the use of animal or of vegetable food, and whether the other light than that of an innocent, perhaps a salutary, prejudice of humanity 9. Yet if it be true that the sentiment of compassion is imperceptibly weakened by the sight and practice of domestic cruelty, we may observe that the horrid objects which are disguised by the arts of European grass is quick and luxuriant, and there are few places necessary for the subsistence of our troops must be slowly transported by the labor of men or horses. But the flocks and herds which accompany the march of the Tartars afford a sure and increasing supply of flesh and milk in the far greater part of the uncultivated waste. The vegetation of the refinement are exhibited in their naked and most disgusting simplicity in the tent of a Tartarian shepherd. The ox or the sheep are slaughtered by the same hand from which they were accustomed to receive their daily food, and the bleeding limbs are served with very little preparation on the table of their unfeeling murderer. In the military profession, and especially in the conduct of a numerous army, the exclusive use of animal food appears to be productive of the most solid advantages. Corn is a bulky and perishable commodity, and the large magazines, which are indispensably so extremely barren that the hardy cattle of the north cannot find some tolerable pasture. The supply is multiplied and prolonged by the undistinguishing appetite and patient abstinence of the Tartars. They indifferently feed on the flesh of those animals that have been killed for the table, or the most grateful present, unsubstantial diet will support for many days the life and even the spirits of the patient warrior. But this extraordinary abstinence, which the Stoic would approve and the hermit might envy, is commonly succeeded by the most voracious indulgence of appetite. The wines of a happier climate are slaughter the greatest part of their cattle and preserve the flesh, either smoked or dried in the sun. On the sudden emergency of a hasty march, they provide themselves with a sufficient quantity of little bowls of cheese, or rather of hard curd, which they occasionally dissolve in water, and this, their most distant and rapid incursions by an adequate number of spare horses who may be occasionally used either to redouble the speed or to satisfy the hunger of the barbarians. Many are the resources of courage and poverty when the forage round a camp of Tartars is almost consumed. They have died of disease, horse flesh which in every age and country has been proscribed by the civilized nations of Europe and Asia. They devour with peculiar greediness, and this singular taste facilitates the success of their military operations. The active cavalry of Scythia is always followed, in New World experience the alternate vicissitudes of famine and plenty, and their stomach is inured to sustain without much inconvenience the opposite extremes of hunger and of intemperance. Or the most valuable commodity that can be offered to the Tartars, and the only example of their industry seems to consist in the art of extracting from mare's milk a fermented liquor, which possesses a very strong power of intoxication. Like the animals of prey, the savages, both of the old and animated by mutual support and emulation. The houses of the Tartars are no more than small tents of an oval form which afford a cold and in the ages of rustic and martial simplicity, habitations, a people of soldiers and husbandmen are dispersed over the face of an extensive and cultivated country, and some time must elapse before the warlike youth of Greece or Italy could be assembled under the same standard. Either corrupt the habits of the military life. The pastoral manners of the Scythians seem to unite the different advantages of simplicity and refinement. The individuals of the same tribe are constantly assembled, but they are assembled in a camp, and the native spirit of these dauntless shepherds is to defend their own confines or to invade the territories of the adjacent tribes. The progress of manufactures and commerce insensibly collects a large multitude within the walls of a city, but these citizens are no longer soldiers, and the arts which adorn and improve the state of civil society. Dirty habitation for the promiscuous youth of both sexes. The palaces of the rich consist of wooden huts of such a size that they may be conveniently fixed on large wagons and drawn by a team perhaps of 20 or 30 oxen. The flocks and herds, after grazing all day in the adjacent pastures, is of so frail a texture that it retire on the approach of night within the protection of the camp. The necessity of preventing the most mischievous confusion in such a perpetual concourse of men and animals must gradually introduce in the distribution, the order and the guard of the encampment, the rudiments of the military art. As soon as the forage of a certain district is consumed, the tribe, or rather army of shepherds, makes a regular march to some fresh pastures and thus acquires in the ordinary occupations of the pastoral lives the practical knowledge of one of the most important and difficult operations of war. The choice of stations is regulated by the difference of the seasons. In the summer, the Tartars advance towards the north and pitch their tents on the banks of a river or, at least, in the neighborhood of a running stream. But in the winter they return to the south and shelter their camp behind some convenient eminence against the winds, which are chilled in their passage over the bleak and icy regions of Siberia. These manners are admirably adapted to diffuse among the wandering tribes the spirit of emigration and conquest. The connection between the people and their territory may be broken by the slightest accident. The camp, and not the soil, is the native country of the genuine Tartar. Within the precincts of that camp, his family, his companions, his property are always included, and in the most distant marches he is still surrounded by the objects which are dear. Is attributed to the height of the plains which rise especially towards the east, more than half a mile above the level of the sea, and to the quantity of saltwater with which the soil is deeply or valuable or familiar in his eyes. The thirst of rapine, the fear or the resentment of injury, the impatience of servitude have in every age been sufficient causes to urge the tribes of Scythia boldly to advance into some unknown countries where they might hope to find a more plentiful subsistence or a less formidable enemy. The revolutions of the North have frequently determined the fate of the South, and in the conflict of hostile nations, the victor and the vanquished have alternately drove and been driven from the confines of China to those of Germany. 10. These great emigrations which have been sometimes executed with almost incredible diligence, were rendered more easy by the peculiar nature of the climate. It is well known that the cold of Tartary is much more severe than in the midst of the temperate zone might reasonably be expected. This uncommon rigor. Wagons and their cattle, the smooth and hard surface of an immense plain. Impregnated 11. In the winter season, the broad and rapid rivers that discharge their waters into the Euxine, the Caspian, or the Icy Sea are strongly frozen. The fields are covered with a bed of snow, and the fugitive or victorious tribes may securely traverse with their families there, without dismounting from there. The pastoral life compared with the labors exercises of agriculture and manufactures is undoubtedly a life of idleness, and as the most honorable shepherds of the Tartar race devolve on their captives the domestic management of the cattle, their own leisure is seldom disturbed by any servile and assiduous cares. But this leisure, instead of being devoted to the soft enjoyments of love and harmony, is usefully spent in the violent and sanguinary exercise of the chase. The plains of Tartary are filled with a strong and serviceable breed of horses, which are easily trained for the purposes of war and hunting. The Scythians of every age have been celebrated as bold and skillful riders, and constant practice had seated them so firmly on horseback that they were supposed by strangers to perform the ordinary duties of civil life, to eat, to drink, and even to sleep, the subsistence and even luxury of a Tartar camp. But the exploits of the hunters of Scythia are not confined to the destruction of timid or innoxious beasts. They boldly encounter the angry wild boar when he turns against his pursuers, excite the sluggish courage of the bear, and provoke the Tartar princes. Compose an instructive exercise for their numerous cavalry. A circle is drawn of many miles in circumference, to encompass the game of an extensive district, and the troops that form the circle regularly advance towards a common center, where the captive animals surrounded on every steeds. They excel in the dexterous management of the lance. The long Tartar bow is drawn with a nervous arm, and the weighty arrow is directed to its object with unerring aim and irresistible force. These arrows are often pointed against the harmless animals of the desert, which increase and fury of the tiger as he slumbers in the thicket. Where there is danger there may be glory, and the mode of hunting, which opens the fairest field to the exertions of valor, may justly be considered as the image and as the school of war. The general hunting matches, the pride and delight of the multiply in the absence of their most formidable enemy, the hare, the goat, the roebuck, the fallow deer, the stag, the elk, and the antelope. The vigor and patience both of the men and horses are continually exercised by the fatigues of the chase, and the plentiful supply of game contributes to chase serve as a prelude to the conquest of an empire. 12. Directing their eye and their steps to a remote object of preserving their intervals of suspending or accelerating their pace according to the motions of the troops on their right and left, and of watching and repeating the signals of their leaders. Their leaders' study in this practical side are abandoned to the darts of the hunters. In this march, which frequently continues many days, the cavalry are obliged to climb the hills, to swim the rivers, and to wend through the valleys without interrupting the prescribed order of their gradual progress. They acquire the habit of School, the most important lesson of the military art, the prompt and accurate judgment of ground, of distance, and of time, to employ against a human enemy the same patience and valor, the same skill and discipline, is the only alteration which is required in real war, and the amusements of the generations. The political society of the ancient Germans' government has the appearance of a voluntary alliance of independent warriors. The tribes of Scythia, distinguished by the modern appellation of hordes, assume the form of a numerous and increasing family, which in the course of successive has been propagated from the same original stock. The meanest and most ignorant of the Tartars preserve with conscious pride the inestimable treasure of their genealogy, and whatever distinctions of rank may have been introduced by the unequal distribution of pastoral wealth, they mutually, the result of union, oppressed and collected the divided forces of the respect themselves and each other as the descendants of the first founder of the tribe. The custom, which still prevails, of adopting the bravest and most faithful of the captives, may countenance the very probable suspicion that this extensive consanguinity is in a great measure legal and by superior force or mutual consent. But the constant operation of various and permanent causes contributed to unite the vagrant hordes into national communities under the command of a supreme head. The weak were desirous of support, and the strong were ambitious of dominion. The power, which is fictitious, but the useful prejudice which has obtained the sanction of time and opinion, produces the effects of truth. The haughty barbarians yield a cheerful and voluntary obedience to the head of their blood, and their chief, or Mirza, as the representative of their great father, exercises the authority of a judge in peace and of a leader in war. In the original state of the pastoral world, each of the Mirzas, if we may continue to use a modern appellation, acted as the independent chief of a large and separate family, and the limits of their peculiar territories were gradually fixed. Those contributions amounts to the tithe both of their property and of their adjacent tribes, and as the vanquished were freely admitted to share the advantages of victory, the most valiant chiefs hastened to range themselves and their followers under the formidable standard of a confederate nation. The most successful of the Tartar princes assumed the military command, to which he was entitled by the superiority either of merit or of power. He was raised to the throne by the acclamations of his equals, and the title of Khan expresses, in the language of the north of Asia, the full extent of the regal dignity. The right of hereditary succession was long confined to the blood of the founder of the monarchy, and at this moment all the Khans who reign from Crimea to the wall of China are the lineal descendants of the renowned Zingis XIII. But as it is the indispensable duty of a Tartar sovereign to lead his warlike subjects into the field, the claims of an infant are often disregarded, and some royal kinsman, distinguished by his age and valor, is entrusted with the sword and scepter of his predecessor. Two distinct and regular taxes are levied on the tribes to support the dignity of their national monarch and of their peculiar chief, and each of the ambitious monarch who reviewed the strength must consult the inclination of an armed people, the rudiments of a feudal government. Spoil. A Tartar sovereign enjoys the 10th part of the wealth of his people, and as his own domestic riches of flocks and herds increase in a much larger proportion, he is able plentifully to maintain the rustic splendor of his court, to reward the most deserving or the most favored of his followers, and to obtain from the gentle influence of corruption the obedience which might be sometimes refused to the stern mandates of authority. The manners of his subjects, accustomed, like himself, to blood and rapine, might excuse in their eyes such partial acts of tyranny as would excite. National Council, the Corote 14 or Diet of the Tartars, was regularly held in the spring and autumn, in the midst of a plain where the princes of the reigning family and the mirzas of the respective tribes may conveniently assemble on horseback with their martial and numerous trains, and the horror of a civilized people, but the power of a despot has never been acknowledged in the deserts of Scythia. The immediate jurisdiction of the Khan is confined within the limits of his own tribe, and the exercise of his royal prerogative has been moderated by the ancient institution of his conquests over Europe or Asia. The successful shepherds of the north have submitted to the confinement of arts, of laws, and of cities, and the introduction of luxury, after destroying the freedom of the people, has undermined the foundations of the throne. 15. May be discovered in the constitution of the Scythian or Tartar nations, but the perpetual conflict of those hostile nations has sometimes terminated in the establishment of a powerful and despotic empire. The victor, enriched by the tribute and fortified by the arms of dependent kings, has spread of Thrace as far as the frozen Maeotis, the seat of eternal winter, and Mount Caucasus, which in the language of poetry was described as the utmost. The memory of past events cannot long be situation and extent of Scythia or Tartary, preserved in the frequent and remote emigrations of illiterate barbarians. The modern Tartars are ignorant of the conquests of their ancestors. 16. And our knowledge of the history of the Scythians is derived from their intercourse with the learned and civilized nations of the south, the Greeks, the Persians, and the Chinese. The Greeks, who navigated the Euxine and planted their colonies along the sea coast, made the gradual and imperfect discovery of Scythia from the Danube and the confines. Invincible spirit of the same boundary of the earth, they celebrated with simple credulity the virtues of the pastoral life. 17. They entertained a more rational apprehension of the strength and numbers of the warlike barbarians. 18. Who contemptuously baffled the immense armament of Darius, the son of Hystaspes. 19. The Persian. Towards the Caspian Sea, the long and memorable quarrel of Iran and Tauran is still the theme of history or romance. The famous, perhaps the fabulous, valour of the Persian heroes, Rustin and Asfendar, was signalized in the defense of their country against the Afrasiabs of the north. 20. And the monarchs had extended their western conquests to the banks of the Danube and the limits of European Scythia. The eastern provinces of their empire were exposed to the Scythians of Asia, the wild inhabitants of the plains beyond the Oxus and the Jaxartes, two mighty rivers which direct their course. Of accurate and contemporary barbarians resisted on the same ground the victorious arms of Cyrus and Alexander. 21. In the eyes of the Greeks and Persians, the real geography of Scythia was bounded on the east by the mountains of Hamas, or Kaf, and their distant prospect of the extreme and inaccessible parts of Asia was clouded by ignorance or perplexed by fiction. But those inaccessible regions are the ancient residence of a powerful and civilized nation. 22. Which ascends, by a probable tradition, above 40 centuries 23, and which is able to verify a series of near 2,000 years by the perpetual testimony, easily, or so accurately, measured but from the 40th degree, which touches the wall of China, we may securely advance above 1,000. Historians 24. The Annals of China 25 illustrate the state and revolutions of the pastoral tribes, which may still be distinguished by the vague appellation of Scythians or Tartars, the vassals, the enemies, and sometimes the conquerors of a great empire, whose policy has uniformly opposed the blind and impetuous valor of the barbarians of the north. From the mouth of the Danube to the Sea of Japan, the whole longitude of Scythia is about 110 degrees, which in that parallel are equal to more than 5,000 miles. The latitude of these extensive deserts cannot be so miles to the northward, till our progress is stopped by the excessive cold of Siberia. In that dreary climate, instead of the animated picture of a Tartar camp, the smoke which issues from the earth, or rather from the snow, betrays the subterraneous dwellings of the Tonghouses and the Simuis. The want of horses and oxen is imperfectly supplied by the use of reindeer and of large dogs, and the conquerors of the earth insensibly degenerate into a race of deformed and diminutive savages who tremble at the sound of arms. 26. Chiefs who assumed the appellation of Tanzhou, the Huns who under the reign of Valens, original seat of the Huns, threatened the Empire of Rome, had been formidable in a much earlier period to the Empire of China. 27. Their ancient, perhaps their original, seat was an extensive, though dry and barren, tract of country, immediately on the north side of the Great Wall. Their place is at present occupied by the 49 hordes or banners of the Mongols, a pastoral nation, which consists of about 200,000 families. 28. But the valor of the Huns had extended the narrow limits of their dominions, and their conquests in Scythia gradually became the conquerors and the be transferred, with much more sovereigns of a formidable empire, towards the east. Their victorious arms were stopped only by the ocean, and the tribes, which are thinly scattered between the Amur and the extreme peninsula of Korea, adhered with reluctance to the standard of the Huns. On the west, near the head of the Irtish and in the valleys of Amos, they found a more ample space and more numerous enemies. One of the lieutenants of the Tanzhou subdued in a single expedition 26 nations, the Igors. 29. Distinguished above the Tartar race by the use of letters or in the number of his vassals, and by the strange connection of human events. The flight of one of those vagrant tribes recalled the victorious Parthians from the invasion of Syria. 30. On the side of the north, the ocean was assigned as the limit of the power of the Huns. Without enemies to resist their progress, or witnesses to contradict their vanity, they might securely achieve a real or imaginary conquest of the frozen regions of Siberia. The northern sea was fixed as the remote boundary of their empire, but the name of that sea on whose shores the patriot Savu embraced the life of a shepherd and an exile. 31. May. Probability to the Baikal, a capacious basin, above 300 miles in length, which disdains the modest appellation of a lake. 32. And which actually communicates with the seas of the north by the long course of the Angara, the Tunguska, and the Genesee, the submission of so many distant China against the inroads of the Huns. 33. But this stupendous work, which holds a conspicuous place in the map of the world, has never contributed to the safety of an unwarlike people. The cavalry of the Tenju frequently consisted of 200,000 or 300,000 men, formidable by the matchless. Nations might flatter the pride of the Tenjo, but the valor of the Huns could be rewarded only by the enjoyment of the wealth and luxury of the Empire of the South. In the 3rd century before the Christian era, a wall of 1,500 miles in length was constructed to defend the frontiers of dexterity with which they managed their bows and their horses, by their hardy patience in supporting the inclemency of the weather, and by the incredible speed of their march, which was seldom checked by torrents or precipices, by the deepest rivers or by the most lofty mountains. They spread themselves at once over the face of the country, and their rapid impetuosity surprised, astonished, and disconcerted the grave, and their wars with the Chinese and Christ 201. Elaborate tactics of a Chinese army. The Emperor Cao 34, a soldier of fortune, whose personal merit had capitulation. The successors of Cao, whose lives were dedicated to the arts of peace or the luxury of the palace, submitted to a more permanent disgrace. They too hastily confessed the insufficiency of arms and fortifications. They were too easily convinced that while the blazing signals announced on every side the approach of the Huns, the Chinese troops who slept with the helmet on their head and the cuirass on their back were destroyed by the incessant labor of ineffectual marches. 35. A regular payment of money and silk was stipulated as the condition. Raised him to the throne, marched against the Huns with those veteran troops which had been trained in the civil wars of China. But he was soon surrounded by the barbarians, and, after a siege of 7 days, the monarch, hopeless of relief, was reduced to purchase his deliverance by an ignominious, of a temporary and precarious peace, and the wretched expedient of disguising a real tribute under the names of a gift or a subsidy was practiced by the emperors of China as well as by those of Rome. But there still remained a more disgraceful article of tribute, which violated the sacred by her parents to a distant exile under a barbarian husband who complains that for milk was her only drink, raw flesh her only food, a tent her only palace, and who expresses in a strain of pathetic simplicity the natural wish. Haughty Tenjus was secured by their marriage with the genuine, or adopted, daughters of the imperial family, which vainly attempted to escape the sacrilegious pollution. The situation of these unhappy victims is described in the verses of a Chinese princess who laments that she had been condemned. Feelings of humanity and nature, the hardships of the savage life, which destroy in their infancy the children who are born with a less healthy and robust constitution, introduce a remarkable disproportion between the numbers of the two sexes. The Tartars are an ugly and even deformed race, and, while they consider their own women as the instruments of domestic labor, their desires, or rather their appetites, are directed to the enjoyment of more elegant beauty. A select band of the fairest maidens of China was annually devoted to the rude embraces of the Huns. 36, and the alliance of that she were transformed into a bird, to fly back to her dear country, the object of her tender and perpetual regret. 37. The conquest of China has been twice achieved decline and fall of the Huns by the pastoral tribes of the north, The forces of the Huns were not inferior to those of the Moguls or of the Manchus, and their ambition might entertain the most sanguine hopes of success, but their pride. These losses, however, were compensated by splendid and decisive success. The Chinese generals, magazines, and difficult to transport a sufficient supply of provisions, the armies of Vauda were repeatedly exposed to intolerable hardships, and of 140,000 soldiers who marched against the barbarians, 30,000 only returned in safety to the feet of their master. Limits of the monarchy were enlarged from the great river of Kying to the port of Canton. Instead of confining himself to the timid operations of a defensive war, his lieutenants penetrated many hundred miles into the country of the Huns, in those boundless deserts where it is impossible to form, was humbled, and their progress was checked by the arms and policy of Vauda 38, the fifth emperor of the powerful dynasty of the Han, in his long reign of 54, and Christ 141-87 years. The barbarians of the southern provinces submitted to the laws and manners of China, and the ancient perplexity of a civil war at length compelled the Tanju himself to renounce the dignity of an independent sovereign, and the freedom of a warlike and high-spirited nations from their obedience. Intimidated by Christ 70, the arms, or allured by the promises of Vauda and his successors, the most considerable tribes, both of the east and of the west, disclaimed the authority of the Tanju, while some acknowledged themselves the ulis or vassals of the improved the superiority which they derived from the temper of their arms, their chariots of war, and the service of their Tartar auxiliaries. The camp of the Tanju was surprised in the midst of sleep and intemperance, and, though the monarch of the Huns bravely cut his way through the ranks of the enemy, he left above 15,000 of his subjects on the field of battle. Yet this signal victory, which was preceded and followed by many bloody engagements, contributed much less to the destruction of the power of the Huns than the effectual policy which was employed to detach the tributary empire. They all became the implacable enemies of the Huns, and the numbers of that haughty people, as soon as they were reduced to their native strength, might perhaps have been contained within the walls of one of the great and populous cities of China. 39. The desertion of his subjects and the nation. He was received at Saigon, the capital of the monarchy, by the troops, the mandarins, and the emperor himself, with all the honors and Christ 51 that could adorn and disguise the triumph of Chinese vanity. 40. A magnificent palace was prepared for his reception. His place was assigned between 40 and 50,000 families. He obtained, with the title of Tanju, a convenient territory on the verge of the Chinese provinces, and his constant attachment to the service of the pronounced in his own name and in the name of his successors a perpetual oath of fidelity, and gratefully accepted a seal, which was bestowed as the emblem of his regal dependence. After this humiliating submission, the Tanju sometimes departed from their allegiance and seized the favorable. Above all, the princes of the royal family, and the patience of the barbarian king was exhausted by the ceremonies of a banquet, which consisted of 8 courses of meat and of 9 solemn pieces of music. But he performed on his knees the duty of a respectful homage to the Emperor of China. Moments of war and rapine, but the monarchy of the Huns gradually declined, till it was broken by civil dissension into two hostile and separate kingdoms. One of the princes of the nation was at d. 48, urged by fear and ambition to retire towards the south with 8 hordes, which composed years, was utterly destroyed before the end of the 1st century of the Christian era. 43. Empire was secured by weakness and the desire of revenge. From the time of this fatal schism, the Huns of the north continued to languish about 50 years till they were oppressed on every side by their foreign and domestic enemies. The proud inscription 41 of a column, erected on a lofty mountain, announced to posterity that a Chinese army had marched 700 miles into the heart of their country. The CMt&x 42, a tribe of Oriental Tartars, retaliated the injuries which they had formerly sustained, and the power of the Tanjus, after a reign of 13 d. 9300, to renounce their peculiar name and origin, and to mingle with the victorious nation of the CMt&x. 58 hordes, about 200,000 men, ambitious of the fate of the vanquished Huns, was diversified their emigrations d. 100 c. by the various influence of character and situation. 44. Above 100,000 persons, the poorest, indeed, and the most pusillanimous of the people, were contented to remain in their native country, improved by the mildness of the climate and their long residence in a flourishing province. 46, which might, more honorable servitude, retire towards the south, implored the protection of the emperors of China, and were permitted to inhabit and to guard the extreme frontiers of the province of Chansa and the territory of Ordos. But the most warlike and powerful tribes of the Huns maintained in there. The White Huns of Sogdiana established their dominion in the fruitful and extensive plains of Sogdiana on the eastern side of the Caspian, where they preserved the name of Huns with the epithet of Euthalites or Nephilites. Their manners were softened, and even their features were insensibly averse fortune, the undaunted spirit of their ancestors. The Western world was open to their valor, and they resolved, under the conduct of their hereditary chieftains, to discover and subdue some remote country which was still inaccessible to the arms of the CMt&x and to the laws of China. 45. The course of their emigration soon carried them beyond the mountains of Amas and the limits of the Chinese geography. But we are able to distinguish the two great divisions of these formidable exiles, which directed their march towards the Caucasus and towards the Volga. The first of these colonies still retain a faint impression of the arts of Greece. 47. The White Huns, a name which they derived from the change of their complexions, soon abandoned the pastoral life of Scythia. Gorgo, which under the appellation of Charism has since enjoyed a temporary splendor, was the residence of the Heroses or Phyros, displayed the moderation as well as the valor of the barbarians. The second division of their countrymen, the Huns of the Volga, the Huns who gradually advanced towards the king who exercised a legal authority over an obedient people. Their luxury was maintained by the labor of the Sogdians, and the only vestige of their ancient barbarism was the custom which obliged all the companions, perhaps to the number of 20, who had shared the liberality of a wealthy lord, to be buried alive in the same grave. 48. The vicinity of the Huns to the provinces of Persia involved them in frequent and bloody contests with the power of that monarchy, but they respected, in peace, the faith of treaties; in war, the dictates of humanity and their memorable victory over the return of those wandering Tartars northwest were exorcised by the hardships of a colder climate and a more laborious march. Necessity compelled them to exchange the silks of China for the furs of Siberia. The imperfect rudiments of civilized life were obliterated, and the native fierceness of the Huns was exasperated by their of the whole nation. As late as the 13th century, their transient residence on the eastern banks of the Volga was attested by the name of Great Hungary 49. In the winter, they descended with their flocks and herds towards the mouth of that mighty river, and their summer excursions reached as intercourse with the savage tribes who were compared with some propriety to the wild beasts of the desert. Their independent spirits soon rejected the hereditary succession of the Tingis, and while each horde was governed by its peculiar Marasa, their tumultuary council directed the public measures. High as the latitude of Sardov, or perhaps the conflux of the Kama, such at least were the recent limits of the Black Kalmucks 50 who remained about a century under the protection of Russia and who have since returned to their native seats on the frontiers of the Chinese Empire, the March and whose united camp consists of 50,000 tents or families, illustrate the distant emigrations of the ancient Huns 51. It is impossible to fill the dark interval of their conquest of the Alani, time which elapsed after the Huns of the Volga were lost in the eyes of the Chinese and before they shewed themselves to those of the Romans. There is some reason, however, to apprehend that the same force, formidable neighborhood, and the flight of the tribes of Scythia would inevitably tend to increase the strength or to contract the territories of the Huns. The harsh and obscure appellations of those tribes would offend the ear without informing, which had driven them from their native seats still continued to impel their march towards the frontiers of Europe. The power of the CMt&x, their implacable enemies, which extended above 3,000 miles from east to west 52, must have gradually oppressed them by the weight and terror of a flesh, and their southern inroads were pushed as far as the confines of Persia and India. The mixture of Sarmatic and the understanding of the reader, but I cannot suppress the very natural suspicion that the Huns of the north derived a considerable reinforcement from the ruin of the dynasty of the south, which in the course of the 3rd century submitted to the dominion of China, that the bravest warriors transported to the west of the Volga, and they boldly advanced to invade the country of the Alani, a pastoral people who occupied or wasted an extensive tract of the deserts of Scythia. The plains between the Volga and the Tenez were covered with the tents of the Alani, but their name and manners were diffused over the wide extent of their conquests, and the painted tribes of the Agathyrza and Giloni were confounded among their vassals. Towards the north, they penetrated into the frozen regions of Siberia, among the savages who were accustomed, in their rage or hunger, to the taste of human, marched away in search of their free and adventurous countrymen, and that as they had been divided by prosperity, they were easily reunited by the common hardships of their adverse fortune. 53. The Huns, with their flocks and herds, their wives and children, their dependents and allies, were colony of exiles found a secure. German blood had contributed to improve the features of the Alani, to whiten their swarthy complexions, and to tinge their hair with a yellowish cast which is seldom found in the Tartar race. They were less deformed in their persons, less brutish in their manners than the Huns, but they did not yield to those formidable barbarians in their martial and independent spirit, in the love of freedom, which rejected even the use of domestic slaves, and in the love of arms, which considered war and rapine as the pleasure and the glory of mankind. A naked scimitar fixed in the ground was the only object of their religious worship. The scalps of their enemies formed the costly trappings of their horses, and they viewed with pity and contempt the pusillanimous warriors who patiently expected the infirmities of age and the tortures of lingering disease. 54. On the banks of the Tanais, the military power of the Huns and the Helleni encountered each other with equal valor, but with unequal success. The Huns prevailed in the bloody contest. The king of the Helleni was slain, and the remains of the vanquished nation were dispersed by the ordinary alternative of flight or submission. 55. Of the Gothic Empire. Refuge in the mountains of Caucasus, between the Euxine and the Caspian, where they still preserve their name and their independence. Another colony advanced with more intrepid courage towards the shores of the Baltic, associated themselves with the northern tribes of Germany, and shared the spoil of the Roman provinces of Gaul and Spain. But the greatest part of the nation of the Helleni embraced the offers of an honorable and advantageous union, and the Huns, who esteemed the valor of their less fortunate enemies, proceeded with an increase of numbers and confidence to invade the limits, deluged with indiscriminate slaughter. To these real terrors, whom his barbarous subjects might, without injustice, bestow the epithet of barbarians, the numbers, the strength, the rapid motions, and the implacable cruelty of the Huns were felt and dreaded and magnified by the astonished Goths, who beheld their fields and villages consumed with flames, and the great Hermanric, whose dominions extended their victories over the Goths. D. 375. From the Baltic to the Euxine, enjoyed in the full maturity of age and reputation the fruit of his victories when he was alarmed by the formidable approach of an host of unknown enemies. 56. On the praetornatal, they added the surprise and abhorrence which were excited by the shrill voice, the uncouth gestures, and the strange deformity of the Huns. These savages of Scythia were compared, and the picture had some resemblance to the animals who walk very awkwardly on two legs, and to the misshapen figures, the termini, which were often placed on the bridges of antiquity. They were distinguished from the rest of the human species by their broad shoulders, flat noses, and small black eyes deeply buried in the head. And as they were almost destitute of beards, they never enjoyed either. The offspring of this execrable conjunction. 58. The tale, so full of horror and absurdity, was greedily embraced by the credulous hatred of the Goths, but while it gratified their hatred, it increased their fear, since the posterity of daemons and witches might be supposed to inherit some share of manly graces of youth or the venerable aspect of age. 57. A fabulous origin was assigned, worthy of their form and manners, that the witches of Scythia, who for their foul and deadly practices had been driven from society, had copulated in the desert with infernal spirits, and that the Huns were. Amelia will hereafter be found among the subjects of the haughty Attila. But the person of Witheric, the infant king, was saved by reins of government in the hands of Witheimer, who, with the doubtful aid of some Scythian mercenaries, maintained the unequal contest against the arms of the Huns and the Helleni. until he was defeated and slain in a decisive battle. The Ostrogoths submitted to their fate, and the royal race of the powers as well as of the malignant temper of their parents. Against these enemies Hermanric prepared to exert the united forces of the Gothic state, but he soon discovered that his vassal tribes, provoked by oppression, were much more inclined to second than to repel the invasion of the Huns. Languished some time after the dangerous wound which he received from their daggers, but the conduct of the war was retarded by his infirmities, and the public councils of the nation were distracted by a spirit of jealousy and discord. His death, which has been imputed to his own despair, left one of the chiefs of the Roxolani 59 had formerly deserted the standard of Hermanric, and the cruel tyrant had condemned the innocent wife of the traitor to be torn asunder by wild horses. The brothers of that unfortunate woman seized the favorable moment of revenge. The aged king of the Goths, the diligence of Elathus and Saphrax, two warriors of approved valor and fidelity, who, by cautious marches, conducted the independent remains of the nation of the Ostrogoths towards the Dnestr, or Dniester, a considerable river, which now separates the Turkish dominions from the empire of which he was preparing to construct between the mountains. The Pruth and the Danube would have secured the extensive and fertile territory that bears the modern name of Wallachia from the destructive inroads of the Huns 60. But the light of the moon had passed the river in a fordable place, and it was not without the utmost efforts of courage and conduct that he was able to effect his retreat towards the hilly country. The undaunted general had already formed a new and judicious plan of defensive war, and the strong lines, checked by the weight of baggage and the encumbrance of captives, but their military skill deceived and almost destroyed the army of Athanaric. While the judge of the Visigoths defended the banks of the Dniester, he was encompassed and attacked by a numerous detachment of cavalry, who, by the Russia, on the banks of the Dniester, the prudent Athanaric, more attentive to his own than to the general safety, had fixed the camp of the Visigoths with the firm resolution of opposing the victorious barbarians, whom he thought it less advisable to provoke. The ordinary speed of the Huns was. Hopes and measures of the judge of the Visigoths were soon disappointed by the trembling impatience of his dismayed countrymen, who were persuaded by their fears that the interposition of the Danube was the only barrier that could save them from the rapid pursuit and invincible valor of the faithful followers into the mountainous country of Coqueland, which appears to have been guarded and almost concealed by the impenetrable forests of Transylvania 62. Barbarians of Scythia, under the command of Fritigern and Alavivus 61, the body of the nation hastily advanced to the banks of the great river and implored the protection of the Roman Emperor of the East. Athanaric himself, still anxious to avoid the guilt of perjury, retired, with a band of Antok were employed to watch from a secure distance the hostile designs of the Persian monarch, to check the depredations of the Saracens and Assyrians 64, to enforce by arguments more. After Valens had terminated the Gothic war, the Goths implored the protection of Valens, d. 376. With some appearance of glory and success, he made a progress through his dominions of Asia, and at length fixed his residence in the capital of Syria. The 5 years 63, which he spent at elder brother, whose death happened at d. 375. No. 17. towards the end of the preceding year. Prevalent than those of reason and eloquence, the belief of the Arian theology, and to satisfy his anxious suspicions by the promiscuous execution of the innocent and the guilty. But the attention of the emperor was most seriously engaged by the important intelligence which he received from the clemency of the Roman government, and most solemnly protested that if the gracious liberality of the emperor would permit them to cultivate the waste lands of Thrace, they should ever hold themselves bound by the strongest obligations of duty and gratitude to obey the laws and to guard the warlike nation whose pride was now humbled in the dust covered a space of many miles along the banks of the river. With outstretched arms and pathetic lamentations, they loudly deplored their past misfortunes and their present danger, acknowledged that their only hope of safety was in the civil and military officers who were entrusted with the defense of the Danube. He was informed that the north was agitated by a furious tempest, that the eruption of the Huns, an unknown and monstrous race of savages, had subverted the power of the Goths, and that the suppliant multitudes of that limits of the Republic. These assurances were confirmed by the ambassadors of the Goths, who impatiently expected from the mouth of Valens an answer that must finally determine the fate of their unhappy countrymen. The Emperor of the East was no longer guided by the wisdom and authority of his numerous and invincible army of strangers to defend the throne of Valens, who might now add. And as the distressful situation of the Goths required an instant and peremptory decision, he was deprived of the favorite resource of feeble and timid minds who consider the use of dilatory and ambiguous measures as the most admirable efforts of consummate prudence, as long as the same passions. Ministers of Valens, they were perplexed and divided. But they soon acquiesced in the flattering sentiment which seemed the most favorable to the pride, the indolence, and the avarice of their sovereign. The slaves who were decorated with the titles of prefects and generals dissembled or disregarded the terrors of this national emigration, so extremely different from the partial and accidental colonies which had been received on the extreme limits of the empire. But they applauded the liberality of fortune, which had conducted from the most distant countries of the globe. And interests subsist among mankind. The questions of war and peace, of justice and policy, which were debated in the councils of antiquity, will frequently present themselves as the subject of modern deliberation. But the most experienced statesman of Europe has never been summoned to consider the propriety or the danger of admitting or rejecting an innumerable multitude of barbarians who are driven by despair and hunger to solicit a settlement on the territories of a civilized nation, when that important proposition, so essentially connected with the public safety, was referred to the where they might be civilized by the arts of education, and serve as hostages to secure the fidelity of their parents. To the royal treasures, the immense sums of gold supplied by the provincials to compensate their annual proportion of recruits. The prayers of the Goths were granted, and their service was accepted by the imperial court, and orders were immediately dispatched to the civil and military governors of the Thracian diocese to make the necessary preparations for the passage and subsistence of a great people, till a proper and sufficient territory could be allotted for their future residence. The liberality of the emperor was accompanied, however, with two harsh and rigorous conditions, which prudence might justify on the side of the Romans. but which distress alone could extort from the indignant Goths. Before they passed the Danube, they were required to deliver their arms, and it was insisted that their children should be taken from them and dispersed through the provinces of Asia. During this suspense of a doubtful and distant, they are transported over the Danube into the Roman Empire. Negotiation. The impatient Goths made some rash attempts to pass the Danube without the permission of the government, whose protection they had implored. Their motions were strictly observed by the vigilance of the troops which were stationed along the river, and their foremost detachments were defeated with considerable slaughter. Yet such were the timid counsels of the reign of Valens, that the brave officers who had served their country in the execution of their duty were punished by the loss of their employments, and narrowly escaped the loss of their heads. The imperial mandate was at length received for transporting over the Danube the whole body of the Gothic nation 65, but the execution of this order was thought expedient that an accurate account should be taken of their numbers, but the persons who were employed soon desisted with amazement and dismay from the prosecution of the endless. Canoes was provided. Many days and nights they passed and repassed with indefatigable toil, and the most strenuous diligence was exerted by the officers of Valens that not a single barbarian of those who were reserved to subvert the foundations of Rome should be left on the opposite shore. It was a task of labor and difficulty. The stream of the Danube, which in those parts is above a mile broad 66, had been swelled by incessant rains, and in this tumultuous passage many were swept away and drowned by the rapid violence of the current. A large fleet of vessels, of boats, and of ensigns of honor and the pledges of safety were disposed to offer a price which the lust or avarice of the imperial officers was easily tempted to, and impracticable task 67, and the principal historian of the age most seriously affirms that the prodigious armies of Darius and Xerxes, which had so long been considered as the fables of vain and credulous antiquity, were now justified in the eyes of mankind by the evidence of fact and experience. A probable testimony has fixed the number of the Gothic warriors at 200,000 men, and if we can venture to add the just proportion of women, of children, and of slaves, the whole mass of people which composed this formidable emigration must have amounted to near 1,000,000 of persons of both sexes and of all ages. The children of the Goths, those at least of a distinguished rank, were separated from the multitude. They were conducted without delay to the distant seats assigned for their residence and education, and as the numerous train of hostages or captives passed through the cities, their gay and splendid apparel, their robust and martial figure, excited the surprise and envy of the provincials. But the stipulation, the most offensive to the Goths and the most important to the Romans, was shamefully eluded. The barbarians, who considered their arms as the fears of the imperial council, immense camp which was spread over the plains and the hills of the Lower Maesia, assumed a threatening and even hostile aspect. The leaders of the Ostrogoths, Lilith and Saphrax, the guardians of their infant king, appeared soon afterwards on the northern banks of the Danube, and immediately garments of their new Ole 68, or who sacrificed their duty to the mean consideration of filling their farms with cattle and their houses with slaves. The Goths, with arms in their hands, were permitted to enter the boats, and when their strength was collected on the other side of the river, the accept To preserve their arms, the haughty warriors consented, with some reluctance, to prostitute their wives or their daughters. The charms of a beauteous maid or a comely boy secured the connivance of the inspectors, who sometimes cast an eye of covetousness on the fringed carpets and linen, dispatched their ambassadors to the court of Antioch to solicit, with the same professions of allegiance and gratitude, the same favor which had been granted to the suppliant Visigoths. The absolute refusal of Valens suspended their progress and discovered the repentance, the suspicions, and an undisciplined and unsettled nation of barbarians. Their distress and discontent required the firmest temper and the most dexterous management. The daily subsistence died of disease. To obtain the valuable acquisition of a pound of bread, the Goths resigned the possession of an expensive, though serviceable, slave, and a small quantity of meat was greedily purchased with 10 pounds of a precious, but useless, metal 69, when there urged them to the most desperate extremities, and the fortune of the state seemed to depend on the prudence as well as the integrity of the generals of Valens. At this important crisis, the military government of Thrace was exercised by Lupicinus and Maximus, in whose venal minds the slightest hope. The demands of the Goths, they levied an ungenerous and oppressive tax on the wants of the hungry barbarians. The vilest food was sold at an extravagant price, and in the room of wholesome and substantial provisions, the markets were filled with the flesh of dogs and of unclean animals who had, of private emolument, outweighed every consideration of public advantage, and whose guilt was only alleviated by their incapacity of discerning the pernicious effects of their rash and criminal administration. Instead of obeying the orders of their sovereign, and satisfying with decent liberality, of near 1,000,000 of extraordinary subjects could be supplied only by constant and skillful diligence, and might continually be interrupted by mistake or accident. The insolence or the indignation of the Goths, if they conceived themselves to be the objects either of fear or of contempt, might. Property was exhausted. They continued this necessary traffic by the sale of their sons and daughters, and notwithstanding the love of freedom, which animated every Gothic breast, they submitted to the humiliating maxim that it was better for their children to be maintained in a servile condition. The first symptoms of resistance and alarmed the timid and guilty minds of Lupicinus and Maximus, those crafty ministers who substituted barbarians who pleaded without success the merit of their patient and dutiful behavior, and loudly complained of the inhospitable treatment which they had received from their new allies. They beheld around them the wealth and plenty of a fertile province, in the midst of which they suffered then to perish in a state of wretched and helpless independence. The most lively resentment is excited by the tyranny of pretended benefactors who sternly exact the debt of gratitude which they have cancelled by subsequent injuries. A spirit of discontent insensibly arose in the camp of the intolerable hardships of artificial famine, but the means of relief, and even of revenge, were in their hands, since the rapaciousness of their tyrants had left to an injured people the possession and the use of arms. The clamors of a multitude untaught to disguise their sentiments announced the cunning of temporary expedients to the wise and salutary counsels of general policy attempted to remove the Goths from their dangerous station on the frontiers of the empire, and to disperse them in separate quarters of cantonment through the interior provinces, as they were conscious how ill pursuit of the Huns, by the help of such rafts and vessels as could be hastily procured, the leaders of the Ostrogoths transported without opposition their king and their army, and boldly fixed an hostile and independent camp on the territories of the Empire 70. Attention was solely directed to the discontented Visigoths, imprudently disarmed the ships and the fortifications, which constituted the defense of the Danube. The fatal oversight was observed and improved by Elathus and Saphrax, who anxiously watched the favorable moment of escaping from the. They had deserved the respect or confidence of the barbarians. They diligently collected from every side a military force that might urge the tardy and reluctant march of a people who had not yet renounced the title or the duties of Roman subjects. But the generals of Valens, while their tranquility, their power might have been equal as well as their. Under the name of judges, Alavivus and Fritigern revolt of the Goths in Maesia, and their first victories, were the leaders of the Visigoths in peace and war, and the authority which they derived from their birth was ratified by the free consent of the nation. In a season of passionate altercation and angry reproaches, their tyrants should justify their resistance in the opinion of mankind, but he was not disposed to sacrifice any solid advantages for the empty praise of justice and moderation. Sensible of the benefits which would result from the union of the Gothic powers under the same standard, he secretly cultivated the friendship of the Ostrogoths, and while he professed an implicit obedience to the orders of the Roman generals, he proceeded by slow marches towards Marcianopolis, the capital of the Lower Maesia, about 70 miles from the banks of the Danube. On that fatal spot, the flames of, excluded from the use of a plentiful market, to which they asserted their equal claim of subjects and allies, their humble prayers were rejected with insolence and derision, and as their patience was now exhausted, the townsmen, the soldiers, and the Goths were soon involved in a conflict of rank. But as soon as their countrymen were exasperated by hunger and oppression, the superior abilities of Fritigern assumed the military command which he was qualified to exercise for the public welfare. He restrained the impatient spirit of the Visigoths, till the injuries and the insults of discord and mutual hatred burst forth into a dreadful conflagration. Lupicinus had invited the Gothic chiefs to a splendid entertainment, and their martial train remained under arms at the entrance of the palace. But the gates of the city were strictly guarded, and the barbarians were sternly. A blow was imprudently given, a sword was hastily drawn, and the first blood that was spilt in this accidental quarrel became the signal of a long and destructive war. In the midst of noise and brutal intemperance, Lupicinus was informed by a secret messenger that many of his soldiers were slain. The streets and the gates of Marcianopolis, and mounting their horses, hastily vanished from the eyes of the astonished Romans. The generals of the Goths were saluted by the fierce and joyful acclamations of the camp. War was instantly resolved, and the resolution was, be productive of the most dangerous consequences, unless the tumult is immediately pacified by the assurance of our safety and the authority of our presence. At these words, Fritigern and his companions drew their swords, opened their passage through the unresisting crowd which filled the palace. He possessed the calm and intrepid spirit of a hero. He saw that he was lost if he allowed a moment of deliberation to the man who had so deeply injured him. A trifling dispute, said the Gothic leader, with a firm but gentle tone of voice appears to have risen between the two nations, but it may, and despoiled of their arms, and as he was already inflamed by wine and oppressed by sleep, he issued a rash command that their death should be revenged by the massacre of the gods of Fritigern and Lilith. The clamorous shouts and dying groans apprised Fritigern of his extreme danger, and as executed without delay, the banners of the nation were displayed according to the custom of their ancestors, and the air resounded with the harsh and mournful music of the barbarian trumpet. 71. The weak and guilty Lupicinus, who had dared to provoke, who had neglected to destroy, and who still exiles, assumed the character of citizens and masters, claimed an absolute dominion over the possessors of land, and held in their own right the northern provinces of the empire, which are bounded by the Danube. Such are they. Presumed to despise his formidable enemy, marched against the Goths at the head of such a military force as could be collected on this sudden emergency. The barbarians expected his approach about 9 miles from Martinopolis, and on this occasion the talents of the general were found to be of more prevailing efficacy than the weapons and discipline of the troops. The valor of the Goths was so ably directed by the genius of Fritigern that they broke, by a close and vigorous attack, the ranks of the Roman legions. Lupicinus left his arms and standards, his tribunes and his bravest soldiers on the field of battle, and their useless courage served only to protect the ignominious flight of their leader. That successful day put an end to the distress of the barbarians and the security of the Romans. From that day, the Goths, renouncing the precarious condition of strangers and emigration, a numerous body of Goths under the command of Surid and Calais had been received into the protection and service of words of the Gothic historian 72, who celebrates, with rude eloquence, the glory of his countrymen. But the dominion of the barbarians was exercised only for the purposes of rapine and destruction, as they had been deprived by the ministers of the emperor of the common benefits of nature and the families. The report of the Gothic victory was soon diffused over the adjacent country, and while it filled the minds of the Romans with terror and dismay, their own hasty imprudence contributed to increase the forces of Fritigern and the calamities of the province. Some time before the great fair intercourse of social life, they retaliated the injustice on the subjects of the empire, and the crimes of Lupicinus were expiated. They penetrate into Thrace. By the ruin of the peaceful husbandmen of Thrace, the conflagration of their villages, and the massacre or captivity of their innocent, unworthy to bear the resemblance of their sufferings, and their actions soon united this victorious detachment to the nation of the empire. 73. They were encamped under the walls of Hadrianople, but the ministers of Valens were anxious to remove them beyond the Hellespont at a distance from the dangerous temptation which might so easily be communicated by the neighborhood and the success of their countrymen. The respectful submission with which they yielded to the order of their march might be considered as a proof of their fidelity, and their moderate request of a sufficient allowance of provisions and of a delay of only 2 days was expressed in the most dutiful terms. But the first magistrate of Hadrianople, incensed by some disorders which had been committed at his country house, refused this indulgence, and arming against them the inhabitants and manufacturers of a populous city, he urged with hostile threats their instant departure. The barbarians stood silent and amazed till they were exasperated by the insulting clamors and missile weapons of the populace. But when patience or contempt was fatigued, they crushed the undisciplined multitude, inflicted many a shameful wound on the backs of their flying enemies, and despoiled them of the splendid armor 74, which they were. The assistance of such guides, nothing could remain impervious or inaccessible. Resistance was fatal, flight was impracticable, and the patient submission. Visigoths, the troops of Calais and Seward expected the approach of the great Fritigern, ranged themselves under his standard, and signalized their ardor in the siege of Hadrianople. But the resistance of the garrison informed the barbarians that in the attack of regular fortifications, in the gold mines of Thrace 76, for the emolument, and under the lash of an unfeeling master 77, and these new associates conducted the barbarians through the secret paths to the most sequestered places, which had been chosen to secure the inhabitants, the cattle, and the magazines of corn. With efforts of unskillful courage are seldom effectual. Their general acknowledged his error, raised the siege, declared that he was at peace with Stonewall 75, and revenged his disappointment on the adjacent country. He accepted with pleasure the useful reinforcement of hardy workmen who labored their masters, and the same cruelties, the same indignities, were severely retaliated on the sons and daughters of the Romans 78. Of helpless innocents seldom found mercy from the barbarian conqueror. In the course of these depredations, a great number of the children of the Goths who had been sold into captivity were restored to the embraces of their afflicted parents. But these tender interviews, which might have revived and cherished in their minds some sentiments of humanity, tended only to stimulate their native fierceness by the desire of revenge. They listened with eager attention to the complaints of their captive children, who had suffered the most cruel indignities from the lustful or angry passions of Constantinople, to subdue this dangerous rebellion. And as he was not engagements, these healing and temperate measures seemed to concur with the timorous disposition of the sovereign of the East. But on this occasion alone Valens was brave, and his unseasonable bravery was fatal to himself and to his subjects. He declared his intention of marching from Antioch to the imprudence of Valens and his ministers had operations of the Gothic War, d. 377, introduced into the heart of the empire a nation of enemies, but the Visigoths might even yet have been reconciled by the manly confession of past errors and the sincere performance of former. Ignorant of the difficulties of the enterprise, he solicited the assistance of his nephew, the Emperor Gratian, who commanded all the forces of the West. The veteran troops were hastily recalled from the defense of Armenia. That important frontier was abandoned to the discretion of Sipar, and the domestics and the auxiliaries of the West that marched under his banner were composed of the Gallic legions, reduced indeed by a spirit of desertion to the vain appearances of strength and numbers. In a council of war, which was influenced by pride rather than by reason, it was resolved to seek immediate conduct of the Gothic war was entrusted, during the absence of Valens, to his lieutenants Trajan and Prophedrus, two generals who indulged themselves in a very false and favorable opinion of their own abilities. On their arrival in Thrace, they were joined by Richomer, Count of the and to encounter the barbarians who lay encamped in the spacious and fertile meadows near the most southern of the 6 mouths of the Danube. 79. Their camp was surrounded by the usual fortification of wagons. 80. And the barbarians, secure glory of their forefathers, were mingled with their fierce and dissonant outcries, and opposed to the artificial harmony of within the vast circle of the enclosure, enjoyed the fruits of their valor and the spoils of the province. In the midst of riotous intemperance, the watchful Fritigern observed the motions and penetrated the designs of the Romans. He perceived that the numbers of the enemy were continually prepared themselves for the approaching combat, which was deferred only till the dawn of day. While the trumpets sounded to arms, the undaunted courage of the Goths was confirmed by the mutual obligation of a solemn oath, and as they advanced to meet the enemy, the rude songs which celebrated with incredible speed, the signal of their leader, the camp was filled with the martial crowd of barbarians. Their impatient clamors demanded the battle, and their tumultuous zeal was approved and animated by the spirit of their chiefs. The evening was already far advanced, and the two armies, increasing, and as he understood their intention of attacking his rear, as soon as the scarcity of forage should oblige him to remove his camp, he recalled to their standard his predatory detachments, which covered the adjacent country. As soon as they descried the flaming beacons. 81. They obeyed. Vulgar was left unburied on the plain. Their flesh was greedily devoured by the birds of prey who, in that age, enjoyed very frequent and delicious feasts, and several years afterwards the white and naked bones which covered the wide extent of the fields presented. Armenia supported their fame in arms, but they were oppressed by the irresistible weight of the hostile multitude. The left wing of the Romans was thrown into disorder, and the field was strewed with their mangled carcasses. This partial defeat was balanced, however, by partial success, and when the two armies at a late hour of the evening retreated to their respective camps, neither of them could claim the honors or the effects of a decisive victory. The real loss was more severely felt by the Romans in proportion to the smallness of their numbers, but the Goths were so deeply confounded and dismayed by this vigorous and perhaps unexpected resistance that they remained 7 days within the circle of their fortifications. Such funeral rites as the circumstances of time and place would admit were piously discharged to some officers of distinguished rank, but the indiscriminate, the Roman shout. Some military skill was displayed by Fritigern to gain the advantage of a commanding eminence, but the bloody conflict, which began and ended with the light, was maintained on either side by the personal and obstinate efforts of strength, valor, and agility. The legions of, to the eyes of Amminus, a dreadful monument of the Battle of Silices. 82. Hostile and unknown nations. The design was prosecuted with some conduct and success. The barbarians had almost exhausted their own magazines and the harvests of the country, and the diligence of Saturnius, the Maester General of the cavalry, was employed to improve the strength and to contract the extent of the Roman. The progress of the Goths had been checked union of the Goths with the Huns, Alani, c. by the doubtful event of that bloody day, and the imperial generals whose army would have been consumed by the repetition of such a contest embraced the more rational plan of destroying the barbarians by the wants and pressure of their own multitudes. They prepared to confine the Visigoths in the narrow angle of land between the Danube, the desert of Scythia, and the mountains of Haemus, till their strength and spirit should be insensibly wasted by the inevitable oppression of famine. Fortifications, his labors were interrupted by the alarming intelligence that new swarms of barbarians had passed the unguarded Danube, either to support the cause or to imitate the example of Fritigern. The just apprehension that he himself might be surrounded and overwhelmed by the arms of compelled Saturninus to relinquish the siege of the Gothic camp, and the indignant Visigoths, breaking from their confinement, satiated their hunger and revenge by the repeated devastation of the fruitful country, which extends above 300 miles from the banks of the Danube to the straits of the Hellespont. 83. The sagacious Fritigern had successfully appealed to the passions as well as to the interest of his barbarian allies, and the love of rapine and the hatred of Rome seconded, or even prevented, the eloquence of his ambassadors. He cemented a strict and useful alliance with honorable friendship and brutal love to some warrior of the tribe, nor could he hope to be released from this unnatural connection till he had approved his manhood by slaying in single combat a huge bear or a wild boar of the forest. 84. The great body of his countrymen who obeyed Elathus and Saphrax as the guardians of their infant king, the long animosity of rival tribes was suspended by the sense of their common interest. The independent part of the nation was associated under one standard, and the chiefs of the Ostrogoths appear to have yielded to the superior genius of the general of the Visigoths. He obtained the formidable aid of the Tafela, whose military renown was disgraced and polluted by the public infamy of their domestic manners. Every youth on his entrance into the world was united by the ties of confusion, and a seasonable eruption of the Illimena into the provinces of Gaul engaged the attention and diverted the forces of the Emperor of the West. 85. But the most powerful auxiliaries of the Goths were drawn from the camp of those enemies who had expelled them from their native seats. The loose subordination and extensive possessions of the Huns and the Illini delayed the conquests and distracted the counsels of that victorious people. Several of the hordes were allured by the liberal promises of Fritigern, and the rapid cavalry of Scythia added weight and energy to the steady and strenuous efforts of the Gothic infantry. The Sarmatians, who could never forgive the successor of Valentinian, enjoyed and increased the general. The weakness of the Roman Empire, a soldier of the life guards of Gratian, was of the nation. One of the most dangerous inconveniences of victory of Gratian over the Illimeni, d. 378, May. The introduction of the barbarians into the army and the palace was sensibly felt in their correspondence with their hostile countrymen, to whom they imprudently or maliciously revealed wisdom of the former, of the Illimeni, and of the tribe of the Lentienses, who dwelt beyond the Lake of Constance. Some domestic business obliged him to request a leave of absence. In a short visit to his family and friends, he was exposed to their curious inquiries, and the vanity of the loquacious soldier tempted him to display his intimate acquaintance with the secrets of the state and the designs of his master. The intelligence that Gratian was preparing to lead the military force of Gaul and of the West to the assistance of his uncle Valens pointed out to the restless spirit of the Illimeni the moment faith Every forest and every village poured forth a band of hardy adventurers, and the great army of the Alemanni, which on their approach was estimated at 40,000 men by the fears of the people, was afterwards magnified to the number of 70,000 by the vain and credulous flattery of the imperial court. The legions, which had been ordered to march into Pannonia, were immediately recalled or detained for the defense of Gaul. The military command was divided between Nanianus and Meliboeus, and the youthful emperor, though he respected the long experience and sober and the mode of a successful invasion, the enterprise of some light detachments who, in the month of February, passed the Rhine upon the ice, was the prelude of a more important war. The boldest hopes of rapine, perhaps of conquest, outweighed the considerations of timid prudence or national. Suddenly inclined to the left, surprised them by his unexpected passage of the Rhine, and boldly advanced into the heart of their country, was much more inclined to admire and to follow the martial ardor of his colleague, who was allowed to unite the incompatible characters of Count of the Domestics and of King of the Franks. His rival Praeres, King of the Alemanni, was guided, or rather impelled, by the same headstrong valor to accuse the justice or policy of an unsuccessful war. After this signal victory, which secured the peace of Gaul and asserted the honor of the Roman arms, the Emperor Gratian appeared to proceed without delay on his eastern expedition. But as he approached the confines of the Alemanni, and as their troops were animated by the spirit of their leaders, they met, they saw, they encountered each other near the town of Argentaria or Calmar 86 in the plains of Ulcis. The glory of the day was justly ascribed to the missile weapons and well-practiced evolutions of the Roman soldiers. The Alemanni, who long maintained their ground, were slaughtered with unrelenting fury. 5,000 only of the barbarians escaped to the woods and mountains, and the glorious death of their king on the field of battle saved him from the reproaches of the people, who are always disposed, sincere repentance, but of their actual distress, and a select number of their brave and robust youth was exacted from the faithless nation as the most substantial pledge of their future moderation. The subjects of the empire, who had so often experienced that the Alemanni could never be subdued, possess the talents of peace and war, and his personal success against the Alemanni was interpreted as a sure presage of his Gothic triumphs. 87. The barbarians opposed to his progress the obstacles of nature and of courage, and still continued to retreat from one hill to another, till they were satisfied, by repeated trials of the power and perseverance of their enemies. Their submission was accepted as a proof, not indeed of their by arms nor restrained by treaties, might not promise themselves any solid or lasting tranquility, but they discovered in the virtues of their young sovereign the prospect of a long and auspicious reign. When the legions climbed the mountains and scaled the fortifications of the barbarians, the valor of Gratian was distinguished in the foremost ranks, and the gilt and variegated armor of his guards was pierced and shattered by the blows which they had received in their constant attachment to the person of their sovereign. At the age of 19, the son of Valentinian seemed to, while Gratian deserved and enjoyed the applause of his subjects, the Emperor Valens, who, at length, had removed his court and army from Valens' marches against the Goths, d. 378, May 30 June 11. Antioch was received by the people of Constantinople as the author of the public calamity. before he, intercepted by the valiant Frigerid, the king of those licentious barbarians, was slain in battle, and the suppliant captives were sent into distant exile to cultivate the lands of Italy, which were assigned for their settlement in the vacant territories of Modena, and had reposed himself 10 days in the capital, he was urged by the licentious clamours of the hippodrome to march against the barbarians whom he had invited into his dominions, and the citizens, who are always brave at a distance from any real danger, declared with confidence that if they were supplied with arms, they alone would undertake to deliver the province from the ravages of an insulting foe. 88. The vain reproaches of an ignorant multitude hastened the downfall of the Roman Empire. They provoked the desperate rashness of Valens, who did not sin either in his reputation or in his mind any motives to support with firmness the public contempt. He was soon persuaded by the successful achievements of his lieutenants to despise the power of the Goths, who, by the diligence of Fritigern, were now collected in the neighborhood of Hadrianople. The march of the Tafela was praised, his advice was rejected, and Valens, who listened with pride and pleasure to the flattering suggestions of the eunuchs of the palace, was impatient to seize the glory of an easy and, from their hands, filled the city of Hadrianople and the adjacent plain. The splendid narratives which the general transmitted of his own exploits alarmed the imperial court by the appearance of superior merit, and though he cautiously insisted on the difficulties of the Gothic war, his valor, legions, and this separate detachment soon acquired the spirit of discipline and the exercise of arms, which were almost forgotten under the reign of Valens. By the vigor and conduct of Sebastian, a large body of the Goths was surprised in their camp, and the immense spoil which was recovered. Parma 89. The exploits of Sebastian 90, who was recently engaged in the service of Valens and promoted to the rank of Master General of the Infantry, were still more honorable to himself and useful to the Republic. He obtained the permission of selecting 300 soldiers from each of the ambassador, who assured conquest. His army was strengthened by a numerous reinforcement of veterans, and his march from Constantinople to Hadrianople was conducted with so much military skill that he prevented the activity of the barbarians who designed to occupy the intermediate defiles and to intercept either the troops themselves or their convoys of provisions. The camp of Valens, which he pitched under the walls of Hadrianople, was fortified according to the practice of the Romans with a ditch and rampart, and a most important council was summoned to decide the fate of the emperor and of the were perfectly understood by the general of the barbarians, and a Christian ecclesiastic was dispatched as the holy minister of peace to penetrate and to perplex the counsels of the enemy. The misfortunes as well as the provocations of the Gothic nation were forcibly and truly described by measure that implied a doubt of immediate victory as unworthy of the courage and majesty of their invincible monarch. The ruin of Valens was precipitated by the deceitful arts of Fritigern and the prudent admonitions of the Emperor of the West. The advantages of negotiating in the midst of war. Empire. The party of reason and of delay was strenuously maintained by Victor, who had corrected, by the lessons of experience, the native fierceness of the Sarmatian character, while Sebastian, with the flexible and obsequious eloquence of a courtier, represented every precaution and every protested in the name of Fritigern that he was still disposed to lay down his arms or to employ them only in the defense of the empire if he could secure for his wandering countrymen a tranquil settlement on the wastelands of Thrace and a sufficient allowance of corn and cattle. But humiliating aid, he secretly compared the ignominious, at least the inglorious, period of his own reign with the fame of a birdless youth, and Valens rushed into the field to erect his imaginary trophy before the diligence of his colleague could usurp any share of the triumphs of the day. Every dangerous and decisive measure might be suspended till the junction of the two emperors should ensure the success of the Gothic war. But the feeble sovereign of the East was actuated only by the fatal illusions of pride and jealousy. He disdained the importunate advice. He rejected the. About the same time, Count Richomer returned from the west to announce the defeat and submission of the Alemanni, to inform Valens that his nephew advanced by rapid marches at the head of the veteran and victorious legions of Gaul, and to request in the name of Gratian and of the Republic that, added in a whisper of confidential friendship, that the exasperated barbarians were averse to these reasonable conditions, and that Fritigern was doubtful whether he could accomplish the conclusion of the treaty unless he found himself supported by the presence and terrors of an imperial army. Commission, encamped about 12 miles from the city 92. By some mistake of the orders or some ignorance of the ground, the right wing or column of cavalry arrived in sight of the enemy, whilst the left was still at a considerable distance. The soldiers were compelled in the sultry heat of summer to hostages and wasted the hours till the Romans, exposed without shelter to the burning rays of the sun, were exhausted by thirst, hunger, and intolerable fatigue. The emperor was persuaded to send an ambassador to the Gothic camp, the seal of Richomer, who alone had courage to accept the dangerous, precipitate their pace, and the line of battle was formed with tedious confusion and irregular delay. The Gothic cavalry had been detached to forage in the adjacent country, and Fritigern still continued to practice his customary arts. He dispatched messengers of peace, made proposals, required. On the 9th of August, a day which has deserved to be marked among the most inauspicious of the Roman calendar 91, the Emperor Valens, Battle of Hadrianople, d. 378, August 9th, leaving under a strong guard his baggage and military treasure, marched from Hadrianople to attack the Goths who was applauded, and the Count of the Domestics, adorned with the splendid ensigns of his dignity, had proceeded some way in the space between the two armies when he was suddenly recalled by the alarm of battle. The hasty and imprudent attack was made by Bacchus the Iberian, who commanded a body of, who still maintained their archers and targeteers, and as they advanced with rashness, they retreated with loss and disgrace. In the same moment, the flying squadrons of Alethus and Saphrax, whose return was anxiously expected by the general of the Goths, descended like a whirlwind from the hills, swept across the plain. Was impossible for them to extend their ranks, or even to use with effect their swords and javelins. In the midst of tumult, of slaughter, and of dismay, the emperor, deserted by his guards and wounded as it was supposed with an arrow, sought protection among the lancieri and the machairi pieces. The most skillful evolutions, the firmest courage, are scarcely sufficient to extricate a body of foot encompassed on an open plain by superior numbers of horse. But the troops of Valens, oppressed by the weight of the enemy and their own fears, were crowded into a narrow space where it and added new terrors to the tumultuous but irresistible charge of the barbarian host. The event of the Battle of Hadrianople, so fatal to Valens and to the empire, may be described in a few words: the defeat of the Romans. The Roman cavalry fled, the infantry was abandoned, surrounded, and cut in. Misfortune, which Rome had formerly sustained in the spot, covered with a heap of broken arms and mangled bodies, without being able to discover their unfortunate prince, either among the living or the dead. Their search could not indeed be successful if there is any truth in the circumstances with which some historians have related the death of the force the door. They were provoked by a discharge of arrows from the roof, till at length, impatient of delay, they set fire to a pile of dry faggots and consumed the cottage with the Roman emperor and his train. Valens perished in the flames, and a youth who dropped from the window alone escaped. To attest the melancholy tale, and to inform the Goths of the inestimable prize which they had lost by their own rashness, a great number of brave and distinguished officers perished in the Battle of Hadrianople, which equaled in the actual loss and far surpassed in the fatal consequences the ground with some appearance of order and firmness. His faithful generals Trajan and Victor, who perceived his danger, loudly exclaimed that all was lost unless the person of the emperor could be saved. Some troops, animated by their exhortation, advanced to his relief. They found only a bloody emperor. By the death of the Emperor Valens, of his attendants, Valens was removed from the field of battle to a neighboring cottage, where they attempted to dress his wound and to provide for his future safety. But this humble retreat was instantly surrounded by the enemy. They tried to courage and regular discipline 94. Fields of Cannon 93. 2 master generals of the cavalry and infantry, 2 great officers of the palace, and 35 tribunes were found among the slain. And the death of Sebastian might satisfy the world that he was the victim, as well as the author of the public calamity. Above 2/3 of the Roman army were destroyed, and the darkness of the night was esteemed a very favorable circumstance, as it served to conceal the flight of the multitude and to protect the more orderly retreat of Victor and Ritoma, who alone, amidst the general consternation, maintained the advantage of calm. Stranger, there are not wanting, says the candid Libanese, those who reign. While the impressions of grief and terror were funeral oration of Valens and his army, still recent in the minds of men, the most celebrated rhetorician of the age composed the funeral oration of a vanquished army and of an unpopular prince whose throne was already occupied by it. The chiefs and the soldiers were animated by the virtue of their ancestors, whom they equaled in discipline and the arts of war. Their generous emulation was supported by the love of glory, which prompted them to contend at the same. The prudence of the emperor, or who impute the public misfortune to the want of courage and discipline in the troops. For my own part, I reverence the memory of their former exploits. I reverence the glorious death which they bravely received, standing and fighting in their ranks. I reverence the field of battle stained with their blood, and the blood of the barbarians. Those honorable marks have been already washed away by the rains, but the lofty monuments of their bones, the bones of generals, of centurions, and of valiant warriors, claim a longer period of duration. The king himself declared that he was unworthy to survive so many of the bravest and most faithful of his subjects, and the monarch was nobly buried under a mountain of the slain. Let none, therefore, presume to ascribe the victory of the barbarians to the fear, the weakness, or the imprudence of the Roman troops. Fought and fell in the foremost ranks of the battle, his attendants presented him with the fleetest horses of the imperial stable that would soon have carried him beyond the pursuit of the enemy. They vainly pressed him to reserve his important life for the future service of the Republic. He still, time with heat and thirst, with fire and the sword, and cheerfully to embrace an honorable death as their refuge against flight and infamy. The indignation of the gods has been the only cause of the success of our enemies. The truth of history may disclaim some parts of this panegyric which cannot strictly be reconciled with the character of Valens or the circumstances of the battle, but the fairest commendation is due to the eloquence and still more to the generosity of the sophist of Antioch 95. Repulsed, their secret arts of treachery and treason were discovered. Valois, but they were encountered by the remains of a vanquished army with an intrepid resolution, which was the effect of their despair, and the only hope of their safety. The walls of the city and the ramparts of the adjacent camp were lined with military engines that threw stones of an enormous weight and astonished the ignorant barbarians by the noise and velocity, still more than by the real effects of the discharge. The soldiers, the citizens, the provincials, the domestics of the palace were united in the danger and in the defense. The furious assault of the Goths was. The pride of the Goths was elated by this memorable. The Goths besiege Hadrianople. Victory. But their avarice was disappointed by the mortifying discovery that the richest part of the imperial spoil had been within the walls of Hadrianople. They hastened to possess the reward of their ramparts and the various prospect of the sea and land, while they gazed with hopeless desire on the inaccessible beauties of Constantinople. A sally was made from one of the gates by a party of Saracens 96, who had been fortunately engaged. The woods and mountains were marked with the footsteps of the trembling fugitives who sought a refuge in the distant cities of Illyricum and Macedona, and the faithful officers of the household and the treasury cautiously proceeded in search of the emperor, of whose death they were still. Massacre of 300 deserters, an act of justice extremely useful to the discipline of the Roman armies. The Goths indignantly raised the siege of Hadrianople. The scene of war and tumult was instantly converted into a silent solitude. The multitude suddenly disappeared. The secret paths of ignorance. The tide of the Gothic inundation rolled from the walls of Hadrianople to the suburbs of Constantinople. The barbarians were surprised with the splendid appearance of the capital of the East, the height and extent of the walls, the myriads of wealthy and affrighted citizens who crowded the morning vibes, big D energy and coffee, let's slay the day fam. And after an obstinate conflict of many hours, they retired to their tents, convinced by experience that it would be far more advisable to observe the treaty which their sagacious leader had tacitly stipulated with the fortifications of great and populous cities, after the hasty and impolitic spread themselves over the face of a fertile and cultivated country as far as the confines of Italy. and the Hadriatic CMt&x. In the service of Valens, the cavalry of Scythia was forced to yield to the admirable swiftness and spirit of the Arabian horses. Their riders were skilled in the evolutions of irregular war, and the northern barbarians were astonished and dismayed by the inhuman ferocity of the barbarians of the slowly moved from the Bosphorus to the mountains which form the western boundary of Thrace. The important pass of Suxa was betrayed by the fear or the misconduct of Maurus and the barbarians, who no longer had any resistance to apprehend from the scattered and vanquished troops of the east. South, a Gothic soldier was slain by the dagger of an Arab, and the hairy, naked savage, applying his lips to the wound, expressed a horrid delight while he sucked the blood of his vanquished enemy. 97. The army of the Goths, laden with the spoils of the wealthy suburbs and the adjacent territory, sleep schedule no iron on chaos and caffeine tight v energy. The Romans, who so coolly and so concisely mention the acts of justice which were exercised by the legions 99, reserve their compassion, and they ravage the Roman provinces a.d. 378–379. Their eloquence for their own sufferings when the provinces were invaded and desolated by the arms of color of every object is falsified by the exaggerations of their corrupt eloquence. The vehement Jerome 101 might justly deplore the calamities, would fatigue the attention of the most patient reader. The same censure may be applied, though not perhaps in an equal degree, to the profane and the ecclesiastical writers of this unhappy period, that their minds were inflamed by popular and religious animosity, and that the true size and the successful barbarians, the simple circumstantial narrative. Did such a narrative exist of the ruin of a single town, of the misfortunes of a single family, 100 might exhibit an interesting and instructive picture of human manners. But the tedious repetition of vague and declamatory complaints, protection, but the beasts, inflicted by the Goths and their barbarous allies on his native country of Pannonia, and the wide extent of the provinces from the walls of Constantinople to the foot of the Julian Alps, the rapes, the massacres, the conflagrations, and above all, the profanation of the churches that were, and the extirpation of the human race. The land was overgrown with thick forests and inextricable brambles, and that the universal desolation announced by the prophet Zephaniah was accomplished in the scarcity of the beasts, the birds, and even of the fish. These complaints were pronounced, turned into stables, and the contemptuous treatment of the relics of holy martyrs. But the saint is surely transported beyond the limits of nature and history when he affirms that in those desert countries nothing was left except the sky and the earth, that, after the destruction of the cities, large tract of country had been left without cultivation and without inhabitants. The consequences might not have been so fatal to the inferior productions of animated nature. The useful and feeble animals which are nourished by the hand of man might suffer and perish if they were deprived of his. About 20 years after the death of Valens, and the Illyrian provinces, which were constantly exposed to the invasion and passage of the barbarians, still continued after a calamitous period of 10 centuries to supply new materials for rapine and destruction. Could it even be supposed that I have felt more terror and distress from the approach of a voracious pike than from the hostile inroad of a Gothic army? of the forest his enemies or his victims would multiply in the free and undisturbed possession of their solitary domain. The various tribes that people the air or the waters are still less connected with the fate of the human species, and it is highly probable that the fish of the Danube would, glorious example of their fathers, the danger of the times seemed to justify the jealous suspicions of the provincials. Whatever may have been the just measure of massacre of the Gothic youth in Asia, d. 378, the calamities of Europe, there was reason to fear that the same calamities would soon extend to the peaceful countries of Asia. The sons of the Goths had been judiciously distributed through the cities of the East, and the arts of education were employed to polish and subdue the native fierceness of their temper. In the space of about 12 years, their numbers had continually increased, and the children who, in the first emigration, were sent over the Hellespont had attained, with rapid growth, the strength and spirit of perfect manhood. 102. It was impossible to conceal from their knowledge the events of the Gothic War, and as those daring youths had not studied the language of dissimulation, they betrayed their wish, their desire, perhaps their intention, to emulate the delivered by the cruel prudence of, and as a report was industriously circulated, that they were summoned to receive a liberal gift of lands and money, the pleasing hope allayed the fury of their resentment, and perhaps suspended the motions of the conspiracy. On the appointed day, the unarmed crowd of the Gothic youth was carefully, for the good of the Republic, he assembled the principal officers and privately concerted effectual measures for the execution of his bloody design. An order was immediately promulgated that on a stated day, the Gothic youth should assemble in the capital cities of their respective provinces. Collected in the square or forum, the streets and avenues were occupied by the Roman troops, and the roofs of the houses were covered with archers and slingers. At the same hour, in all the cities of the East, the signal was given of indiscriminate slaughter, and the provinces of Asia were a high reputation of diligence and ability, thought it his duty to consult the Senate of Constantinople, which he considered, during the vacancy of the throne, as the representative council of the nation. As soon as he had obtained the discretionary power of acting as he should judge most expedient, and these suspicions were admitted as unquestionable evidence, that the Goths of Asia had formed a secret and dangerous conspiracy against the public safety. The death of Valens had left the East without a sovereign, and Julius, who filled the important station of Master General of the troops, with dissolved the natural obligations of humanity and justice, is a doctrine of which I still desire to remain ignorant. Julius, from a domestic enemy who in a few months might have carried fire and sword from the Hellespont to the Euphrates. 103. The urgent consideration of the public safety may undoubtedly authorize the violation of every positive law. How far that, or any other, consideration may operate to the support of a sinking world, a formidable tempest of the barbarians of Germany seemed ready to burst, and rich rumor that his impatient colleague had been slain in battle, and that 2/3 of the Roman army were exterminated by the sword of the victorious Goths. Whatever resentment the rash and jealous vanity of his uncle might deserve, the resentment of a generous mind is easily subdued by the softer emotions of grief and compassion, and even the sense of pity was soon lost in the serious and alarming consideration of the state of the Republic. Gratian was too late to assist. He was too weak to revenge his unfortunate colleague, and the valiant and modest youth felt himself unequal to. The Emperor Gratian was far advanced on his. The Emperor Gratian invests Theodosius with the Empire of the East, d. 379, Jan. 19. Marched towards the plains of Hadrianople when he was informed at first by the confused voice of fame, and afterwards by the more accurate reports of Victor, over the provinces of Gaul, and the mind of Gratian was oppressed and distracted by the administration of the Western Empire. In this important crisis, the government of the East and the conduct of the Gothic War required the undivided attention of a hero and a statesman, a subject invested with only 3 years before had suffered under the sanction of his authority an unjust and ignominious death. The great Theodosius, a name celebrated in history and dear to the Catholic Church 104, was summoned. The age of 19, it is not easy for a prince, educated in the supreme rank, to understand the true characters of his ministers and generals. He attempted to weigh with an impartial hand their various merits and defects, and whilst he checked the rash confidence of ambition, he distrusted the cautious wisdom which despaired of the Republic. As each moment of delay diminished something of the power and resources of the future sovereign of the East, the situation of the times would not allow a tedious debate. The choice of Gratian was soon declared in favor of an exile whose father. Such ample command would not long have preserved his fidelity to a distant benefactor, and the imperial council embraced the wise and manly resolution of conferring an obligation rather than of yielding to an insult. It was the wish of Gratian to bestow the purple as the reward of virtue. But at the conduct of the Gothic War, the Illyrian prefecture was dismembered, and the 2 great dioceses of Dacia and Macedonia were added to the dominions of the Eastern Empire 106. To the imperial court, which had gradually retreated from the confines of Thrace to the more secure station of Sirmium, 5 months after the death of Valens, the Emperor Gratian produced before the assembled troops his colleague and their master, who, after a modest, perhaps a sincere, resistance, was compelled to accept amidst the general acclamations the diadem, the purple, and the equal title of Augustus 105. The provinces of Thrace, Asia, and Egypt, over which Valens had reigned, were resigned to the administration of the new emperor, but as he was specially entrusted with the same province, and perhaps the same birth and character of Theodosius, city 107, which had given to the throne the virtues, various warfare of the Scots, the Saxons, and the Moors, his own merit, and the recommendation of the conqueror of Africa, soon raised him to a separate command, and in the station of Duke of Maesia he vanquished an army of care and severe discipline of his father 109. Under the standard of such a leader, young Theodosius sought glory and knowledge in the most distant scenes of military action, inured his constitution to the difference of seasons and climates, distinguished his valor by sea and land, and observed the of Trajan, and the talents of Hadrian was the original seat of another family of Spaniards who, in a less fortunate age, possessed near 80 years the declining empire of Rome 108. they emerged from the obscurity of municipal honors by the active spirit of the elder Theodosius, a general whose exploits in Britain and Africa have formed one of the most splendid parts of the annals of Valentinian. The son of that general, who likewise bore the name of Theodosius, was educated by skillful preceptors in the liberal studies of youth, but he was instructed in the art of war by the tender. His farm, Theodosius was transported in less than 4 months to the throne of the Eastern Empire, and the whole period of the history of the world will not perhaps afford it. Sarmatians saved the province, deserved the love of the soldiers, and provoked the envy of the court. 110. His rising fortunes were soon blasted by the disgrace and execution of his illustrious father, and Theodosius obtained as a favor the permission of retiring to a private life in his native province of Spain. He displayed a firm and temperate character in the ease with which he adapted himself to this new situation. His time was almost equally divided between the town and country. The spirit which had animated his public conduct was shown in the active and affectionate performance of every social duty, and the diligence of the soldier was profitably converted to the improvement of his ample patrimony. 111, which lay between Valladolid and Segovia in the midst of a fruitful district, still famous for a most exquisite breed of sheep. 112, from the innocent but humble labors of must have been formed of his abilities to encourage the hope that a single man could save and restore conspiracy or civil war, even in those governments which allow the reigning monarch to declare a colleague or a successor his partial choice, which may be influenced by the blindest passions, is often directed to an unworthy object. But the most suspicious malignity cannot ascribe to Theodosius had been neglected, but in the public distress his superior merit was universally felt and acknowledged. What confidence must have been reposed in his integrity, since Gratian could trust that a pious son would forgive for the sake of the Republic the murder of his father? What expectations! Similar example of an elevation at the same time so pure and so honorable. The princes who peaceably inherit the scepter of their fathers claim and enjoy a legal right, the more secure, as it is absolutely distinct from the merits of their personal characters. The subjects who, in a monarchy, in his obscure solitude have caught the arts, the desires, or even the hopes of an ambitious statesman, and the name of the exile would long since have been forgotten if his genuine and distinguished virtues had not left a deep impression in the imperial court. During the season of prosperity, he, or a popular state, acquire the possession of supreme power, may have raised themselves, by the superiority either of genius or virtue, above the heads of their equals. But their virtue is seldom exempt from ambition, and the cause of the successful candidate is frequently stained by the guilt of intelligent observers discovered in the qualities of his heart and understanding a more important resemblance to the best and greatest of the Roman princes. The Empire of the East. Theodosius was invested with the purple in the 33rd year of his age. The vulgar gazed with admiration on the manly beauty of his face and the graceful majesty of his person, which they were pleased to compare with the pictures and medals of the Emperor Trajan, whilst advise or to imitate his example. 114. And in the study, it is not without the most sincere regret that his prudent and successful conduct of the Gothic War ID 379-382. I must now take leave of an accurate and faithful guide who has composed the history of his own times without indulging the prejudices and passions which usually affect the mind of a contemporary, Ammianus Marcellinus, who terminates his useful work with the defeat and death of Valens, recommends the more glorious subject of the ensuing reign to the youthful vigor and eloquence of the rising generation. 113. The rising generation was not disposed to accept his. Of the reign of Theodosius, we are reduced to illustrate the partial narrative of Zosimus by the obscure hints of fragments and chronicles, by the figurative style of poetry or panegyric, and by the precarious assistance of the ecclesiastical writers who, in the heat of religious faction, are apt. Barbarians were mounted on the horses to despise the profane virtues of sincerity and moderation. Conscious of these disadvantages, which will continue to involve a considerable portion of the decline and fall of the Roman Empire, I shall proceed with doubtful and timorous steps. Yet I may boldly pronounce that the battle of the East, which contained so many millions of inhabitants, the courage of a soldier is found to be the cheapest and most common quality of human nature, and sufficient skill to encounter an undisciplined foe might have been speedily taught by the care of the surviving centurions. If the of successive ages could not be overturned by the misfortune of a single day, if the fatal power of the imagination did not exaggerate the real measure of the calamity, the loss of 40,000 Romans who fell in the plains of Hadrianople might have been soon recruited in the populous provinces. Hadrianople was never revenged by any signal or decisive victory of Theodosius over the barbarians, and the expressive silence of his venal orators may be confirmed by the observation of the condition and circumstances of the times. The fabric of a mighty state, which has been reared by the labours, vanquished by their own fears, and his rashness could not have been excused by the chance of, and equipped with the armor of their vanquished enemies, the numerous studs of Cappadocia and Spain would have supplied new squadrons of cavalry. The 34 arsenals of the empire were plentifully stored with magazines of offensive and defensive arms, and the wealth of Asia might still have yielded an ample fund for the expenses of the war. But the effects which were produced by the Battle of Hadrianople on the minds of the barbarians and of the Romans extended the victory of the former and the defeat of the latter far beyond the limits of a single day. A Gothic chief was heard to declare with insolent moderation that for his own part he was fatigued with slaughter, but that he was astonished how a people who fled before him like a flock of sheep could still presume to dispute the possession of their treasures and provinces. 115. The same terrors which the name of the Huns had spread among the Gothic tribes were inspired by the formidable name of the Goths among the subjects and soldiers of the Roman Empire. 116. If Theodosius, hastily collecting his scattered forces, had led them into the field to encounter a victorious enemy, his army would have been, to an extensive and well-concerted plan of operations. The events of each day added strength and spirit to the Roman arms, and the artful diligence of the emperor, who circulated the most favorable reports of the success of the war. Enterprises were for the most part successful, and they were soon convinced by their own experience of the possibility of vanquishing their invincible enemies. The detachments of these separate garrisons were gradually united into small armies. The same cautious measures were pursued according motions of the barbarians and direct the operations of his lieutenants from the gates of Constantinople to the shores of the Hadriatic. The fortifications and garrisons of the cities were strengthened, and the troops, among whom a sense of order and discipline was revived, were insensibly emboldened by the confidence of their own safety. From these secure stations, they were encouraged to make frequent sallies on the barbarians who infested the adjacent country, and as they were seldom allowed to engage without some decisive superiority, either of ground or of numbers, their success. But the great Theodosius, an epithet which he honorably deserved on this momentous occasion, conducted himself as the firm and faithful guardian of the Republic. He fixed his headquarters at Thessalonica, the capital of the Macedonian diocese 117, from whence he could watch the irregular Big D energy vibes, epic winds, and a sprinkle of chaos welcome back legend. Not oppress the vigor of his mind or divert his attention from the public service 118. Contributed to subdue the pride of the barbarians and to animate the hopes and courage of his subjects. If, instead of this faint and imperfect outline, we could accurately represent the counsels and actions of Theodosius in 4 successive campaigns, there is reason to believe that his empire's falling am too busy building my own get good cadad. Claim a juster proportion of the solid and independent fame, which the general is not compelled to share, either with fortune or with his troops. Such was likewise the merit of Theodosius, and the infirmities of his body, which most unseasonably languished under a long and dangerous disease, could consummate skill would deserve the applause of every military reader. The Republic had formerly been saved by the delays of Fabius, and while the splendid trophies of Scipio in the field of Zama attract the eyes of posterity, the camps and marches of the dictator among the hills of Campania may the deliverance and peace of the Roman provinces, divisions, defeat and submission of the Goths, d. 379–382. 119 was the work of prudence rather than of valor. The prudence of Theodosius was seconded, remember, by fortune, and the emperor never failed to seize and to improve every favorable circumstance. As long as the superior genius of Fritigern preserved the union and directed the motions of the barbarians, their power was not inadequate to the conquest of a great empire. The death of that hero, voluntary alliance, the troops of the Huns and the Helleni would naturally upbraid the flight of the Goths, who were not disposed to use with moderation the advantages of their fortune. The ancient jealousy of the Ostrogoths and the Visigoths could not long be suspended, and the haughty chiefs still, the predecessor and master of the renowned Alaric, relieved an impatient multitude from the intolerable yoke of discipline and discretion. The barbarians who had been restrained by his authority abandoned themselves to the dictates of their passions, and their passions were seldom uniform or consistent. An army of conquerors was broken into many disorderly bands of savage robbers, and their blind and irregular fury was not less pernicious to themselves than to their enemies. Their mischievous disposition was shewn in the destruction of every object which they wanted strength to remove or taste to enjoy, and they often consumed with improvident rage the harvests or the granaries which soon afterwards became necessary for their own subsistence. A spirit of discord rose among the independent tribes and nations, which had been united only by the bands of Alusan. The insults and injuries which they had reciprocally offered or sustained while the nation was seated in the countries beyond the Danube. The progress of domestic faction abated the more diffusive sentiment of national animosity, and the officers of Theodosius were instructed to purchase driven by the chance of arms from the dark recesses of the woods of Coqueland. He no longer hesitated to pass the Danube, and a very considerable part of the subjects of Fritigern, who already felt the inconveniences of anarchy, were easily persuaded to acknowledge for their liberal gifts and promises the retreat or service of the discontented party. The acquisition of Modar, a prince of the royal blood of the Amalek, gave a bold and faithful champion to the cause of Rome. The illustrious deserter soon obtained the rank of Master General, with an important command, surprised an army of his countrymen who were immersed in wine and sleep, and after a cruel slaughter of the astonished Goths, returned with an immense spoil and 4,000 wagons to the imperial camp 120, in the hands of a skillful politician. The most different means may be successfully applied to the same ends, and the peace of the empire which had been forwarded by the divisions was accomplished by the reunion of the Gothic nation. Athanaric, who had been a patient death and funeral of Athanaric, A.D. 381, Jan. 25, spectator of these extraordinary events, was at length. The commanding situation of the city, the strength and beauty of the walls and public edifices, the capacious harbor, crowded with innumerable vessels, the perpetual concourse of distant nations, and the arms and discipline of the troops. Indeed, continued Athanaric, the emperor of the Romans is a god upon earth, and the presumptuous man who dares to lift his hand against him is guilty of his own blood. 121. The treaty. Theodosius, who was acquainted with the merit and power of his new Oli, condescended to meet him at the distance of several miles from Constantinople, and entertained him in the imperial city with the confidence of a friend and the magnificence of a monarch. The barbarian prince observed, King, a Gothic judge whose birth they respected and whose abilities they had frequently experienced, but age had chilled the daring spirit of Athanaric, and instead of leading his people to the field of battle and victory, he wisely listened to the fair proposal of an honorable and advantageous. With curious attention, the variety of objects which attracted his notice, and at last broke out into a sincere and passionate exclamation of wonder. I now behold, said he, what I never could believe, the glories of this stupendous capital, and as he cast his eyes around, he viewed, and he admired, hastened to obtain a separate treaty from the apprehension that an obstinate delay might expose him, alone and unprotected, to the revenge or justice of the conqueror. The general, or rather, Gothic king did not long enjoy this splendid and honorable reception, and as temperance was not the virtue of his nation, it may justly be suspected that his mortal disease was contracted amidst the pleasures of the imperial banquets. But the policy of Theodosius derived more solid benefit from the death than he could have expected from the most faithful services of his Oli. The funeral of Athanaric was performed with solemn rites in the capital of the East. A stately monument was erected to his memory, and his whole army, won by the liberal courtesy and decent grief of Theodosius, enlisted under the standard of the Roman Empire 122. The submission of so great a body of the Visigoths was productive of the most salutary consequences, and the mixed influence of force of reason and of corruption became every day more powerful and more extensive. Each independent chieftain. The final capitulation of the Goths may be dated 4 years, 1 month, and 25 days after the defeat and death of the Emperor Valens 123, d. 382, Oct. 3. The provinces of the Danube had been already invasion and defeat of the Greuthungic or Ostrogoths, d. 386, October. Relieved from the oppressive weight of the Greuthungic or Ostrogoths by the voluntary retreat of Alathus and Saphrax, whose restless spirit had prompted them to seek new scenes of rapine and glory, their destructive course was pointed towards the west, but we must be satisfied with a very obscure and imperfect knowledge of their various adventures. The Ostrogoths impelled several of the German tribes on the provinces of Gaul, concluded, and soon violated, a treaty. The historians of the empire no longer recognized the name and countenances of their former enemies. 124. The general who commanded the military and naval powers of the Thracian frontier soon perceived that his superiority would be disadvantageous to the public service, and that the barbarians, with the Emperor Gratian, advanced into the unknown countries of the north, and, after an interval of more than 4 years, returned with accumulated force to the banks of the lower Danube. Their troops were recruited with the fiercest warriors of Germany and Scythia, and the soldiers were at least irresistible attack of a fleet of galleys which, by the presence of his fleet and legions, would probably defer the passage of the river till the approaching winter. The dexterity of the spies whom he sent into the Gothic camp allured the barbarians into a fatal snare. They were persuaded that, by a bold attempt, they might surprise in the securely followed in the rear. One of the nights without a moon had been selected for the execution of their design, and they had almost reached the southern bank of the Danube in the firm confidence that they should find an easy landing and an unguarded camp. But the progress of the barbarians was suddenly stopped by an unexpected obstacle. A triple line of vessels strongly connected with each other, and which formed an impenetrable chain of 2.5 miles along the river. While they struggled to force their way in the unequal conflict, their right flank was overwhelmed by the silence and darkness of the night, the sleeping army of the Romans, and the whole multitude was hastily embarked in a fleet of 3,000 canoes. 125. The bravest of the Ostrogoths led the van. The main body consisted of the remainder of their subjects and soldiers, and the women and children. Almost insinuates that the king of the Ostrogoths was slain by the hand of the emperor. 127. Appear in the field of battle till the barbarians had been vanquished by the valor and conduct of his lieutenant Promotus. 126. The flattering poet who celebrated in the court of Honorius the glory of the Father and of the Son, ascribes the victory to the personal prowess of Theodosius, and were urged down the stream by the united impulse of oars and of the tide. The weight and velocity of those ships of war broke and sunk and dispersed the rude and feeble canoes of the barbarians. Their valor was ineffectual, and Alathus, the king or general of the Ostrogoths, perished with His bravest troops either by the sword of the Romans or in the waves of the Danube. The last division of this unfortunate fleet might regain the opposite shore, but the distress and disorder of the multitude rendered them alike incapable either of action or counsel, and they soon implored the "Hey there, sagacious ready to simp for your streamer queen" clemency of the victorious enemy. On this occasion, as well as on many others, it is a difficult task to reconcile the passions and prejudices of the writers of the age of Theodosius, the partial and malignant historian, who misrepresents every action of his reign, affirms that the emperor did not. The truth of history might perhaps be found in a just medium between these extreme and contradictory assertions. Manners and language asserted in the bosom of despotism, the freedom of, imperfectly preserved the spirit and substance of this singular agreement. 128. The ravages of war and tyranny had provided many large tracts of fertile, but uncultivated land for the use of those barbarians who might not disdain the practice of agriculture. A numerous colony of the Visigoths was. Bro, even an ape knows him, the queen bee no capure just vibin in my hive. Feel the cruel and perfidious policy of the imperial court. If they had suffered themselves to be dispersed through the provinces, they required, and they obtained, the sole possession of the villages and districts assigned for their residence. They still cherished and propagated their native. Seated in Thrace, the remains of the Ostrogoths were planted in Phrygia and Lydia. Their immediate wants were supplied by a distribution of corn and cattle, and their future industry was encouraged by an exemption from tribute. During a certain term of years, the barbarians would have deserved to. The original treaty which fixed the settlement of the Goths in Thrace and Asia, d. 383–395. Of the Goths ascertained their privileges and stipulated their obligations, would illustrate the history of Theodosius and his successors. The series of their history has their domestic government and acknowledged the sovereignty of the emperor without submitting to the inferior jurisdiction of the laws and magistrates of Rome. The hereditary chiefs of the tribes and families were still permitted to command their followers in peace and war, but the royal dignity was abolished, and the generals of the Goths were appointed and removed at the pleasure of the emperor. An army of 40,000 Goths was maintained for the perpetual service of the Empire of the East, and those haughty troops who assumed the title of foederati or aules were extinguished in the minds of the Romans. 129. Theodosius had the address to persuade his aules that the conditions of peace which had been extorted from him by prudence and necessity were the voluntary expressions of his sincere friendship for the Gothic nation. 130. A different mode of vindication. Their gold colors, liberal pay, and licentious privileges. Their native courage was improved by the use of arms and the knowledge of discipline, and while the republic was guarded or threatened by the doubtful sword of the barbarians, the last sparks of the military flame were finally insensibly blend with the great body of the Roman people. 132. Or apology was opposed to the complaints of the people, who loudly censured these shameful and dangerous concessions. 131. The calamities of the war were painted in the most lively colors, and the first symptoms of the return of order, of plenty and security, were diligently exaggerated. The The barbarians still wore an angry and hostile aspect, but the experience of past times might encourage the hope that they would acquire the habits of industry and obedience, that their manners would be polished by time, education, and the influence of Christianity, and that their posterity would. Advocates of Theodosius could affirm with some appearance of truth and reason that it was impossible to extirpate so many warlike tribes who were rendered disparate by the loss of their native country, and that the exhausted provinces would be revived by a fresh supply of soldiers and husbandmen. Notwithstanding these specious arguments and their hostile sentiments, these sanguine expectations, it was apparent to every discerning eye that the Goths would long remain the enemies and might soon become the favorable moment of rapine, of conquest. Was generally believed that the Goths had signed the treaty of peace with an hostile and insidious spirit, and that their chiefs had previously bound themselves by a solemn and secret oath never to keep faith with the Romans, to maintain the fairest shoe of loyalty and friendship, and to watch conquerors of the Roman Empire. Their rude and insolent behavior expressed their contempt of the citizens and provincials whom they insulted with impunity. 133. To the zeal and valor of the barbarians, Theodosius was indebted for the success of his arms, but their assistance was precarious, and they were sometimes seduced by a treacherous and inconstant disposition to abandon his standard at the moment when their service was the most essential. During the civil war against Maximus, a great number of Gothic deserters retired into the morasses of Maestonia, wasted the adjacent provinces, and obliged the intrepid monarch to expose his person and exert his power to suppress the rising flame of rebellion. 134. The public apprehensions were fortified by the strong suspicion that these tumults were not the effect of accidental passion, but the result of deep and premeditated design, and of revenge. But as the minds of the barbarians were not insensible to the power of gratitude, several of the Gothic leaders sincerely devoted themselves to the service of the empire, or at least of the emperor. The whole nation was insensibly divided into two opposite factions, and much boldly followed him, and drawing his emperor, who had been the reluctant witness of this extraordinary controversy, dissembled his fears and resentment, and soon dismissed the tumultuous assembly. Fravited, alarmed and exasperated by the insolence of his rival, whose departure from the palace might have been the signal of a civil war. One of the solemn festivals when the chiefs of both parties were invited to the imperial table, they were insensibly heated by wine till they forgot the usual restraints of discretion and respect, and betrayed in the presence of Theodosius the fatal secret of their domestic disputes. Above the rest of his countrymen, by the politeness of his manners, the liberality of his sentiments, and the mild virtues of social life, but the more numerous faction adhered to the fierce and faithless Prelf, who inflamed the passions and asserted the independence of his warlike followers. 1. Sophistry was employed in conversation and dispute to compare the obligations of their first and second engagements. The Goths, who considered themselves as the friends of peace, of justice, and of Rome, were directed by the authority of Fravitta, a valiant and honorable youth, distinguished palace and table of the Roman emperor, and as the impatient Goths could only be restrained by the firm and temperate character of Theodosius, the public safety seemed to depend on the life and abilities of a single man. 136. Sword. laid Prilv dead at his feet. Their companions flew to arms, and the faithful champion of Rome would have been oppressed by superior numbers if he had not been protected by the seasonable interposition of the Imperial Guards 135. Such were the scenes of barbaric rage which disgraced the note zone. Such is the bad taste of embark. 10. That it is not easy to distinguish his facts from his metaphors, yet he positively affirms that he saw the rotten carcass of a ship at Secundum Lapidmae at Methone or Modon in Peloponnesus. 2. The earthquakes and inundations are Scythians or Tartars. Epidaurus must have been overwhelmed had not the prudent citizens placed Hilarion, an Egyptian monk, on the beach. He made the sign of the cross, the mountain wave stopped, bowed, and returned. 3. Dicaearchus, the peripatetic, composed a formal treatise to prove this obvious truth, which is Tartars formed the vanguard, and the name which first reached the ears of foreigners was applied to the whole nation. For it in the Hist. de l'Académie, Tom. 2. p. 60. In speaking of all or any of the northern shepherds of Europe or Asia, I indifferently use the appellations of variously described by Libanius Orat, de Ulcis and Julianines CX. In Fabricius, Bible, Greg, Tom. Vi. p. 158, with a learned note of Olarius Sosimus L. p. 221. Sozomen L. Vi. c. 2. Citrinus p. 310, 314, and Jerem Intron p. 186, and Tom I. p. 250, in Vit. Hilarion 573 591. Diodorus Siculus Tom I. L. I. p. 155. Edit. Wessling has marked the gradual progress of the name and nation. 5. The Tatars or Tartars were a primitive tribe, the rivals and at length the subjects of the Mughals, in the victorious armies of Genghis Khan and his successors, not the most honorable to the human species. Cicero, De Officiis I. 5. 4. The original Scythians of Herodotus L. Biv. c. 4757, 99-101, were confined by the Danube and the Palus Mutis within a square of 4,000 stadia, 400 Roman miles. See Danville. Mem. de l'Académie, Tom. p. 6. Imperium Asiae Turquisiver, ipsa perpetuo ab alieno imperio aut intactit aut invictit, Mansur, since the time of Justin I. 2. They have multiplied this account. Voltaire, in a few words. Tom. X. p. 64. Hist. General c. 156. Has abridged the Tartar conquests. Oft o'er the trembling nations from afar has Scythia breathed the living cloud of war. 7. The fourth book of Herodotus affords a curious, though imperfect, portrait of the Scythians. Among the moderns who describe the uniform scene, the Khan of Taoism, Abulfazl Bahadur, expresses his native feelings and his genealogical history of the Tatars as being copiously surveyed the Chinese Tartary, and that honest and intelligent traveller Bell of Entermony, 2 volumes in 4to, Glasgow 1763. 8. The Uzbeks are the most altered from their primitive manners, 1. By the profession of the Mahometan religion, and 2. By the possession of the cities and harvests of. General observation, we shall not easily allow the truth of his example. The good-natured complaints of Plutarch and the pathetic lamentations of Ovid seduce our reason, by exciting our sensibility. 10. These Tartar emigrations have been discovered by M. de Gaines's Histoire des Huns, Tom. I. Quem si sire velit, libese velit equors idem. Sire quam multus zephyr trudunter herna. Ammianus has inserted in his prose these lines of Virgil, Georgic, L.I., originally designed by the poet to express the impossibility of numbering the different sorts of vines. See Plin. Hist. Natter. L. Xiv. 68. Eunuchus and Zosimus curiously specify these articles of Gothic wealth and luxury, yet it must be presumed that they were the manufactures of the provinces which the barbarians had acquired as the spoils of war, or as the gifts or merchandise of peace. 69. Introduced in an original narrative of the Battle of Nancy, A.D. 1477. Attendant le combat le dit corps fut corn par tout fus, tant que le vent du souffle pavoit dur, ce qui espehit fort Monsieur de Bourgogne, car déjà mort le voitaui. Decem libras, the word silver must be understood. Jornandes betrays the passions and prejudices of a Goth. The several Greeks, Eunuchus and Zosimus, disguise the Roman oppression and execrate the perfidy of the barbarians. Ammianus, a patriot historian, flightly and reluctantly, touches on the odious subject. Jerome, who wrote almost on the spot, is fair, though concise. Per avertium maxime ducis, ad rebellionum fame coctus sunt intrun. 70. Ammianus, 4, 5. 71. Vixilis de mor sublitis, auditis trist sonatibus classicis. Ammian, 5. These are the Rocca cornu of Claudian in Rufin, I. 57. The large horns of the Yuri or wild bull, such as have been more recently used by the Swiss cantons of Uri and Underwold, similar to Republic Helvet. L.I. p. 201. Edit. Fuslin. Tiger. 1734. Their military horn is finely, though perhaps casually. See the pieces justificatives in the Forto edition of Philippe de Cummins, Tom. I. p. 493. 72. Jornandes de rebus geticis, c. 26. p. 648. Edit. Grot. These splendid apanae, they are comparatively such, are undoubtedly transcribed from the larger histories of Priscus, Ablavius, disfigure the style of Ammianus. 82. Indicant non cusco albentis ossibus campi, Amman. 7. The historian might have viewed these plains either as a soldier or as a traveler, but his modesty has suppressed the adventures of his own life subsequent to the Persian wars of Constantius, and the Cheroi which surrounded the Ost is a word familiar to the readers of Froissart or Cummins. 81. Statum UDX in simulila. I have used the literal sense of real torches or beacons, but I almost suspect that it is only one of those turgid metaphors, those false ornaments, that perpetually. Julian, we are ignorant of the time when he quitted the service and retired to Rome, where he appears to have composed his history of his own times. 83. Amen. 8. 84. Hanc Typhloem gentem terpem, et obscene vita flagitis et accipimus mersam uti apud ius nefandi concubits futter. Copulenta meus pubers et etis veriditatem in aurum pollutis usibus consumpture. Poro sici jam adultus opram exciperit solus, vel intermit ursum iminum, colluvan liberator inceste. Amen. 9. Among the Greeks likewise, more especially among the Cretans, the holy bands of friendship. Willows expresses the nature of the soil. 80. This circle of wagons, the carago, was the usual fortification of the barbarians. Vegetus dura militare, L. C. 10. Velsus ad Amen. 7. The practice and the name were preserved by their descendants as late as the 15th century. Argentaria or Argentivaria is accurately fixed by M. Danville Notice de Lenchen Gaul p. 90-99 at 23 Gallic leagues or 34.5 Roman miles to the south of Strasbourg. From its ruins the adjacent town of Colmar has arisen. 87. The full and impartial narrative of historian of the Gothic War loses time and space by an unseasonable recapitulation of the ancient inroads of the barbarians. 79. The itinerary of Antoninus p. 226. 227. Edit. Wessling marks the situation of this place about 60 miles north of Tomi, Ovid's exile, and the name of Silesis, the mines of Thrace. He annually received the value, not the weight, of 1,000 talents, 200 L. A revenue which paid the phalanx and corrupted the orators of Greece. See Dauder. Siculus, Tom. I. L. p. 88. Edit. Wessling. Godefroy's Commentary on the Theodosian Code, Tom. A. p. 496. Italica, founded by Scipio Africanus for his wounded veterans of Italy. The ruins still appear about a league above Seville, but on the opposite bank of the river. See the Hispania Illustrata of Nonis, a short, though valuable, treatise. C. 2. p. 64-67. 108. I agree with Tillemont Hist. des Empereurs Tom. V. p. 726. In suspecting the royal pedigree, which remained a secret till the promotion of Theodosius. Even after that event, the silence of Pacatus outweighs the venal evidence of Themistocles, Victor, and Claudian, who connect the family of Theodosius with the moral and mystic exhortations addressed by the preacher of Antioch to a young widow. 116. Eunapius in excerpt. Legation. p. 21. 117. See Godefroy's Chronology of the Laws. Codex Theodus. Tom. I. Prolegomen. p. 6. 118. Most writers insist on the illness and long repose of Theodosius in non-Latin alphabet. Zosimus L. Ev. p. 252. 125. I am justified by reason and example in applying this Indian name to the non-Latin alphabet of the barbarians, the single trees hollowed into the shape of a boat in non-Latin alphabet. Sosimus L. P. 253. Usa Danubium condem traner grothange. In lintras fragonimus termil rubent. Per fluvum plena cunisim inibus alne. Claudian, in Ev. Cons. Han. 623. 126. Sosimus L. Ev. P. 250-255. He too frequently betrays his poverty of judgment by disgracing the most serious narratives with trifling and incredible circumstances. 127. Odo the regis opima. Rectilit. Ver. 632. The opima were the spoils which a Roman general could only win from the king or general of the enemy whom he had slain with his own hands, and no more than 3 such examples are celebrated in the victorious ages of Rome. 128. See Themistus Orat. Xvi. P. 211. Claudian, in Eutrop. L. I. 152. Mentions the Phrygian colony. Ostrogothis colator mystisco grothanges. Phagia. And then proceeds to name the rivers of Lydia, the Pactolus, and Hermus. 129. Compare Jornandus c. 27. Who marks the condition and number of the Gothic foederate with Zosimus L. Ev. P. 258, who mentions their golden colors and pacatus in Panegyr, Vet. Xi. 37, who applauds with false or foolish joy their bravery and discipline. 130. X. Quod jam patrias gens haec oblita trans. Montesquieu seems ignorant that the Goths, after the defeat of Valence, never abandoned the Roman territory. It is now 30 years, says Claudian de Bello Gitico, 166 c. d. 404. Danube jusquo Bosphor, exterminerant Valens et sun arm et ne repasserant la Danube, qui pour abandoner la friuse solitude quils avoyant fate, ouvres de Montesquieu, Tom. I. p. 479. Considerations sur les causes de la grandeur et de la décadence des Romains, c. Xvi. The President tells a long and ridiculous story of the adventurous prince who roved the country with only 5 horsemen, of a spy whom they detected, whipped, and killed in an old woman's cottage, c. 135. Compare Enapus in excerpt. Legate. p. 21, 22. With Zosimus L. Ev. p. 279. The difference of Ameter passus generis Gothorum is the praise bestowed by the Gothic historian C. Xic, who represents his nation as innocent, peaceable men, slow to anger and patient of injuries. According to Livy, the Romans conquered the world in their own defense. 131. Besides the partial invectives of Zosimus, always discontented with the Tristian reigns, see the grave representations which Cynesis addresses to the Emperor Arcadius de Regno, p. 25, 26. Edit. Petef. The philosophic bishop of Cyrene was near enough to judge, and he was sufficiently removed from the temptation of fear or flattery. 132. The Mistus Orat. Xvi. p. 211. 212. Composes an elaborate and original apology, which is not, however, exempt from the puerilities of Greek rhetoric. Orpheus could only charm the wild beasts of Thrace, but Theodosius enchanted the men and women, whose predecessors in the same country had torn Orpheus in pieces. c. 133. Constantinople was deprived half a day of the public allowance of bread to expiate the murder of a Gothic soldier. In non-Latin alphabet was the guilt of the people. Libanius, Orat. Xi. p. 394. Edit. Mrel. 134. Zosimus L. I. p. 267-271. He. Acoistrum transvectus semel vestigia ficit. Thratio finistus solo. The error is inexcusable since it disguises the principal and immediate cause of the fall of the Western Empire of Rome. Information about this book. Title statement. The History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire by Edward Gibbon, Esq. Apt 4. Gibbon, Edward 1794. Publication. Distribution. University of Oxford Text Archive. Oxford University Computing Services. (13 Banbury Road). Oxford. Oxchu Sitten. Attack Sox ACUK. It OTA HTTP OTO OX ACUK at 4642. It is 1,106,016,416. It is 39,781,106,016,416. It took 65,082.4. It Bibnoco 3,300,410,564. It etch 34,700,104. Availability. Distributed by the University of Oxford under a Creative Commons. Attribution Share Alike 3.0 Unported license. Source. The History of the Decline and Fall of the Roman Empire by Edward Gibbon, S. Gibbon, Edward 1737-1794. A new edition. 6. Plates support. Maps 8. London. Printed for W. Strahan and T. Cardale. $1,783. Vols on 6. A reprint of Vols on 3 of the quarto editions. Reproduction of original from the British Library. English Short Title Catalogue Est 78,366. Electronic Data, Farmington Hills, Mich. Thomson Gale, 2003. Page image pink. Digitized image of the microfilm version produced in Woodbridge Court by Research Publications 1982 2002. Later known as Primary Source Microfilm, an imprint of the Gale Group. Creation. Created by converting TIP files to TIP5 using TIP-Top 5. T. Oxford. Editorial Practices. Libraries Guidelines. Digital page images are linked to the text file. This electronic text file was keyed from page images and partly proofread for accuracy. Character capture and encoding have been done following the guidelines of the Ecotext Creation Partnership, which correspond roughly to the recommendations found in Level 4 of the TAN. Chap. Xv. Death of Gratian, Ruin of Arianism. Ambrose First Civil War against Maximus. Character, Administration, and Penance of Theodosius. Death of Valentinian I. Second Civil War against Eugenius. Death of Theodosius. His manners engaged the affection of the people. The men of letters who enjoyed the liberality acknowledged the taste and eloquence of their sovereign. His valor and dexterity in arms were equally applauded by the The fame of Gratian, before he had accomplished the 20th year of his age, was equal to that of the most celebrated character and conduct of the Emperor Gratian, d. 379–383. Princes. His gentle and amiable disposition endeared him to his private friends. The graceful affability of soldiers and the clergy considered the humble piety of Gratian as the first and most useful of his virtues. The victory of Kalmar had delivered the West from a formidable invasion, and the grateful provinces of the East ascribed the merits of Theodosius to the author of his greatness and of the public safety. Gratian survived those memorable events only 4 or 5 years, but he survived his reputation, and, before he fell a victim to rebellion, he had lost in a great measure the respect and confidence of the Roman world. The remarkable alteration of his character or his defects, conduct, may not be imputed to the arts of flattery which had besieged the son of Valentinian from his infancy, nor to the headstrong passions which that gentle youth appears to have escaped. A more attentive view of the life of Gratian may perhaps suggest the true cause of the disappointment of the public hopes. His apparent virtues, instead of being the hardy productions of experience and adversity, were the premature and artificial fruits of a royal education. The anxious tenderness of his father was continually employed to bestow on him those advantages which he might perhaps esteem the more highly, as he himself had been deprived of them. And the most skillful masters of every science and of every art had labored to form the mind and body of the young prince. 1. The knowledge which they painfully communicated was displayed with ostentation and celebrated with lavish praise. His soft and tractable disposition received the fair impression of their judicious precepts, and the absence of passion might easily be mistaken for the strength of reason. His preceptors gradually rose to the rank and amused his leisure with the most frivolous gratifications. A public sale of favor and injustice was instituted, both consequence of ministers of state too, and as they wisely dissembled their secret authority, he seemed to act with firmness, with propriety, and with judgment on the most important occasions of his life and reign. But the influence of this elaborate instruction did not penetrate beyond the surface existence of the hero. As soon as time and accident had removed those faithful counselors from the throne, the Emperor of the West insensibly descended to the level of his natural genius, abandoned the reins of government to the ambitious hands which were stretched forwards to grasp them, and the skillful preceptors who so accurately guided the steps of their royal pupil could not infuse into his feeble and indolent character the vigorous and independent principle of action, which renders the laborious pursuit of glory essentially necessary to the happiness and almost to the in the court and in the provinces by the worthless delegates of his power, whose merit it was made sacrilege to question. 3. The conscience of the credulous prince was directed by saints and bishops 4, who procured an imperial edict to punish as a capital offense the violation, the neglect, or, in the chase, the pride and wish of the Roman emperor to excel in an art in which he might be surpassed by the meanest of his slaves, reminded the numerous spectators of the examples of Nero and prostituted to the viler purposes of hunting. Large parks were enclosed for the imperial pleasures and plentifully stocked with every species of wild beasts, and Gratian neglected the duties and even the dignity of his rank. to consume whole days in the vain display of his dexterity and boldness. Even the ignorance of the divine law fire. Among the various arts which had exercised the youth of Gratian, he had applied himself with singular inclination and success to manage the horse, to draw the bow, and to dart the javelin, and these qualifications, which might be useful to a soldier, were commodious. But the chaste and temperate Gratian was a stranger to their monstrous vices, and his hands were stained only with the blood of animals. 6. The behavior of Gratian, which degraded his discontent of the Roman troops. D. 383. Character in the eyes of mankind could not have disturbed the security of his reign, if the army had not been provoked to resent their peculiar injuries, as long as the young emperor was guided by, were accustomed to display in the unbounded plains of Scythia, was exercised on a more narrow theatre in the parks and enclosures of Gaul. Gratian admired the talents and customs of these favorite gods, to whom alone he entrusted the defense of his person. The instructions of his masters, he professed himself the friend and pupil of the soldiers. Many of his hours were spent in the familiar conversation of the camp, and the health, the comforts, the rewards, the honors of his faithful troops appeared to be the object of his attentive concern. But, after Gratian more freely indulged his prevailing taste for hunting and shooting, he naturally connected himself with the most dexterous ministers of his favorite amusement. A body of the Alani was received into the military and domestic service of the palace, and the admirable skill which they, and as if he meant to insult the public opinion, he frequently shewed himself to the soldiers and people with the dress and arms, the long bow, the sounding quiver, and the fur garments of a Scythian warrior, the unworthy spectacle of a Roman prince who had renounced the dress and manners of his. Important to inquire from what causes the revolt of Britain was produced. Accident is commonly the parent of disorder. The seeds of rebellion happened to fall on a soil which was supposed to be more fruitful than any other in tyrants. Established government is always a work of some real, and of much apparent, difficulty, and the throne of Gratian was protected by the sanctions of custom, law, religion, and the nice balance of the civil and military powers which had been established by the policy of Constantine. It is not very country filled the minds of the legions with grief and indignation. 7. Even the Germans, so strong and formidable in the armies of the empire, affected to disdain the strange and horrid appearance of the savages of the north who, in the space of a few years, had wandered from the banks of the Volga to those of the Seine. A loud and licentious murmur was echoed through the camps and garrisons of the West, and as the mild indolence of Gratian neglected to extinguish the first symptoms of discontent, the want of love and respect was not supplied by the influence of fear, but the subversion of an invested with the authority either of governor or general. 11. Usurpers. 8. The legions of that sequestered island had been long famous for a spirit of presumption and arrogance. 9. And the name of Maximus was revolt of Maximus in Britain, proclaimed by the tumultuary but unanimous voice, both of the soldiers and of the provincials, the emperor or the rebel, for his title was not yet ascertained by fortune, was a native of Spain, the countryman, the fellow soldier, and the rival of Theodosius, whose elevation he had not seen without some emotions of envy and resentment. The events of his life had long since fixed him in Britain, and I should not be unwilling to find some evidence for the marriage which he is said to have contracted with the daughter of a wealthy lord of Caernarvonshire 10. But this provincial rank might justly be considered as a state of exile and obscurity, and if Maximus had obtained any civil or military office, he was not dangerous present of the imperial purple 12. His abilities and even his integrity are acknowledged by the partial writers of the age, and the merit must indeed have been conspicuous that could extort such a confession in favor of the vanquished enemy of Theodosius. The discontent of Maximus might incline him to censure the conduct of his sovereign, and to encourage, perhaps without any views of ambition, the murmurs of the troops. But in the midst of the tumult he artfully or modestly refused to ascend the throne, and some credit appears to have been given to his own positive declaration that he was compelled to accept the residence. But there was danger likewise in refusing the flight and death of Gratian Empire, and from the moment that Maximus had violated his allegiance to his lawful sovereign, he could not hope to reign or even to live if he confined his moderate ambition within the narrow limits of Britain. He boldly and wisely resolved to prevent the designs of Gratian. The youth of the island crowded to his standard, and he invaded Gaul with a fleet and army which were long afterwards remembered as the emigration of a considerable part of the British nation. 13. The emperor, in his peaceful, have found in the support of his subjects and allies. The armies of Gaul, instead of opposing the march of Maximus, received him with joyful and loyal acclamations, and the shame of the desertion was transferred from the people to the prince. The troops whose station more immediately attached them to the service of the palace abandoned the standard of Gratian the first time that it was displayed in the neighborhood of Paris. The Emperor of the West fled towards Lyons with a train of only 300 horse, and in the cities along the road where he hoped to find a refuge, or at least a Parfait governor of the Lyons province. Gratian was amused by protestations of doubtful fidelity, and the hopes of Paris was alarmed by their hostile approach, and the darts which he idly wasted on lions and bears might have been employed more honorably against the rebels. But his feeble efforts announced his degenerate spirit and desperate situation, and deprived him of the resources which he still might. Passage. He was taught by cruel experience that every gate is shut against the unfortunate, yet he might still have reached in safety the dominions of his brother, and soon have returned with the forces of Italy and the East if he had not suffered himself to be fatally deceived by perished by the chance of war. His triumph was not stained by the blood of the Romans. 16. Support which could not be effectual till the arrival of Andronicus, the general of the cavalry of Maximus, put an end to his suspense. That resolute officer executed without remorse the orders or the intentions of the usurper. Gratian, as he rose from supper, was delivered into the hands of reputation, which is the just recompense of obscure and subtle policy. 15. These executions might be necessary to the public safety, but the successful usurper, whose power was acknowledged by all the provinces of the West, had the merit and the satisfaction of boasting that, except those who had the assassin, and his body was denied to the pious and pressing entreaties of his brother. D. 383. August 25. Valentinian. 14. The death of the emperor was followed by that of his powerful general Melibodes, the king of the Franks, who maintained, to the last moment of his life, the ambiguous. Of the public, the imperious voice of honor and gratitude called aloud for revenge. From the liberality of Gratian, the events of this revolution had passed in such rapid succession that it would have been impossible for Theodosius to march to the relief treaty of peace between Maximus and Theodosius, d. 383–387, of his benefactor, before he received the intelligence of his defeat and death during the season. Prepared, if his friendship should be rejected, to dispute in a field of battle the empire of the world. An immediate and peremptory answer was required, but it was extremely difficult for Theodosius to satisfy, on this important occasion, either the feelings of his own mind or the expectations. Tone. To offer Theodosius the alternative of peace or war. The speech of the ambassador concluded with a spirited declaration that although Maximus, as a Roman, and as the father of his people, would choose rather to employ his forces in the common defense of the Republic he was armed and, of sincere grief or ostentatious mourning, the Eastern Emperor was interrupted by the arrival of the principal chamberlain of Maximus, and the choice of a venerable old man for an office which was usually exercised by eunuchs announced to the court of Constantinople the gravity and temperance of the British usurper. The ambassador condescended to justify or excuse the conduct of his master, and to protest in specious language that the murder of Gratian had been perpetrated without his knowledge or consent by the precipitate zeal of the soldiers, but he proceeded in a firm and equal, should content himself with the possession of the countries beyond. He had received the imperial diadem. His patience would encourage the odious suspicion that he was more deeply sensible of former injuries than of recent obligations, and if he accepted the friendship, he must seem to share the guilt of the assassin. Even the principles of justice and the consequences of his punishment, the assassin of Gratian had usurped, but he actually possessed the most warlike provinces of the empire. The East was exhausted by the misfortunes and even by the success of the Gothic War, and it was seriously to be apprehended that, after the vital strength, interest of society would receive a fatal blow from the impunity of Maximus, and the example of successful usurpation would tend to dissolve the artificial fabric of government, and once more to replunge the empire in the crimes and calamities of the preceding age. But as the sentiments of the Republic had been wasted in a doubtful and destructive contest, the feeble conqueror would remain an easy prey to the barbarians of the north. These weighty considerations engaged Theodosius to dissemble his resentment and to accept the alliance of the tyrant, but he stipulated that Maximus' gratitude and honor should invariably regulate the conduct of an individual. They may be overbalanced in the mind of a sovereign by the sense of superior duties, and the maxims both of justice and humanity must permit the escape of an atrocious criminal if an innocent people would be involved in. Steak and cheese level up that sub-game get good cat dead. The 3 imperial colleagues were exhibited to the veneration of the people, nor should it be lightly supposed that in the moment of a solemn reconciliation, Theodosius secretly cherished the intention of perfidy and revenge. 18. The Alps. The brother of Gratian was confirmed and secured in the sovereignty of Italy, Africa, and the western Illyricum. and some honorable conditions were inserted in the treaty to protect the memory and the laws of the deceased emperor. 17. According to the custom of the age, the images of eggs up wallet nerved time to get good at budgeting, my dude. Humble faith and fervent zeal were supported by the spirit and abilities of a more vigorous character among the benefactors. The contempt of Gratian for the Roman soldiers' baptism and orthodox edicts of Theodosius, d. 380 February 28, had exposed him to the fatal effects of their resentment. His profound veneration for the Christian clergy was rewarded by the applause and gratitude of a powerful order, which has claimed in every age the privilege of dispensing honors both on earth and in heaven. 19. The Orthodox bishops bewailed his death and their own irreparable loss, but they were soon comforted by the discovery that Gratian had committed the scepter of the East to the hands of a prince which was taught by Theodosius was the first of the emperors baptized in the true faith of the Trinity. Although he was born of a Christian family, the maxims, or at least the practice of the age, encouraged him to delay the ceremony of his initiation till he was admonished of the danger of delay by the Syrians of the Church. The fame of Constantine has been revealed by the glory of Theodosius. If Constantine had the advantage of erecting the standard of the cross, the emulation of his successor assumed the merit of subduing the Arian heresy and of abolishing the worship of idols in the Roman world. Illness which threatened his life towards the end of the first year of his reign, before he again took the field against the Goths, he received the sacrament of baptism 20 from Acholis, the Orthodox Bishop of Thessalonica. 21. And as the emperor ascended from the holy font, still glowing with the warm feelings of regeneration, he dictated a solemn edict, which proclaimed his own faith and prescribed the religion of his subjects. It is our pleasure, such is the imperial style, that all the nations, which are governed by our clemency and moderation, should steadfastly adhere to the religion. Once indeed he expressed a faint inclination to converse with the eloquent and learned Eunomus, who lived in retirement at a small distance from Constantinople. Peter to the Romans, which faithful tradition has preserved, and which is now professed by the Pontiff Damasus, and by Peter, Bishop of Alexandria, a man of apostolic holiness, according to the discipline of the apostles and the doctrine of the gospel. Let us believe the sole deity of the Father, fruit of instruction rather than of inquiry. But as the emperor always fixed his eyes on the visible landmarks of orthodoxy which he had so prudently constituted, his religious opinions were never affected by the specious texts, the subtle arguments, and the ambiguous creeds of the Arian doctors. The Son and the Holy Ghost under an equal majesty and a pious Trinity. We authorize the followers of this doctrine to assume the title of Catholic Christians, and as we judge that all others are extravagant madmen, we brand them with the infamous name of heretics, and declare that their conventicles shall no longer usurp the respectable appellation of churches. Besides the condemnation of divine justice, they must expect to suffer the severe penalties which our authority, guided by heavenly wisdom, shall think proper to inflict upon them. 22. The faith of a soldier is commonly forgot the important lesson which he had received from this dramatic parable. 23. Tenderness which he might have used towards a plebeian child, provoked by this insolent behavior, The monarch gave orders that the rustic priest should be instantly driven from his presence. But while the guards were forcing him to the door, the dexterous polemic had time to execute his design. But the dangerous interview was prevented by the prayers of the Empress Flaxilla, who trembled for the salvation of her husband, and the mind of Theodosius was confirmed by a theological argument adapted to the rudest capacity. He had lately bestowed on his eldest son Arcadius the name and, by exclaiming with a loud voice, "Such is the treatment, O Emperor, which the King of Heaven has prepared for those impious men who affect to worship the Father, but refuse to acknowledge the equal majesty of his divine Son." Theodosius immediately embraced the Bishop of Iconium, and never. Honors of Augustus, and the two princes were seated on a stately throne to receive the homage of their subjects. A bishop, Amphilochus of Iconium, approached the throne, and after saluting with due reverence the person of his sovereign, he accosted the royal youth with the same familiar. That the sun was made out of nothing. 25. Constantinople was the principal seat and fortress of Arianism, and in a long interval of 40 years 24, the faith of the princes and prelates who Arianism of Constantinople, d. 340–380, reigned in the capital of the East was rejected in the purer schools of Rome and Alexandria. The occupation to the busy idleness of the metropolis, and we may credit the assertion of an intelligent observer who describes, with some pleasantry, the effects of their loquacious zeal. "This city," says he, "is full of mechanics and slaves who are all of them profound theologians, and preach in the shops and in the streets. If you desire a man to change a piece of silver, he informs you wherein the Son differs from the Father. If you ask the price of a loaf, you are told by way of reply that the Son is inferior to the Father. And if you inquire whether the bath is ready, the answer is, Archiepiscopal throne of Maestones, which had been polluted with so much Christian blood, was successively filled by Eudoxus and Damophilus. Their doses enjoyed a free importation of vice and error from every province of the empire. The eager pursuit of religious controversy afforded a new. The heretics of various denominations subsisted in peace under the protection of the Arians of Constantinople, who endeavored to secure the attachment of those obscure sectaries while they abused with unrelenting severity the victory which they had obtained over the followers of the Council of Episcopal Pastor, two natives of Cappadocia, Basil, and Gregory nations in 27, were distinguished above all their Gregory nations and contemporaries 28 by the rare union of profane. Nice. During the partial reigns of Constantius and Valens, the feeble remnant of the Homoousians was deprived of the public and private exercise of their religion, and it has been observed in pathetic language that the scattered flock was left without a shepherd to wander on the mountains, or to be devoured by rapacious wolves. 26. But as their zeal, instead of being subdued, derived strength and vigor from oppression, they seized the first moments of imperfect freedom, which they acquired by the death of Valens, to form themselves into a regular congregation, under the conduct of an conspicuous station. The haughty prelate selected among the 50 bishoprics of his extensive province, the wretched village, eloquence and of orthodox piety. These orators, who might sometimes be compared, by themselves and by the public, to the most celebrated of the ancient Greeks, were united by the ties of the strictest friendship. They had cultivated with equal ardor the same liberal studies in the schools of throne of Caesarea, discovered to the world and perhaps to himself the pride of his character, and the first favor which he condescended to bestow on his friend was received, and perhaps was intended as a cruel insult. 29. Instead of employing the superior talents of Gregory in some useful and Athens, they had retired with equal devotion to the same solitude in the deserts of Pontus, and every spark of emulation or envy appeared to be totally extinguished in the holy and ingenuous breasts of Gregory and Basil. But the exaltation of Basil from a private life to the archiepiscopal succeeding age of Sesama 30, without water, without verdure, without society, situate at the junction of 3 highways, and frequented only by the incessant passage of rude and clamorous wagoners. Gregory submitted with reluctance to this humiliating exile. He was ordained Bishop of Sesama, but he solemnly, pious and charitable kinsman, the most spacious room was consecrated to the uses of religious worship, and the name of Anastasia was chosen to express the resurrection of the Nicene faith. This private conventicle was afterwards converted into a magnificent church, and the credulity of the protests that he never consummated his spiritual marriage with this disgusting bride. He afterwards consented to undertake the government of his native church of nations as 31, of which his father had been bishop above 45 years. But as he was still conscious that he deserved another audience and another theatre, he accepted with no unworthy ambition. He accepts the mission of Constantinople, d. 378 November. Honorable invitation, which was addressed to him from the Orthodox party of Constantinople. On his arrival in the capital, Gregory was entertained in the house of A. After he was delivered from the fear and danger of a foreign enemy, his infant church was disgraced and distracted by intestine faction. A stranger was prepared to believe the miracles and visions which attested the presence, or at least the protection, of the Mother of God. 32. The pulpit of the Anastasia was the scene of the labors and triumphs of Gregory Nazianzen, and in the space of 2 years he experienced all the spiritual adventures. Anastasia were broke open, much mischief was perpetrated or attempted with sticks, stones, and firebrands, and as a man lost his life in the affray, Gregory, who was summoned the next morning before the magistrate, had the satisfaction of supposing that he publicly confessed the name of Christ. Irregular assemblies of the Athanasian heretics. From the cathedral of Sofia, there issued a motley crowd of common beggars who had forfeited their claim to pity, of monks who had the appearance of goats or satyrs, and of women, more terrible than so many Jezebels, the doors of the which constitute the prosperous or adverse fortunes of a missionary. 33. The Arians, who were provoked by the boldness of his enterprise, represented his doctrine as if he had preached 3 distinct and equal deities, and the devout populace was excited to suppress, by violence and tumult, the numerous audience retired from his sermons, satisfied with the eloquence of the preacher. 35. Or dissatisfied with the manifold imperfections of their faith and practice. 36. Who assumed the name of Maximus. 34. And the cloak of a cynic philosopher, insinuated himself into the confidence of Gregory, deceived and abused his favorable opinion, and forming a secret connection with some bishops of Egypt, attempted by a clandestine ordination to supplant his patron in the episcopal seat of Constantinople. These mortifications might sometimes tempt the Cappadocian missionary to regret his obscure solitude, but his fatigues were rewarded by the daily increase of his fame and his congregation, and he enjoyed the pleasure of observing that the greater part of his, as soon as he had finished the operations of the campaign, made his public entry into the capital at the head. The Catholics of Constantinople were animated ruin of Arianism at Constantinople, d. 380, Nov. 26, with joyful confidence by the baptism and edict of Theodosius, and they impatiently waited the effects of his gracious promise. Their hopes were speedily accomplished, and the emperor Gregory was susceptible of pride. He must have felt a very lively satisfaction when the emperor conducted him through the streets in solemn triumph, and with his own hand, respectfully, of a victorious army. The next day after his arrival, he summoned Damophilus to his province, and offered that Arian prelate the hard alternative of subscribing the Nicene Creed or of instantly resigning to the Orthodox believers the use and possession of the episcopal palace, the cathedral of. But as the angels who protected the Catholic cause were only visible to the eyes of faith, he prudently reinforced those heavenly legions with the more effectual aid of temporal and carnal weapons, and the church of St. Sophia was occupied by a large body of the imperial guards. If the mind of St. Sophia and all the churches of Constantinople, the seal of Damophilus, which in a Catholic saint would have been justly applauded, embraced without hesitation a life of poverty and exile 37, and his removal was immediately followed by the purification of the imperial city. The Arians might complain with some appearance of justice that an inconsiderable congregation of sectaries should usurp the 100 churches which they were insufficient to fill, whilst the far greater part of the people was cruelly excluded from every place of religious worship. Theodosius was still inexorable, placed him on the archiepiscopal throne of Constantinople, but the saint who had not subdued the imperfections of human virtue was deeply affected by the mortifying consideration that his entrance into the fold was that of a wolf rather than of a shepherd, that the glittering arms which general law, especial in the East, A.D. 381, Jan. 10, commission, and a military force 39, and this ecclesiastical. Weeks afterwards, Theodosius declared his resolution of expelling from all the churches of his dominions the bishops and their clergy who should obstinately refuse to believe, or at least to profess, the doctrine of the Council of Nice. His lieutenant Separ was armed with the ample powers of air. The roofs of the houses he heard the tumultuous voice of rage, grief, astonishment, and despair. And Gregory fairly confesses that on the memorable day of his installation, the capital of the East wore the appearance of a city taken by storm, and in the hands of a barbarian conqueror. 38, about 6, surrounded his person, were necessary for his safety, and that he alone was the object of the imprecations of a great party whom, as men and citizens, it was impossible for him to despise. He beheld the innumerable multitude of either sex, and of every age, who crowded the streets, the windows, and revolution was conducted with so much discretion and vigor, that the religion of the emperor was established without tumult or bloodshed in all the provinces of the East. The writings of the Arians, if they had been permitted to exist 40, would perhaps contain the lamentable story of the sentiments and passions to the deity it would be deemed more prudent and respectful to exaggerate than to circumscribe the adorable perfections of the Son of God. The disciple of Athanasius exulted in the proud confidence that he had entitled himself to the divine resistance, and that in their adversity the Arians displayed much less firmness than had been exerted by the Orthodox party under the reigns of Constantius and Valens. The moral character and conduct of the hostile sects appear to have been governed by the same common principles of nature and religion, but a very material circumstance may be discovered which tended to distinguish the degrees of their theological faith. Both parties in the schools as well as in the temples acknowledged and worshipped the divine majesty of Christ, and as we are always prone to impute our own persecution which afflicted the Church under the reign of the impious Theodosius, and the sufferings of their holy confessors might claim the pity of the disinterested reader. Yet there is reason to imagine that the violence of zeal and revenge was in some measure eluded by the want of speculative mind, but the doctrine of the Nicene Creed, most powerfully recommended by the merits of faith and devotion, was much better adapted to become popular and successful in a believing age. Favor. While the follower of Arius must have been tormented by the secret apprehension that he was guilty, perhaps of an unpardonable offense, by the scanty praise and parsimonious honors which he bestowed on the judge of the world, the opinions of Arianism might satisfy a cold and to the third person of the Trinity 41. Yet it was found, or it was thought, necessary by the victorious adversaries of Arianism to explain the ambiguous language. The hope that truth and wisdom would be the Council of Constantinople, d. 381, may, found in the assemblies of the Orthodox clergy, induced the emperor to convene at Constantinople a synod of 150 bishops who proceeded without much difficulty or delay to complete the theological system which had been established in the Council of Nice. The vehement disputes of the 4th century had been chiefly employed on the nature of the Son of God, and the various opinions which were embraced concerning the second were extended and transferred, by a natural analogy, of some respectable doctors to confirm the faith of the Catholics, and to condemn an unpopular and inconsistent sect of Macedonians who freely admitted that the Son was consubstantial to the Father, while they were fearful of seeming to acknowledge the existence of 3 gods. A final and were the love of gold and the love of dispute. Many of the same prelates who now applauded the orthodox piety of Theodosius had repeatedly changed, with prudent flexibility, their creeds. Degenerated from the model of apostolical purity, the most worthless and corrupt were always the most eager to frequent and disturb the episcopal assemblies. The conflict and fermentation of so many opposite interests and tempers inflamed the passions of the bishops and their ruling passions. Unanimous sentence was pronounced to ratify the equal deity of the Holy Ghost. The mysterious doctrine has been received by all the nations and all the churches of the Christian world, and their grateful reverence has assigned to the bishops of Theodosius the second rank among the general councils. 42. Their knowledge of religious truth may have been preserved by tradition, or it may have been communicated by inspiration, but the sober evidence of history will not allow much weight to the personal authority of the fathers of Constantinople, in an age when the ecclesiastics had scandalously 44 and opinions, and in the various revolutions of the church and state. The religion of their sovereign was the rule of their obsequious faith. When the emperor suspended his prevailing influence, the turbulent synod was blindly impelled by the absurd or selfish motives of pride, hatred, and death of the Son of God. Such unjust and disorderly proceedings forced the gravest members of the assembly to dissent and to secede, and the clamorous majority, which remained masters of the field of battle, could be compared only to wasps or magpies, to a flight of cranes or to a flock of geese. Unblemished, but his cause was supported by the Western churches, and the bishops of the synod resolved to perpetuate the mischiefs of discord by the hasty ordination of a perjured candidate 43, rather than to betray the imagined dignity of the East, which had been illustrated by the birth and resentment. The death of Mellitus, which happened at the Council of Constantinople, presented the most favorable opportunity of terminating the schism of Antioch by suffering his aged rival, Paulinus, peaceably to end his days in the episcopal chair. The faith and virtues of Paulinus were adherents, provoked by his moderation, actuated the deliberations of the synod. Their unanimous suffrage had confirmed the pretensions which the Bishop of Constantinople derived from the choice of the people and the approbation of the emperor. But Gregory soon became the victim of malice and envy. The bishops of the East, his strenuous the knowledge of posterity, must silence the impotent murmurs of superstition and bigotry. He was one of the most pious and eloquent bishops of the age, a saint and a doctor of the Church, the scourge of Arianism, and the pillar of the Orthodox faith, a distinguished member of the Council of Constantinople, in which, after the death of Mellitus, he exercised the functions of president. In a word, Gregory Nazianzen himself, the harsh and ungenerous treatment which he experienced 45, instead of derogating from the truth of his evidence, affords an additional proof of the spirit which a suspicion may possibly arise that so unfavorable a picture of ecclesiastical synods has been drawn by the partial hand of some obstinate heretic. Retreat of Gregory Nazianzen, d. 381, or some malicious infidel. But the name of the sincere historian who has conveyed this instructive lesson to about 8 years in the exercises of poetry and devotion, the title of saint has been added to, in the affairs of Antioch, abandoned him without support to the adverse faction of the Egyptians who disputed the validity of his election, and rigorously asserted the obsolete canon that prohibited the licentious practice of episcopal translations. The pride or the humility of Gregory prompted him to decline a contest which might have been imputed to ambition and avarice, and he publicly offered, not without some mixture of indignation, to renounce the government of a church which had been restored and almost created by his labors. His resignation was accepted by the synod and by the emperor with more readiness than he seems to have expected. At the time when he might have hoped to enjoy the fruits of his victory, his episcopal throne was filled by the senator Nectaris, and the new archbishop, accidentally recommended by his easy temper and venerable aspect, was obliged to delay the ceremony of his consecration till he had previously dispatched the rites of his baptism 46. After this remarkable experience of the ingratitude of princes and prelates, Gregory retired once more to his obscure solitude of Cappadocia, where he employed the remainder of his life. His name, but the tenderness of his heart 47, and the elegance of his genius, reflect a more pleasing luster on the memory of Gregory Nagianson. Heretics, and the passions of the legislator were expressed. It was not enough that Theodosius had suppressed edicts of Theodosius against the heretics, d. 380–394, the insolent reign of Arianism, or that he had abundantly revenged the injuries which the Catholics sustained from the zeal of Constantius and Valens, the Orthodox emperor, considered every heretic as a rebel against the supreme powers of heaven and of earth, and each of those powers might exercise their peculiar jurisdiction over the soul and body of the guilty. The decrees of the Council of Constantinople had ascertained the true standard of the faith, and the ecclesiastics who governed the conscience of Theodosius suggested the most effectual methods of persecution. In the space of 15 years he promulgated at least 15 severe edicts against the heretics 48, more especially against those who rejected the doctrine of the Trinity, and, to deprive them of every hope of escape, he sternly enacted that if any laws or rescripts should be alleged in their favor, the judges should consider them as the illegal productions either of fraud or forgery. The penal statutes were directed against the ministers, the assemblies, and the persons of in the language of declamation and invective, the heretical teachers who usurped the sacred titles of bishops or presbyters were not only excluded from the privileges and emoluments so liberally granted to the Orthodox clergy, but they were exposed to the heavy penalties of exile and fortified by a sort of civil excommunication, which separated them from their fellow citizens by a peculiar brand of had been used for that illegal purpose was forfeited to the imperial domain. It was supposed that the error of the heretics could proceed only from the obstinate temper of their minds, and that such a temper was a fit object of censure and punishment. The anathemas of the Church could assemble with the intention of worshipping God and Christ according to the dictates of their conscience. Their religious meetings, whether public or secret, by day or by night, in cities or in the country, were equally proscribed by the edicts of Theodosius, and the building or ground which expected that if the race of pastors could be extinguished, their helpless flocks would be compelled, by ignorance and hunger, to return within the pale of the Catholic Church. The rigorous prohibition of conventicles was carefully extended to every possible circumstance in which the heretics, confiscation if they presumed to preach the doctrine or to practice the rites of their accursed sects, a fine of £10 of gold above £400 sterling was imposed on every person who should dare to confer or receive or promote an heretical ordination, and it was reasonably the death of the offender, and the same capital punishment was inflicted on the Odians or quartodecimans. Infamy and this declaration of the Supreme Magistrate tended to justify, or at least to excuse, the insults of a fanatic populace. The sectaries were gradually disqualified for the possession of honorable or lucrative employments, and Theodosius was satisfied with his own justice when he decreed that as the Eunomins distinguished the nature of the Son from that of the Father, they should be incapable of making their wills or of receiving any advantage from testamentary donations. The guilt of the Manichaean heresy was esteemed of such magnitude that it could be expiated only by of Theodosius, yet we are assured that the execution of his penal edicts was seldom enforced, and that the pious emperor appeared less desirous to punish than to reclaim or terrify his refractory subjects. 49 who should dare to perpetrate the atrocious crime of celebrating on an improper day the festival of Easter. Every Roman might exercise the right of public accusation, but the office of inquisitors of the faith, a name so deservedly abhorred, was first instituted under the reign. The theory of persecution was established by execution of Priscillian and his associates, d. 385. Theodosius, whose justice and piety have been applauded by the saints, but the practice of it, the fame of the ancients, and of Eutrosia, a noble matron of Bordeaux, the widow of the orator Delphidus 54, in the fullest extent was reserved for his rival and colleague Maximus, the first among the Christian princes who shed the blood of his Christian subjects on account of their religious opinions. The cause of the Priscillianists. 51, a recent sect of heretics who disturbed the provinces of Spain, was transferred by appeal from the Synod of Bordeaux to the Imperial Consistory of Treves, and by the sentence of the Praetorian Prefect. 7 persons were tortured, condemned, and executed. The first of these was Priscillian 52 himself, Bishop of Avila 53 in Spain, who adorned the advantages of birth and fortune by the accomplishments of eloquence and learning. 2 presbyters and 2 deacons accompanied their beloved master in his death, which they esteemed as a glorious martyrdom, and the number of religious victims was completed by the execution of Latronian, a poet who revelled. 2 bishops who had embraced the sentiments of Priscillian were condemned to a distant and dreary exile. 55, and some indulgence was shewn to the meaner criminals who assumed the merit of an early repentance, if any credit could be allowed to confessions extorted by fear or pain, and to vague laws of nature. It was not by the licentiousness, but by the austerity of their lives. They absolutely condemned the use of the marriage bed, and the peace of families was often disturbed by indiscreet separations. They enjoined, or recommended, a total abstinence from all animal food, and their reports, the offspring of malice and credulity, the heresy of the Priscillianists, would be found to include the various abominations of magic, of impiety, and of lewdness. 56. Priscillian, who wandered about the world in the company of his spiritual sisters, was accused of praying stark naked in the midst of the congregation, and it was confidently asserted that the effects of his criminal intercourse with the daughter of Eutrosia had been suppressed by means still more odious and criminal. But an accurate, or rather a candid, inquiry will discover that if the Priscillianists violated but they were surprised and shocked by the bloody image of their temporal death, and the honest feelings of continual prayers, fasts, and vigils inculcated a rule of strict and perfect devotion. The speculative tenets of the sect concerning the person of Christ and the nature of the human soul were derived from the Gnostic and Manichaean system, and this vain philosophy, which had been transported from Egypt to Spain, was ill adapted to the grosser spirits of the West. The obscure disciples of Priscillian suffered, languished, and gradually disappeared. His tenets were rejected by the clergy and people, but his death was the subject of a long and vehement controversy, while some reigned, being executed at Treves, They refused to hold communion with their episcopal murderers, and if Martin deviated from that generous resolution, his motives were laudable and his repentance was exemplary. The bishops of Tours and Milan pronounced without hesitation the eternal damnation of heretics, and others applauded the justice of his sentence. It is with pleasure that we can observe the humane inconsistency of the most illustrious saints and bishops, Ambrose of Milan 57, and Martin of Tours 58, who, on this occasion, asserted the cause of toleration. They pitied the unhappy man who had. Guilt of the offender is expressed in the mild language of pity and intercession. Methodized in the Holy Office, which assigns their distinct parts to the ecclesiastical and secular powers, the devoted victim is regularly delivered by the priest to the magistrate, and by the magistrate to the executioner, and the inexorable sentence of the Church, which declares the spiritual, solicited the death of the heretics, provoked the just indignation of mankind, and the vices of that profligate bishop were admitted as a proof that his zeal was instigated by the sordid motives of interest. Since the death of Priscillian, the rude attempts of persecution have been refined, and secular judge had presumed to receive an appeal, and to pronounce a definitive sentence in a matter of faith and episcopal jurisdiction. The bishops had disgraced themselves by exercising the function of accusers in a criminal prosecution. The cruelty of Athasius 59, who beheld the tortures, and nature resisted the artificial prejudices of theology. The humanity of Ambrose and Martin was confirmed by the scandalous irregularity of the proceedings against Priscillian and his adherents. The civil and ecclesiastical ministers had transgressed the limits of their respective provinces. Among the ecclesiastics who illustrated the Ambrose, Archbishop of Milan, d. 374–397, reign of Theodosius, Gregory Nazianzen was distinguished by the talents of an eloquent preacher, to exercise with zeal the reputation of miraculous gifts, added weight and dignity to the monastic virtues of Martin of Tours 60. But the palm of episcopal vigor and ability was justly claimed by the intrepid Ambrose 61. He was descended from a noble family of Romans. His father had exercised the important office of concord, and perseverance of their acclamations were ascribed to a preternatural impulse, and the reluctant magistrate was compelled to undertake a spiritual office for which he was not prepared by the habits and occupations of his former life. But the active force of his genius soon qualified him. Praetorian prefect of Gaul, and the son, after passing through the studies of a liberal education, attained in the regular gradation of civil honors the station of consular of Liguria, a province which included the imperial residence of Milan. At the age of 34, and before he had received the sacrament of baptism, Ambrose, to his own surprise and to that of the world, was suddenly transformed from a governor to an archbishop, without the least mixture, as it is said, of art or intrigue. The whole body of the people unanimously saluted him with the episcopal title, the archbishop, and he deserved the esteem, without soliciting the favor or apprehending the displeasure of his feeble sovereigns. Loved and revered him as a father, and the elaborate treatise on the Seth of the Trinity was designed for the instruction of the young prince. After his tragic death, at a time when the Empress Justina trembled for her own safety, and for that of her son Valentinian, the Archbishop of Milan was Ambrose had devoted his life and his abilities to the service of the church. Wealth was the object of his contempt. He had renounced his private patrimony, and he sold without hesitation the consecrated plate for the redemption of captives. The clergy and people of Milan were attached to their dispatched on 2 different embassies to the court of Treves. He exercised with equal firmness and dexterity the powers of his spiritual and political characters, and perhaps contributed by his authority and eloquence to check the ambition of Maximus and to protect the peace of Italy 62. And prudence, the duties of his ecclesiastical jurisdiction. And while he cheerfully renounced the vain and splendid trappings of temporal greatness, he condescended for the good of the church to direct the conscience of the emperors and to control the administration of the empire. Gratian. The government of Italy and of the young his successful opposition to the empress Justina, d. 385, April 3–10. Emperor naturally devolved to his mother Justina, a woman of beauty and spirit, but who, in the insolence and rebellion, hastily determined to exert the imperial prerogative of her son, as she desired to perform her public devotions on the approaching festival. Midst of an Orthodox people had the misfortune of professing the Arian heresy, which she endeavored to instill into the mind of her son. Justina was persuaded that a Roman emperor might claim, in his own dominions, the public exercise of his religion, and she proposed to the archbishop within the limits of his diocese, he himself, as the lawful successor of the apostles, was the only minister of God. The privileges of Christianity, temporal as well as spiritual, were confined to the true believers, and the mind of Ambrose was satisfied that his own theological opinions were the moderate and reasonable concession that he should resign the use of a single church, either in the city or suburbs of Milan. But the conduct of Ambrose was governed by very different principles. 63. The palaces of the earth might indeed belong to Caesar, but the churches were the houses of God, and standard of truth and orthodoxy. The archbishop, who refused to hold any conference or negotiation with the instruments of Satan, declared with modest firmness his resolution to die a martyr rather than to yield to the impious sacrilege, and Justina, who resented the refusal as an act of Easter, Ambrose was ordered to appear before the council. He obeyed the summons with the respect of a faithful subject, but he was followed, without his consent, by an innumerable people. They pressed with impetuous zeal against the gates of the palace, and the affrighted ministers of ecclesiastics who ventured to shew themselves in the streets were exposed to the most imminent danger of their lives, and Ambrose enjoyed the merit and reputation of rescuing his personal enemies from the hands of the enraged multitude. Valentinian, instead of pronouncing a sentence of exile on the Archbishop of Milan, humbly requested that he would interpose his authority to protect the person of the emperor and to restore the tranquility of the capital. But the promises which Ambrose received and communicated were soon violated by a perfidious court, and during 6 of the most solemn days which Christian piety has set apart for the exercise of religion, the city was agitated by the irregular convulsions of tumult and fanaticism. The officers of the household were directed to prepare first the Portian, and afterwards the new basilica for the immediate reception of the emperor and his mother. The splendid canopy and hangings of the royal seat were arranged in the customary manner, but it was found necessary to defend them by a strong guard from the insults of the populace, the Arian. But while he labored to restrain the effects of their zeal, the pathetic vehemence of his sermons continually inflamed the angry and seditious temper, contributed to excite, but it was in the power of God alone to appease, restore peace to his country by a timely compliance with the will of his sovereign. The reply of Ambrose was couched in the most humble and respectful terms, which might, however, be interpreted as a serious declaration of civil war. His life and fortune were in the hands of the emperor, but he would never betray the Church of Christ or degrade the dignity of the episcopal character. In such a cause, he was prepared to suffer whatever the malaise of the demon could inflict, and he only wished to die in the presence of his faithful flock, and at the foot of the altar. He had not that, during the continuance of the public disorders, they should strictly confine themselves to their houses, and the ministers of Valentinian imprudently confessed that the most respectable part of the citizens of Milan was attached to the cause of their archbishop. He was again solicited to. The measures of the court served only to expose the magnitude of the evil. A fine of £200 of gold was imposed on the corporate body of merchants and manufacturers. An order was signified in the name of the emperor to all the officers and inferior servants of the courts of justice of the people of Milan, the characters of Eve, of the wife of Job, of Jezebel, of Herodias, were indecently applied to the mother of the emperor, and her desire to obtain a church for the Arians was compared to the most cruel persecutions which Christianity had endured under the reign of paganism. The tone of a father and a master, whether it was to invade the house of God, that they had implored the hospitable protection of the Republic, the suspense of the barbarians allowed some hours for a more effectual negotiation, and the Empress was persuaded, by the advice of her wisest counselors, to leave the Catholics in possession of all the churches of Milan, and to dissemble, till the principles and barbarous manners of these foreign mercenaries, that they would not entertain any scruples in the execution of the most sanguinary orders. They were encountered on the sacred threshold by the archbishop, who, thundering against them a sentence of excommunication, asked them, in the empire of her son, if in this contest with the church and people of Milan, she could have depended on the active obedience of the troops of the palace. A large body of Goths had marched to occupy the basilica, which was the object of the dispute, and it might be expected from the Arian. The rage of the people, he deprecated the scenes of blood and confusion, which were likely to ensue, and it was his fervent prayer that he might not survive to behold the ruin of a flourishing city, and perhaps the desolation of all Italy. 64. The obstinate bigotry of Justina would have endangered more convenient season her intentions of revenge. The mother of Valentinian could never forgive the triumph of Ambrose, and the royal youth uttered a passionate exclamation that his own servants were ready to betray him into the hands of an insolent priest. Practiced the maxims of, as a law of blood and tyranny, a sentence of easy and honorable banishment was pronounced, which enjoined Ambrose to depart from Milan without delay, whilst it permitted him to choose the place of his exile and the number of his companions. But the authority of the saints who have preached and, subject to the court of Milan, the free exercise of their religion was granted to those who professed the faith of Rimini, and the emperor declared that all persons who should infringe this sacred and salutary constitution should be capitally punished as the enemies of the public peace. 65. The laws of the empire, some of which were A.D. 386, inscribed with the name of Valentinian, still condemned the Arian heresy and seemed to excuse the resistance of the Catholics. By the influence of Justina, an edict of toleration was promulgated in all the provinces which were. Character and language of the Archbishop of Milan may justify the suspicion that his conduct soon afforded a reasonable ground, or at least a specious pretense, to the Arian ministers who watched the opportunity of surprising him in some act of disobedience to law, which he strangely represents. Passive loyalty appeared to Ambrose of less moment than the extreme and pressing danger of the Church. He boldly refused to obey, and his refusal was supported by the unanimous consent of his faithful people. 66. They guarded by turns the person of their archbishop, the gates of the cathedral, and to open the earth in a place where the remains of two martyrs, Gervasus and Protasus. 67, had been deposited above 300 years. Immediately under the pavement of the church, two perfect skeletons were found. 68, with the heads separated from there. The episcopal palace was strongly secured, and the imperial troops who had formed the blockade were unwilling to risk the attack of that impregnable fortress. The numerous poor, who had been relieved by the liberality of Ambrose, embraced the fair occasion of signalizing their zeal and gratitude, and as the patience of the multitude might have been exhausted by the length and uniformity of nocturnal vigils, he prudently introduced into the Church of Milan the useful institution of a loud and regular psalmody. While he maintained this arduous contest, he was instructed, by a dream court who derided the theatrical representations which were exhibited by the contrivance, and at the expense of the Archbishop. 70. Their effect, however, on the minds of the people was rapid and irresistible, and the feeble sovereign of Italy found himself to contain a healing power, and the preternatural influence was communicated to the most distant objects, without losing any part of its original virtue. The extraordinary cure of a blind man. 69, and the reluctant confessions of several demoniacs appeared to justify the faith and sanctity of bodies and a plentiful effusion of blood. The holy relics were presented in solemn pomp to the veneration of the people, and every circumstance of this fortunate discovery was admirably adapted to promote the designs of Ambrose. The bones of the martyrs, their blood, their garments, were supposed. Ambrose, and the truth of those miracles is attested by Ambrose himself, by his secretary Paulinus, and by his proselyte, the celebrated Augustine, who, at that time, professed the art of rhetoric in Milan. The reason of the present age may possibly approve the incredulity of Justina and her Arian. Goal. 71. Unable to contend with the favorite of heaven, the powers likewise of the earth interposed in the defense of Ambrose. The disinterested advice of Theodosius was the genuine result of piety and friendship, and the mask of religious zeal concealed the hostile and ambitious designs of the tyrant of abhorred and despised by his Catholic subjects. But as Maximus wished to occupy, without resistance, the passes of the reign of Maximus might have ended in Maximus invades Italy. D. 387. August. Peace and prosperity. Could he have contented himself with the possession of 3 ample countries, which now constitute the 3 most flourishing kingdoms of modern Europe, But the aspiring usurper, Britain, was employed in levying and maintaining a formidable army of barbarians, collected for the most part from the fiercest nations of Germany. The conquest of Italy was the object of his hopes and preparations, and he secretly meditated the ruin of an innocent youth whose sordid ambition was not dignified by the love of glory and of arms, considered his actual forces as the instruments only of his future greatness, and his success was the immediate cause of his destruction. The wealth which he extorted 72 from the oppressed provinces of Gaul, Spain, and the Alps he received with perfidious smiles, Domninus of Syria, the ambassador of Valentinian, and pressed him to accept the aid of a considerable body of troops for the service of a Pannonian war. The penetration of Ambrose had discovered the snares of an enemy under the professions of field or within the walls of a large and disaffected city. Flight was their only hope, Aquileia their only refuge, and as Maximus now displayed his genuine character, the brother of Gratian might expect the same fate from the hands of the same assassin. By the ambassador, and they were admitted without distrust into the fortresses of the Alps, but the crafty tyrant followed with hasty and silent footsteps in the rear, and as he diligently intercepted all intelligence of his motions, the gleam of armor and the dust excited by the troops of Friendship 73, but the Syrian Domninus was corrupted or deceived by the liberal favor of the court of Treves, and the council of Milan obstinately rejected the suspicion of danger with a blind confidence, which was the effect not of courage but of fear. The march of the auxiliaries was guided. Cavalry first announced the hostile approach of a stranger to the gates of Milan. In this extremity, Justina and her son might accuse their own imprudence and the perfidious arts of Maximus, but they wanted time and force and resolution to stand against the Gauls and Germans, either in the Maximus would have obtained, without a struggle, the sole possession of the Western Empire. Transport the imperial family, they embarked with precipitation in one of the obscure harbors of Ventia or Istria, traversed the whole extent of the Hadriatic and Ionian seas, turned the extreme promontory of Peloponnesus, and, after a long but successful navigation, reposed themselves reached Aquileia in safety. But she distrusted the strength of the fortifications, she dreaded the event of a siege, and she resolved to implore the protection of the great Theodosius, whose power and virtue were celebrated in all the countries of the West. A vessel was secretly provided to port of Thessalonica. All the subjects of Valentinian deserted the cause of a prince who, by his abdication, had absolved flight of Valentinian, them from the duty of allegiance, and if the little city of Aemona on the verge of Italy had not presumed to stop the career of his inglorious victory, Maximus entered Milan in triumph, and if the wise archbishop refused a dangerous and criminal connection with the usurper, he might indirectly contribute to the success of his arms by inculcating from the pulpit the duty of resignation, rather than that of resistance. 74. The unfortunate Justina. Instead of inviting his royal guests to the palace, Theodosius takes arms in the cause of Valentinian. A.D. 387. Of Constantinople, Theodosius had some unknown reasons to fix their residence at Thessalonica, but the provinces from an intolerable oppression, notwithstanding these specious and solid reasons, to the danger of an hostile invasion, The barbarians who had passed the Danube had lately assumed the character of soldiers and subjects, but their native fierceness was yet untamed, and the operations of a war which would exercise their valor and diminish their numbers might tend to relieve. Or war was referred by Theodosius to the deliberation of his council, and the arguments which might be alleged on the side of honor and justice had acquired, since the death of Gratian, a considerable degree of additional weight. The persecution of the imperial family, to which Theodosius. These reasons did not proceed from contempt or indifference, as he speedily made a visit to that city, accompanied by the greatest part of his court and senate. After the first tender expressions of friendship and sympathy, the pious emperor of the East gently admonished Justina that the guilt of himself had been indebted for his fortune was now aggravated by recent and repeated injuries. Neither oaths nor treaties could restrain the boundless ambition of Maximus, and the delay of vigorous and decisive measures instead of prolonging the blessings of peace would expose the Eastern Empire. Heresy was sometimes punished in this world as well as in the next, and that the public profession of the Nicene faith would be the most efficacious step to promote the restoration of her Son, by the satisfaction which it must occasion both on earth and in heaven. The momentous question of peace, mild and tender sentiments of domestic life, and amidst the crowd of fierce and ambitious conquerors I can distinguish with peculiar complacency, as an indelible stain on the memory of a great and orthodox emperor, are inclined on this occasion to dispute the suspicious evidence of the historian Zosimus. For my own part, I shall frankly confess that I am willing to find, or even to seek in the revolutions of the world, some traces of beauty. His affections were insensibly engaged by the graces of youth and innocence. The art of Justina managed and directed the impulse of passion, and the celebration of the royal nuptials was the assurance and signal of the civil war. The unfeeling critics, who consider every amorous weakness, and the welfare of his exhausted people, in this moment of anxious doubt, while the fate of the Roman world depended on the resolution of a single man, the charms of the Princess Gelo most powerfully pleaded the cause of her brother Valentinian 75. The heart of Theodosius was softened by the tears, which were approved by a majority of the council. Theodosius still hesitated whether he should draw the sword in a contest which could no longer admit any terms of reconciliation, and his magnanimous character was not disgraced by the apprehensions which he felt for the safety of his infant sons. The siege of Aemona had fixed his camp in the neighborhood of Siscia, a city of Pannonia, strongly fortified by the broad and rapid stream of the Save. A gentle hero who may be supposed to receive his armor from the hands of love. The alliance of the Persian king was secured by the faith of treaties. The martial barbarians were persuaded to follow the standard, or to respect the frontiers of an active and liberal monarch, and the dominions of command of the intrepid Arbogastes would direct their march along the banks of the Danube and boldly penetrate through the Rhaetian provinces into the center of Gaul. A powerful fleet was equipped in the harbors of Greece and Epirus with an apparent design that as soon as the passage had been, Theodosius from the Euphrates to the Hadriatic resounded with the preparations of war both by land and sea. The skillful disposition of the forces of the East seemed to multiply their numbers and distracted the attention of Maximus. He had reason to fear that a chosen body of troops under the opened by a naval victory. Valentinian and his mother should land in Italy, proceed without delay to Rome, and occupy the majestic seat of religion and empire. In the meanwhile, Theodosius himself advanced at the head of a brave and disciplined army to encounter his unworthy rival, who, after daredevils back him ready to Netflix thrilled darling. The veterans who still remembered the long defeat and death of Maximus at d. 388, June-August, resistance and successive resources of the tyrant Manentius might prepare themselves for the labors of 3 bloody campaigns. But the contest, after a sharp conflict, the surviving remnant of the bravest soldiers of Maximus threw down their arms at the feet of the conqueror, without suspending his march to receive the loyal acclamations of the citizens of Aemona. Theodosius pressed forwards to terminate, and confounded the steady valor of the Gauls and Germans by the rapid motions of a Tartar war. After the fatigue of a long march in the heat of summer, they spurred their foaming horses into the waters of the Save, swam the river in the presence of the enemy, and instantly charged and routed the troops who guarded the high ground on the opposite side. Marcellinus, the tyrant's brother, advanced to support them with the select cohorts which were considered as the hope and strength of the army. The action, which had been interrupted by the approach of night, was renewed in the morning, and destitute of military skill or personal courage, but the abilities of Theodosius were seconded by the advantage which he possessed of a numerous and active cavalry. The Huns, the Alani, and, after their example, the Goths themselves, were formed into squadrons of archers who fought on horseback. Lul, that emojis got more game than me. Shulk's got that get good energy, am I right? Green Queen vibes. With his successor, who, like him, had usurped the throne of the West, was easily decided in the term of 2 months 76, and within the space of 200 miles. The superior genius of the Emperor of the East might prevail over the feeble Maximus, who, in this important crisis, shewed himself, instantly separated his head from his body. The intelligence of his defeat, the war by the death or captivity of his rival, who fled before him with the diligence of fear. From the summit of the Julian Alps he descended with such incredible speed into the plain of Italy that he reached Aquileia on the evening of the first day, and Maximus, who found himself encompassed on, stripped of the imperial ornaments, the robe, the diadem, and the purple slippers, and conducted like a malefactor to the camp and presence of Theodosius at a place about 3 miles from Aquileia. The behavior of the emperor was not intended to insult, and he shewed some disposition to pity and forgive the tyrant of the West, who had never been his personal enemy, and was now become the object of his contempt. Our sympathy is the most forcibly excited by the misfortunes to which we are exposed, and the spectacle of a proud competitor, now prostrate at his feet, could not fail of producing. All sides had scarcely time to shut the gates of the city, but the gates could not long resist the effort of a victorious enemy, and the despair, the disaffection, the indifference of the soldiers and people hastened the downfall of the wretched Maximus. He was dragged from his throne, rudely. Very serious and solemn thoughts in the mind of the victorious emperor. But the feeble emotion of involuntary pity was checked by his regard for public justice and the memory of Gratian, and he abandoned the victim to the pious zeal of the soldiers who drew him out of the imperial presence, and of the Roman Empire. 77. With less difficulty and bloodshed than he might naturally expect, he employed the winter months of his residence at Milan to restore the state of the afflicted provinces, and early in the spring he made, after the example of Constantine and Constantius, his triumphal entry into the ancient capital. And death was received with sincere or well-dissembled joy. His son Victor, on whom he had conferred the title of Augustus, died by the order, perhaps by the hand of the bold Arbagastes, and all the military plans of Theodosius were successfully executed. When he had thus terminated the civil war, the orator who may be silent without danger, virtues of Theodosius, may praise without difficulty and without reluctance 78, and posterity will confess that the character of Theodosius 79 might furnish the subject of a sincere and ample panegyric. The affability of his manners displayed the image of his mind. Theodosius respected the simplicity of wisdom of his laws, and the success of his arms rendered his administration respectable in the eyes both of his subjects and of his enemies. He loved and practiced the virtues of domestic life, which seldom hold their residence in the palaces of kings. Theodosius was chaste and temperate. His affectionate esteem, to the rank of a second parent, Theodosius embraced as his own the children of his brother and sister, and the expressions of his regard were extended to the most distant and obscure branches of his numerous kindred. His familiar friends were judiciously selected from enjoy, without excess, the sensual and social pleasures of the table, and the warmth of his amorous passions was never diverted from their lawful objects. The proud titles of imperial greatness were adorned by the tender names of a faithful husband and indulgent father. His uncle was raised by among those persons who, in the equal intercourse of private life, had appeared before his eyes without a mask. The consciousness of personal and superior merit enabled him to despise the accidental distinction of the purple, and he proved by his conduct that he had forgotten all the injuries, while he most gratefully remembered all the favors and services which he had received before he ascended the throne of the Roman Empire. The serious, or lively, tone of his conversation was adapted to the age, the rank, or the character of his subjects whom he admitted into his society, and the punishment of the law. But the emperor shewed himself much more attentive to relieve the innocent, the good and virtuous. Every art, every talent of an useful, or even of an innocent nature was rewarded by his judicious liberality, and except the heretics, whom he persecuted with implacable hatred, the diffusive circle of his benevolence was circumscribed only by the limits of the human race. The government of a mighty empire may assuredly suffice to occupy the time and the abilities of a mortal, yet the diligent prince, without aspiring to the unsuitable reputation of profound learning, always reserved some moments of his leisure for the instructive amusement of reading. History, which enlarged his experience, was his favorite study. The annals of Rome, in the long period of 1100 years, presented him with a various and splendid picture of human life, and it has been particularly observed that whenever he perused the cruel acts of Cinna, of Marius, or of Sylla, he warmly expressed his generous detestation of those enemies of humanity and freedom. His disinterested opinion of past events was usefully applied as the rule of his own actions, and Theodosius has deserved the singular commendation that his virtues always seemed to expand with his fortune. The season of his prosperity was that of his moderation. and his clemency appeared the most conspicuous after the danger and success of the civil war. The Moorish guards of the tyrant had been massacred in the first heat of the victory, and a small number of the most obnoxious criminals suffered then to chastise the guilty, the oppressed subjects of the West who would have deemed themselves happy in the restoration of their lands, were astonished to receive a sum of money equivalent to their losses, and the liberality of the conqueror supported the aged mother and educated the orphan. Confess that such a monarch was the most faithful guardian of the happiness and dignity of the Roman people. 81. Daughters of Maximus 80. A character thus accomplished might almost excuse the extravagant supposition of the orator Pacatus that if the elder Brutus could be permitted to revisit the earth, the stern republican would abjure at the feet of Theodosius his hatred of kings, and ingenuously. Passion 83. In the pursuit of an important object, his active courage. Yet the piercing eye of the founder of the Republic must have discerned two essential imperfections, faults of Theodosius, which might, perhaps, have abated his recent love of despotism. The virtuous mind of Theodosius was often relaxed by indolence. 82. And it was sometimes inflamed by was capable of the most vigorous exertions, but as soon as the design was accomplished or the danger was surmounted, the hero sunk into inglorious repose, and forgetful that the time of a prince is the property of his people, resigned himself to the enjoyment of the innocent, but trifling, pleasures of a luxurious court. The natural disposition of Theodosius was hasty and choleric, and in a station where none could resist and few would dissuade, the fatal consequence of his resentment, the humane monarch was justly alarmed by the consciousness of his infirmity and of his power. It was the constant study of his life to suppress or regulate the intemperate sallies of passion, and the success of his efforts enhanced the merit of his clemency. But the painful virtue which claims the merit of victory is exposed to the danger of deceit, and the reign of a wise and merciful prince was polluted by an act of cruelty which would stain the annals of Nero or Domitian. Within the space of 3 years, the inconsistent historian of Theodosius must relate the generous pardon of the citizens of Antioch and the inhuman massacre of the people of Thessalonica. Rival bishops disputed the throne of Antioch, the sentence which decided their pretensions. The lively impatience of the inhabitants of Antioch was never satisfied with their own situation. The sedition of Antioch, I.D. 387, or with the character and conduct of their successive sovereigns. The Arian subjects of Theodosius deplored the loss of their churches, and as 3 Flaxilla of his 2 sons, Arcadius and Honorius, were involved in the distress, were the less inclined to contribute to the relief of Europe. The auspicious period now approached of the 10th year of his reign, a festival more grateful to the soldiers who received a liberal donative than to the subjects whose voluntary offerings had been long since excited the murmurs of the 2 unsuccessful congregations. The exigencies of the Gothic War and the inevitable expense that accompanied the conclusion of the peace had constrained the emperor to aggravate the weight of the public impositions on the provinces of Asia, as they had not been. They were gradually incensed by the pride of their haughty rulers, who treated their complaints as a criminal resistance. Their satirical wit degenerated into sharp and angry invectives, and from the subordinate powers of government, the invectives of the people insensibly rose to attack the sacred converted into an extraordinary and oppressive burthen. The edicts of taxation interrupted the repose and pleasures of Antioch, and the tribunal of the magistrate was besieged by a suppliant crowd who, in pathetic, but at first in respectful language, solicited the redress of their grievances. Character of the emperor himself, their fury, provoked by a feeble opposition, discharged itself on the February 26 images of the imperial family, which were erected as objects of public veneration in the most conspicuous places of the city, the statues of Theodosius, of his father, of his wife. They heard with terror that their sovereign, insolently thrown down from their pedestals, broken in pieces, or dragged with contempt through the streets, and the indignities which were offered to the representations of imperial majesty sufficiently declared the impious and treasonable wishes of the populace. The tumult was almost immediately suppressed by the arrival of a body of archers, and Antioch had leisure to reflect on the nature and consequences of her crime. 84. According to the duty of his office, the governor of the province dispatched a faithful narrative of the whole transaction, while the trembling citizens entrusted the capitals. Antioch and Constantinople were separated by the distance of 800 miles, and, notwithstanding the diligence of the imperial posts, the guilty city was severely punished by a long and dreadful interval of suspense. Every rumor agitated the hopes and fears of the Antiochians, and confession of their crime, and the assurance of their repentance, to the zeal of Flavian their bishop, and to the eloquence of the senator Hilarius, the friend, and most probably the disciple of Libanius, whose genius on this melancholy occasion was not useless to his country. 85. But the sacred statues, the tribunal of Helibicus and Casarius, encompassed with plenty and pleasure, might at the same time be intercepted. The distribution of corn was abolished by the severe instructions of Theodosius. His commissioners then proceeded to inquire into the guilt of individuals, of those who had perpetrated, and of those who had not prevented, the destruction of their apprehensions, to seek a refuge in the mountains of Syria and the adjacent desert. At length, 24 days after the sedition, the March 22, General Helibicus and Casarius, master of the offices, declared the will of the emperor and the sentence of Antioch. That proud capital was exasperated by the insult which had been offered to his own statues, and more especially to those of his beloved wife, had resolved to level with the ground the offending city, and to massacre, without distinction of age or sex, the criminal inhabitants. 86, many of whom were actually driven by degraded from the rank of a city, and the metropolis of the East, stripped of its lands, its privileges, and its revenues, was subjected, under the humiliating denomination of a village, to the jurisdiction of Laodicea. 87. The baths, the circus, and the theaters were shut, and that every source of armed soldiers was erected in the midst of the forum. The noblest and most wealthy of the citizens of Antioch appeared before them in chains. The examination was assisted by the use of torture, and their sentence was pronounced or suspended, according to the judgment of these extraordinary Constantinople, and presumed once more to consult the will of his sovereign. The resentment of clemency of Theodosius, represented as a lively image of the last and universal judgment of the world. But the ministers of Theodosius performed with reluctance the cruel task which had been assigned them. They dropped a gentle tear over the calamities of the people, and they listened with reverence to the pressing solicitations of the monks and hermits who descended in swarms from the mountains. 89. Hellebicus and Caceres were persuaded to suspend the execution of their sentence, and it was agreed that the former should remain at Antioch while the latter returned with all possible speed to magistrates. The houses of the criminals were exposed to sale. Their wives and children were suddenly reduced from affluence and luxury to the most abject distress, and a bloody execution was expected to conclude the horrors of a day. 88, which the preacher of Antioch, the eloquent Chrysostom, has. Theodosius had already subsided. The deputies of the people, both the bishop and the orator, had obtained a favorable audience, and the reproaches of the emperor were the complaints of injured friendship, rather than the stern menaces of pride and power. A free and general pardon was granted to the of Theodosius, the April 25. Applause of his subjects was ratified by the approbation of his own heart, and the emperor confessed that if the exercise of justice is the most important duty, the indulgence of mercy is the most exquisite pleasure of a sovereign. 90. City and citizens of Antioch, the prison doors were thrown open. The senators who despaired of their lives recovered the possession of their houses and estates, and the capital of the East was restored to the enjoyment of her ancient dignity and splendor. Theodosius condescended to praise the Senate of Constantinople, who had generously interceded for their distressed brethren. He rewarded the eloquence of Hilarius with the government of Palestine, and dismissed the bishop of Antioch with the warmest expressions of his respect and gratitude. 1,000 new statues rose to the clemency. The sedition of Thessalonica is ascribed to a sedition and massacre of Thessalonica, a.d. 390, more shameful cause, and was productive of much choleric temper of Theodosius was impatient of the dilatory forms of a judicial inquiry. Intelligence of the audacious and wanton cruelty of the people of Thessalonica. The sentence of a dispassionate judge would have inflicted a severe punishment on the authors of the crime, and the merit of Botheric might contribute to exasperate the grief and indignation of his master, the fiery and slaves, a beautiful boy who excited the impure desires of one of the charioteers of the circus. The insolent and brutal lover was thrown into prison by the order of Botheric, and he sternly rejected the importunate clamors of the multitude who, on the day of the public games, lamented the absence. Numbers were reduced by desertion, could not save the unhappy general from their licentious fury. Botheric and several of his principal officers were inhumanly murdered. Their mangled bodies were dragged about the streets, and the emperor, who then resided at Milan, was surprised by the of their favorite, and considered the skill of a charioteer as an object of more importance than his virtue. The resentment of the people was embittered by some previous disputes, and as the strength of the garrison had been drawn away for the service of the Italian war, the feeble remnant, whose more dreadful consequences, that great city, the metropolis of all the Illyrian provinces, had been protected from the dangers of the Gothic war by strong fortifications and a numerous garrison. Botheric, the general of those troops, and as it should seem from his name a barbarian, had among his amusements that every consideration of fear or suspicion was disregarded by the numerous spectators. As soon as the assembly was complete, the soldiers who had secretly been posted round the circus received the signal not of the races, but of a general massacre. the promiscuous carnage. Botheric, a foreign merchant who had probably no concern in his murder, offered his own life and all his wealth to supply. Sword of the barbarians, and the hostile preparations were concerted with the dark and perfidious artifice of an illegal conspiracy. The people of Thessalonica were treacherously invited, in the name of their sovereign, to the games of the circus, and such was their insatiate avidity for those. And he hastily resolved that the blood of his lieutenant should be expiated by the blood of the guilty people. Yet his mind still fluctuated between the counsels of clemency and of revenge. The zeal of the bishops had almost extorted from the reluctant emperor the promise of a general pardon. His passion was again inflamed by the flattering suggestions of his minister Rufinus, and after Theodosius had dispatched the messengers of death, he attempted, when it was too late, to prevent the execution of his orders. The punishment of a Roman city was blindly committed to the undistinguishing. Continued 3 hours without discrimination of strangers or natives, of age or sex, of innocence or guilt. The most moderate accounts state the number of the slain at 7,000, and it is affirmed by some writers that more than 15,000 victims were sacrificed to the manes of the place of one of his 2 sons. But while the father hesitated with equal tenderness, while he was doubtful to choose and unwilling to condemn, the soldiers determined his suspense by plunging their daggers at the same moment into the breasts of the defenseless youths. The apology of the assassins that they were obliged to produce the prescribed number of heads serves only to increase, by an appearance of order and design, the horrors of the massacre, which was executed by the commands of Theodosius. The guilt of the emperor is aggravated by his long and frequent residence at Thessalonica. The situation of the unfortunate city, the aspect of the streets and buildings, the dress and faces of the inhabitants, were familiar and even present to his imagination, and Theodosius possessed a quick and lively sense of the existence of the people whom he destroyed 91. The example of their sovereign, and he observed, with more surprise than displeasure, that all his secret counsels were immediately communicated. The respectful attachment of the emperor for influence and conduct of Ambrose, d. 388. The Orthodox clergy had disposed him to love and admire the character of Ambrose, who united all the episcopal virtues in the most eminent degree. The friends and ministers of Theodosius imitated salvation of Theodosius, as this private admonition did not produce an immediate effect. The archbishop from his pulpit 93 publicly addressed to the archbishop, who acted from the laudable persuasion that every measure of civil government may have some connection with the glory of God and the interest of the true religion. The monks and populace of Callinicum, an obscure town on the frontier of Persia, excited by their own fanaticism, the Christian religion boldly declares that he himself and every true believer would eagerly dispute with the bishop of Callinicum the merit of the deed and the crown of martyrdom, and laments in the most pathetic terms that the execution of the sentence would be fatal to the fame and emperor. But it was not confirmed by the Archbishop of Milan 92. He dictated an epistle of censure and reproach more suitable, perhaps, if the emperor had received the mark of circumcision and renounced the faith of his baptism. Ambrose considers the toleration of the Jewish as the persecution of, and by that of their bishop, had tumultuously burned a conventicle of the Valentinians and a synagogue of the Jews. The seditious prelate was condemned, by the magistrate of the province, either to rebuild the synagogue or to repay the damage, and this moderate sentence was confirmed by the residents at Milan. His affection for Ambrose was continually increased by the habits of pious and familiar conversation. The emperor on his throne 94, nor would he consent to offer the oblation of the altar till he had obtained from Theodosius a solemn and positive declaration, which secured the impunity of the bishop and monks of Callinicum. The recantation of Theodosius was sincere 95, and during the term of his excommunication, by the assurance, would render him the accomplice of his guilt. He represented in a private letter the enormity of the crime, which could only be effaced by the tears of penitence. The episcopal vigor of Ambrose was tempered by prudence, and he contented himself with signifying 96 an indirect sort of. When Ambrose was informed of the massacre penance of Theodosius, d. 390, of Thessalonica, his mind was filled with horror and anguish. He retired into the country to indulge his grief and to avoid the presence of Theodosius. But as the archbishop was satisfied that a timid silence, expiated by the penitence of 20, that he had been warned in a vision not to offer the oblation in the name or in the presence of Theodosius, and by the advice that he would confine himself to the use of prayer without presuming to approach the altar of Christ or to receive the Holy Eucharist with those hands that were still, and pardon were accepted, and the public penance of the Emperor Theodosius has been recorded as one of the most honorable events in the annals of the Church, according to the mildest rules of ecclesiastical discipline, which were established in the 4th century. The crime of homicide was polluted with the blood of an innocent people. The emperor was deeply affected by his own reproaches and by those of his spiritual father, and after he had bewailed the mischievous and irreparable consequences of his rash fury, he proceeded in the accustomed manner to perform his devotions in. Represented that if he had contracted the guilt of homicide, David, the man after God's own heart, had been guilty not only of murder, but of adultery. You have imitated David in his crime, imitate then his repentance, was the reply of the undaunted Ambrose. The rigorous conditions of peace. The great church of Milan. He was stopped in the porch by the archbishop who, in the tone and language of an ambassador of heaven, declared to his sovereign that private contrition was not sufficient to atone for a public fault or to appease the justice of the offended deity. Theodosius humbly. Theodosius was restored to the communion of the faithful, and the edict, which interposes a salutary interval of 30 days between the sentence and the execution, may be years 97, and as it was impossible in the period of human life to purge the accumulated guilt of the massacre of Thessalonica, the murderer should have been excluded from the Holy Communion till the hour of his death. But the archbishop, consulting the maxims of religious policy, granted some indulgence to the rank of his illustrious penitent, who humbled in the dust the pride of the diadem, and the public edification might be admitted as a weighty reason to abridge the duration of his punishment. It was sufficient that the Emperor of the Romans, stripped of the ensigns of royalty, should appear in a mournful and suppliant posture, and that in the midst of the church of Milan he should humbly solicit, with sighs and tears, the pardon of his sins. 98. In this spiritual cure, Ambrose employed the various methods of mildness and severity. After a delay of about 8 months, equal energy and with equal success. Accepted as the worthy fruits of his repentance. 99. Posterity has applauded the virtuous firmness of the Archbishop, and the example of Theodosius may prove the beneficial influence of those principles which could force a monarch, exalted above the apprehension of human punishment, to respect the inclination and interest of the man who has acquired such dangerous authority over him, and the priest who holds in his hand the conscience of a king may inflame or moderate his sanguinary passions. The cause of humanity and that of persecution have been asserted by the same Ambrose with laws and ministers of an invisible judge. The prince, says Montesquieu, who is actuated by the hopes and fears of religion, may be compared to a lion, docile only to the voice and tractable to the hand of his keeper. 100. The motions of the royal animal will therefore depend on the 3 years which he spent in Italy were usefully employed to restore after the defeat and death of the tyrant of generosity of Theodosius, d. 388-391. Gaul, the Roman world was in the possession of Theodosius. He derived from the choice of Gratian his honorable title to the provinces of the East. He had acquired the West by the right of conquest, and, with the glory which he had acquired by revenging the death of his benefactor and delivering the West from the yoke of tyranny, the emperor returned from Milan to Constantinople, authority of the laws, and to correct the abuses which had prevailed with impunity under the usurpation of Maximus and the minority of Valentinian. The name of Valentinian was regularly inserted in the public acts, but the tender age and doubtful faith of the son of Justina appeared to require the prudent care of an orthodox guardian, and his specious ambition might have excluded the unfortunate youth without a struggle and almost without a murmur from the administration, and even from the inheritance of the empire, if Theodosius had consulted the rigid maxims of interest and policy. His conduct would have been justified by his friends, but the generosity of his behavior on this memorable occasion has extorted the applause of his most inveterate enemies. He seated Valentinian on the throne of Milan, and, without stipulating any present or future advantages, restored him to the absolute dominion of all the provinces from which he had been driven by the arms of Maximus. To the restitution of his ample patrimony, Theodosius added the free and generous gift of the countries beyond the Alps, which his successful valor had recovered from the assassin of Gratian. 101. Satisfied. Elevation must applaud his unrivalled generosity in the use of victory, and in the peaceful possession of the East insensibly relapsed into his former habits of luxury and indolence. Theodosius discharged his obligation to the brother. He indulged his conjugal tenderness to the sister of Valentinian, and posterity, which admires the pure and singular glory of this amiable youth, before he had accomplished from her example and instructions, were soon erased by the lessons of a more orthodox education. His growing zeal for the faith of Nice and his filial reverence for the character and authority of Ambrose disposed the Catholics to entertain the most favorable opinion of the virtues of the young. The Empress Justina did not long survive her return to Italy, and, though she beheld the character of Valentinian, d. 391, triumph of Theodosius, she was not allowed to influence the government of her son. 102. The pernicious attachment to the Arian sect, which Valentinian had imbibed, Emperor of the West 103. They applauded his chastity and temperance, his contempt of pleasure, his application to business, and his tender affection for his two sisters, which could not, however, seduce his impartial equity to pronounce an unjust sentence against the meanest of his subjects. But, captive 105. The indignation which he expressed, though it might rise only from the rash and impatient temper of youth, may be candidly ascribed. Arbogastes were promoted to all the honors and offices of the civil government. The progress of the conspiracy removed every faithful servant from the presence of Valentinian, and the emperor, without power and without intelligence, insensibly sunk into the precarious and dependent condition of the allegiance of the troops, and whilst he was universally esteemed as the pillar of the state, the bold and crafty barbarian was secretly determined either to rule or to ruin the Empire of the West. The important commands of the army were distributed among the Franks, the creatures of Theodosius contributed, by his valor and military conduct, to the destruction of the tyrant, and was appointed, after the victory, Master General of the armies of Gaul. His real merit and apparent fidelity had gained the confidence both of the prince and people. His boundless liberality corrupted. 20th year of his age was oppressed by domestic treason, and the empire was again involved in the horrors of a civil war. Arbogastes 104. A gallant soldier of the nation of the Franks, held the second rank in the service of Gratian. On the death of his master, he joined the standard of, to the generous spirit of a prince who felt that he was not unworthy to reign. He secretly invited the Archbishop of Milan to undertake the office of a mediator as the pledge of his sincerity and the guardian of his safety. He contrived to apprise the Emperor of the East of his helpless weakness. The unfortunate Valentinian was found strangled in his apartment, and some pains were employed to disguise paper which dismissed him from all his employments. My authority, replied Arbogastes with insulting coolness, does not depend on the smile or the frown of a monarch, and he contemptuously threw the paper on the ground. The indignant monarch snatched at the sword of one of the guards, which situation, and he declared that, unless Theodosius could speedily march to his assistance, he must attempt to escape from the palace, or rather prison, of Vienna in Gaul, where he had imprudently fixed his residence in the midst of the hostile faction. But the hopes of relief were distant and doubtful, and as every day furnished some new provocation, the emperor, without strength or counsel, too hastily resolved to risk an immediate contest with his powerful general. He received Arbogastes on the throne, and as the count approached with some appearance of respect, delivered to him a. He struggled to draw from its scabbard, and it was not without some degree of violence that he was prevented from using the deadly weapon against his enemy or against himself. A few days after this extraordinary quarrel, in which he had exposed his death, d. 392, May 15, his resentment and his difficulty into the mansions of eternal bliss 108. Misfortunes 107. On this occasion, the humanity of Ambrose tempted him to make a singular breach in his theological system, and to comfort the weeping sisters of Valentinian by the firm assurance that their pious brother, though he had not received the sacrament of baptism, was introduced without the manifest guilt of Arbogastes, and to persuade the world that the death of the young emperor had been the voluntary effect of his own despair. 106. his body was conducted with decent pomp to the sepulchre of Milan, and the archbishop pronounced a funeral oration to commemorate his virtue and his frank might place on the imperial throne. But some remains of pride and prejudice still opposed the elevation of Arbogastes himself, and the judicious barbarian thought it. The prudence of Arbogastes had prepared the success of his ambitious designs, and the provincials' usurpation of Eugenius, AD 390–394, in whose breasts every sentiment of patriotism or loyalty were extinguished, expected with tame resignation the unknown master, whom the choice of a more advisable to reign under the name of some dependent Roman. He bestowed the purple on the rhetorician Eugenius 109, whom he had already raised from the place of his domestic secretary to the rank of master of the offices. In the course both of his private and public service, the count had. The ambassadors of the new emperor were immediately dispatched to the court of Theodosius to communicate, with affected grief, the unfortunate accident of the death of Valentinian, and without mentioning the name of Arbogastes, to request that the monarch of the East would embrace as his lawful. Always approved the attachment and abilities of Eugenius, his learning and eloquence, supported by the gravity of his manners, recommended him to the esteem of the people, and the reluctance with which he seemed to ascend the throne may inspire a favorable prejudice of his virtue and moderation. Colleague, the respectable citizen who had obtained the unanimous suffrage of the armies and provinces of the West 110. Theodosius was justly provoked that the perfidy of a barbarian should have destroyed in a moment the labors and the fruit of his former victory, and he was excited by the wolves in the remote province of the Bays 112. In the neighborhood of that city, and on the summit of a lofty mountain, the holy John 113 had constructed with his tears of his beloved wife 111, to revenge the fate of her unhappy brother, and once more to assert by arms the violated majesty of the throne. But as the second conquest of the West was a task of difficulty and danger, he dismissed with splendid presents and an ambiguous answer the ambassadors of, consulted an Egyptian monk who possessed, in the opinion of the age, the gift of miracles and the knowledge of futurity. Eutropius, one of the favorite eunuchs of the palace of Constantinople, embarked for Alexandria, from whence he sailed up the Nile as far as the city of Lycopolis, or of Eugenius, and almost 2 years were consumed in the preparations of the civil war. Before Theodosius prepares for war he formed any decisive resolution. The pious emperor was anxious to discover the wool of Heve, and as the progress of Christianity had silenced the oracles of Delphi and Dodona, he, Prince, and the renowned Alaric acquired, in the school of Theodosius, the knowledge of the art of war, which he afterwards regularly opened a small window and gave audience to the crowd of suppliants who successively flowed from every part of the Christian world. The eunuch of Theodosius approached the window with respectful steps, proposed his questions concerning the event of the civil war, and soon returned with a to recruit the numbers and to revive the discipline of the Roman legions. The formidable troops of barbarians marched under the ensigns of their national chieftains, the Iberian, the Arab, and the Goth, who gazed on each other with mutual astonishment, were enlisted in the service of the same favorable oracle which animated the courage of the emperor by the assurance of a bloody but infallible victory. 114. the accomplishment of the prediction was forwarded by all the means that human prudence could supply. The industry of the two master generals Stilicho and Timaeus was directed on Hans, an humble cell in which he had dwelt above 50 years without opening his door, without seeing the face of a woman, and without tasting any food that had been prepared by fire or any human art. 5 days of the week he spent in prayer and meditation, but on Saturdays and Sundays he so fatally exerted for the destruction of Rome 115 banks of the Emperor of the West, or, to speak more, his victory over Eugenius, A.D. 394, Sept. 6. Properly, his general Arbagestes was instructed by the misconduct and misfortune of Maximus how dangerous it might prove to extend the line of defense against the skillful antagonist who was free to press or to suspend, to contract or to multiply, his various methods of attack. 116. Arbagestes fixed his station on the confines of Italy. The troops of Theodosius were permitted to occupy, without resistance, the provinces of Pannonia, as far as the foot of the Julian Alps, and even the passages of the mountains were negligently or perhaps artfully abandoned to the bold invader. He descended from the hills and beheld with some astonishment the formidable camp of the Gauls and Germans that covered with arms and tents the open country which extends to the walls of Aquileia, and maintained their advantage, and the approach of night protected the disorderly flight or retreat of the troops of Theodosius. The emperor retired to the adjacent hills, where he passed a disconsolate night, without sleep, without provisions, and without, impatient to satisfy his glory and revenge by the chastisement of the assassins of Valentinian, without weighing the natural and artificial obstacles that opposed his efforts. The Emperor of the East immediately attacked the fortifications of his rivals, assigned the post of honorable danger to the Fredidas 117, or Cold River 118. This narrow theater of the war, circumscribed by the Alps and the Hadriatic, did not allow much room for the operations of military skill. The spirit of Arbagestes would have disdained a pardon. His guilt extinguished the hope of a negotiation, and Theodosius was the Goths, and cherished a secret wish that the bloody conflict might diminish the pride and numbers of the conquerors. 10,000 of those auxiliaries and Bacchus, general of the Iberians, died bravely on the field of battle, but the victory was not purchased by their blood. The Gauls of the Battle of Island Tempest 120, such as is often felt, leaders of those troops who expressed their inclination to desert the standard of the tyrant, the honorable and lucrative rewards which they stipulated as the price of their perfidy were granted without hesitation, and as ink and paper could not easily be procured, the emperor subscribed on his detached a considerable body of troops to occupy the passes of the mountains and to encompass the rear of the eastern army. The dawn of day discovered to the eyes of Theodosius the extent and the extremity of his danger, but his apprehensions were soon dispelled by a friendly message from the Hopes 119, except that strong assurance, which, under the most desperate circumstances, the independent mind may derive from the contempt of fortune and of life. The triumph of Eugenius was celebrated by the insolent and dissolute joy of his camp, whilst the active and vigilant Arbagestes secretly on tablets the ratification of the treaty. The spirit of his soldiers was revived by this seasonable reinforcement, and they again marched with confidence to surprise the camp of a tyrant whose principal officers appeared to distrust either the justice or the success of his arms in the heat. Example of the ancient Romans, and among the Alps suddenly rose from the east. The army of Theodosius was sheltered by their position from the impetuosity of the wind, which blew a cloud of dust in the faces of the enemy, disordered their ranks, wrested their weapons from their hands, and diverted or repelled their ineffectual. Deaths of his two rivals were distinguished only by the difference of their characters. The rhetorician Eugenius, who had almost acquired the dominion of the world, was reduced to implore the mercy of the conqueror, and the unrelenting soldiers separated his head from his body as he lay prostrate at the feet of Theodosius. Arbogast, after the loss of a battle in which he had discharged the duties of a soldier and a general, wandered several days among the mountains. But when he was convinced that his cause was desperate and his escape impracticable, the intrepid barbarian imitated the javelins. This accidental advantage was skillfully improved. The violence of the storm was magnified by the superstitious terrors of the Gauls, and they yielded without shame to the invisible powers of heaven, who seemed to militate on the side of the pious emperor. His victory was decisive, and the intercession of the Archbishop of Milan 121. To avoid the odious presence of a tyrant whose downfall he predicted in dissolute and ambiguous language, the merit of Ambrose was applauded by the conqueror, who secured the attachment of the people by his alliance with the Church, and the clemency of Theodosius is ascribed to the humane. Turned his sword against his own breast. The fate of the empire was determined in a narrow corner of Italy, and the legitimate successor of the house of Valentinian embraced the Archbishop of Milan, and graciously received the submission of the provinces of the West. Those provinces were involved in the guilt of rebellion, while the inflexible courage of Ambrose alone had resisted the claims of successful usurpation. With a manly freedom, which might have been fatal to any other subject, the Archbishop rejected the gifts of Eugenius, declined his correspondence, and withdrew himself from Milan. Reign, and the age of the emperor, which did not exceed 50 years, seemed to extend the prospect of the public felicity. After the defeat of Eugenius, the merit as well as the authority of Theodosius was cheerfully death of Theodosius, d. 395, Jan. 17, acknowledged by all the inhabitants of the Roman world. The experience of his past conduct encouraged the most pleasing expectations of his future. Death, only 4 months after his victory, was considered by the people as an unforeseen and fatal event, which destroyed in a moment the hopes of the rising generation. But the indulgence of ease and luxury had secretly nourished the principles of disease. 122. The strength of Theodosius had triumphed over his unworthy rivals. He called his younger son, Honorius, to enjoy the fruits of the victory, and to receive the sceptre of the West from the hands of his dying father. The arrival of Honorius at Milan was welcomed by a splendid exhibition of the games of the circus. Royal youths Arcadius and Honorius, who had already obtained from the tenderness of their father the title of Augustus, were destined to fill the thrones of Constantinople and of Rome. Those princes were not permitted to share the danger and glory of the civil war. 123. But as soon as Theodosius Unable to support the sudden and violent transition from the palace to the camp, and the increasing symptoms of a dropsy announced the speedy dissolution of the emperor. The opinion, and perhaps the interest of the public had confirmed the division of the Eastern and Western empires, and the two loss. And the emperor, though he was oppressed by the weight of his disorder, contributed by his presence to the public joy. But the remains of his strength were exhausted by the painful effort which he made to assist at the spectacles of the morning. Honorius supplied, during the rest of the day, the qualities of the deceased emperor, which appeared the most valuable in their eyes. The Romans were terrified by the impending dangers of a feeble and divided administration, and every disgraceful moment of the unfortunate reigns of Arcadius and Honorius revived the memory of their irreparable place of his father, and the great Theodosius expired in the ensuing night. Notwithstanding the recent animosities of a civil war, his death was universally lamented. The barbarians whom he had vanquished and the churchmen, by whom he had been subdued, celebrated with loud and sincere applause. Decency were insufficient to resist the progress of that degenerate. In the faithful picture of the virtues of Theodosius, corruption of the times, his imperfections have not been dissembled, the act of cruelty and the habits of indolence, which tarnished the glory of one of the greatest of the Roman princes. An historian, perpetually averse to the fame of Theodosius, has exaggerated his vices and their pernicious effects. He boldly asserts that every rank of subjects imitated the effeminate manners of their sovereign, that every species of corruption polluted the course of public and private life, and that the feeble restraints of order and spirit, which sacrifices without a blush the consideration of duty and interest to the base indulgence of sloth and appetite. 124. The complaints of contemporary writers who deplore the increase of luxury and deprivation of manners are commonly expressive of their peculiar temper and situation. Riches, a long period of calamity or decay, must have checked the industry and diminished the wealth of the people, and their profuse luxury must have been the result of that indolent despair which enjoys the present hour and declines the thoughts of futurity. The uncertain condition of their property discouraged the subjects of Theodosius from engaging in those useful and laborious undertakings which require an immediate expense and promise a slow and distant advantage. The frequent examples of ruin and desolation tempted them not to spare their remains. Affirmed with any degree of truth that the luxury of the Romans was more shameless and dissolute in the reign of Theodosius than in the age of Constantine, perhaps, or of Augustus. The alteration cannot be ascribed to any beneficial improvements, which had gradually increased the stock of national. There are few observers who possess a clear and comprehensive view of the revolutions of society, and who are capable of discovering the nice and secret springs of action, which impel in the same uniform direction the blind and capricious passions of a multitude of individuals, if it can be, of a patrimony which might, every hour, become the prey of the rapacious Goth, and the mad prodigality which prevails in the confusion of a shipwreck or a siege may serve to explain the progress of luxury amidst the misfortunes and terrors of a sinking nation. Always disposed to prefer the more shameful alternative, the cavalry of the Goths, the Huns, and the Alani had felt the benefits and adopted the use. The effeminate luxury which infected the infantry lay aside their armor, Manners of courts and cities had instilled a secret and destructive poison into the camps of the legions, and their degeneracy has been marked by the pen of a military writer who had accurately studied the short sword and the formidable pilum which had subdued the world insensibly dropped from their feeble hands. As the use of the shield is incompatible with that of the bow, they reluctantly marched into the field, condemned to suffer either the pain of wounds or the ignominy of flight, and genuine and ancient principles of Roman discipline. It is the just and important observation of Vegetus that the infantry was invariably covered with defensive armor from the foundation of the city to the reign of the Emperor Gratian. The relaxation of discipline and the disuse of exercise rendered the soldiers less able and less willing to support the fatigues of the service. They complained of the weight of the armor which they seldom wore, and they successively obtained the permission of laying aside both their cuirasses and their helmets. The heavy weapons of their ancestors of defensive armor, and as they excelled in the management of missile weapons, they easily overwhelmed the naked and trembling legions whose heads and breasts were exposed without defense to the arrows of the barbarians. The loss of armies, the destruction of cities, and the dishonor of the Roman name ineffectually solicited the successors of Gratian to restore the helmets and cuirasses of the infantry. The enervated soldiers abandoned their own and the public defense, and their pusillanimous indolence may be considered as the immediate cause of the downfall of the empire. 125. Offendunt sacrilegium committunt. Codex Justinian. L. Ix. Tit. Xig. Leg. 1. Theodosius indeed may claim his share in the merit of this comprehensive law. 6. Aminus. Xig. 10. And the younger Victor acknowledge the virtues of Gratian, and accuse, or rather lament, his degenerate taste. The Productions. 3. Disputer de principali judicia non oportet. Sacrilegi eneminster est dubiter, and is dignus sit cum elegerit imperator. Codex Justinian. L. Ic. Tit. Xig. Leg. 3. This convenient law was revived and promulgated after the death of Gratian by the feeble court of Milan. 4. Odious parallel of Commodus is saved by Lycitin Cruentus, and perhaps Philostorgius L. X. C. 10, and Godefroy p. 412, had guarded with some similar reserve the comparison of Nero. Note zone. Valentinian was less attentive to the religion of his son, since he entrusted the education of Gratian to Ausonius, a professed pagan. Mem. De l'Académie des Inscriptions, Tom. P. 125-138. The poetical fame of Ausonius condemns the taste of his age. 2. Ausonius was. Ambrose composed for his instruction a theological treatise on the faith of the Trinity, and Tillemond Hist. Des Empereurs Tom. V. P. 158. 169. Ascribes to the Archbishop the merit of Gratian's intolerant laws. 5. Qui divina legis sanctitatem, nesciendu omittant, aut negligendu violent, et successively promoted to the Praetorian Prefecture of Italy, A.D. 377, and of Gaul A.D. 378, and was at length invested with the consulship A.D. 379. he expressed his gratitude in a servile and insipid piece of flattery, Actu Gratiarum, p. 699 736, which has survived more worthy. Satisfied with such Welsh evidence. 11. Camden, Vol. I. Introduct. P. Say, appoints him governor of Britain, and the father of our antiquities is followed, as usual, by his blind progeny. Pacatus and Zosimus had taken some pains to prevent this error or fable, and I shall protect myself by the Huns. But the plebeian sisters have been defrauded of their equal honors, and, what is still harder, John Tritthemes presumes to mention the children of these British virgins. L'Environment. 9. Zosimus says of the British soldiers in non-Latin alphabet. 10. Helena, the daughter of Eudo. Her chapel may still be seen at Caersegund, now Caernarvon, Cartshist, of England, Vol. I. p. 168. From Roland's Mona Antiqua. The prudent reader may not perhaps be. Fertilis provincia tyrannorum is a memorable expression, used by Jerome in the Pelagian controversy and variously tortured in the disputes of our national antiquaries. The revolutions of the last age appeared to justify the image of the sublime Bossuet. Set Isle, plus Origus Culis Mursci. 7. Zosimus L. Iv. p. 247. And the younger Victor ascribed the revolution to the favor of the Helleni, and the discontent of the Roman troops. Dum exercitum negligerit, et pocos ex Hellenis, quos ingente euro ad se transdulerat, entiferit veteri ac Romano militet. 8. Britannia. Legends of the island and the continent. The whole emigration consisted of 30 soldiers and 100 plebeians who settled in Bretagne. Their destined brides, Ursula with 11 noble and 60 plebeian virgins, mistook their way, landed at Cologne, and were almost cruelly murdered by decisive testimonies. Regale habet exulum sum, ille exuls orbis indurant in panegyr, vet. Xi. 23. And the Greek historian, still less equivocally, in non-Latin alphabet Maximus, in non-Latin alphabet L. Iv. p. 248. 12. Sulpicius Severus, Dialogue, A. 7. Orosius, L. V. c. 34. p. 556. They both acknowledge Sulpicius had been his subject, his innocence and merit. It is singular enough that Maximus should be less favorably treated by Zosimus, the partial adversary of his rival. 13. Archbishop Usher, Antiquitate. Britain. Eccles. p. 107, 108. Has diligently collected the 14. Zosimus L. Iv. p. 248, 249. Has transported the death of Gratian from Lugdunum in Gaul lines to Singidunum in Moesia. Some hints may be extracted from the chronicles, some lies may be detected in Sozomen, L. Vi. c. 13, and Socrates, L. v. c. 11. Ambrose is outmost, p. 820, and afterwards celebrates his speed and diligence in running to Constantinople, Italy, c. Epist. XV. p. 822. A virtue which does not appertain either to a wall or a bishop. odious suspicions, but we cannot reject the treaty of peace, which the friends of Theodosius have absolutely forgotten, or slightly mentioned. 19. Their oracle, the Archbishop of Milan, assigns to his pupil Gratian an high and respectable place in heaven. Tom. A. Diobit. Val. Consul. P. 1193. 20. For the baptism of Theodosius C. Sozomen, L. Vi. C. 4. Socrates, L. V. C. 6. Entillement Hist. Des Emperors Tom. V. P. 728. 21. Ascalus, or Achilles, was honored by the friendship and the praises of Ambrose, who styles him Murus Fide ad Sanctitatis Tom. A. Epist. Has occasion to exculpate himself, only condemns the death of Volio, a faithful servant of Gratian Tom. I. Epist. Xiv. P. 891. Edit. Benedict. 16. He protested nullum ex adversaris nece in Etiacabis, Sulp, Severus in Vip. B. Martin. C. 23. The orator of Theodosius bestows reluctant, authentic evidence Tom. I. Enaret. In Psalmose. P. 961. Tom. I. Epist. Xiv. P. 888. C. And Delbit Valentinian. Consulate. No 28. P. 1182. 15. Pacatus Xe. 28. Celebrates his sedility, while his treachery is marked in Prosper's chronicle as the cause of the ruin of Gratian. Ambrose, who, and therefore weighty praise on his clemency. Si Kyle, pro ceteris celeribus suis, minus crudelis fis videtur, peniger, vet. Xi. 28. 17. Ambrose mentions the laws of Gratian, quas non abrogavit hostis Tom. I. Epist. 2. P. 827. 18. Sosimus L. Ev. P. 251. 252. We may disclaim his. 22. Codex Theodos. L. Svi. Tit. I. Leg. 2. With Godefroy's commentary, Tom. Vi. P. 59. Such an edict deserved the warmest praises of Baroness. Verim sanctionem eticum pem et saluter, siciter ad astra. 23. Sozomen. L. Vi. C. 6. Theodoret. L. V. C. 16. Tillement is displeased. Likewise begetting children after he became a bishop. Tillement. Mem. Eccles. Tom. Ic. P. 693-697. 29. Gregory's poem on his own life contains some beautiful lines. Tom. I. P. 8. Which burst from the heart and speak the pangs of injured and lost friendship. Ideas, even some still more ridiculous, but I have not yet found the words of this remarkable passage, which I allege on the faith of a correct and liberal scholar. 26. See the 32nd oration of Gregory Nazianzen, and the account of his own life, which he has composed in 1,800 iambics. Yet, the 40 years must be dated from the election or intrusion of Eusebius, who wisely exchanged the bishopric of Nicomedia for the throne of Constantinople. 25. See Jordan's Remarks on Ecclesiastical History, Vol. F. p. 71. The 33rd oration of Gregory Nazianzen affords indeed some similar. Every physician is prone to exaggerate the inveterate nature of the disease which he has cured. 27. I confess myself deeply indebted to the two lives of Gregory Nazianzen, composed with very different views by Tillemont, Mem. Eccles, Tom. Ick. p. 305 560, 690 731, and Leclerc Bibliothèque Universelle, Tom. 2, p. 128. 28. Unless Gregory Nazianzen mistook 30 years in his own age, he was born, as well as his friend Basil, about the year 329. The preposterous chronology of Suidas has been graciously received because it removes the scandal of Gregory's father, a saint. Mem. Eccles, Tom. Vi. p. 627, 628, with the terms of rustic bishop, obscure city. Yet I must take leave to think that both Amphilochus and Iconium were objects of inconsiderable magnitude in the Roman Empire. 24. Sothemen, L. Vi. c. 5. Socrates, L. v. c. 7. Marcellin, Intron. The account. In non-Latin alphabet. 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 In the Midsummer Night's Dream, Helena addresses the same pathetic complaint to her friend Hermia. Is all the counsel that we two have shared? The sisters' vows. See. Shakespeare had never read the poems of Gregory Nazianzen. He was ignorant of the Greek language, but his mother tongue, the language of nature, is the same in Cappadocia and in Britain. 30. This unfavorable portrait of Sasima is drawn by Gregory Nazianzen, Tom. I. de Vitso, p. 7, 8. Its precise situation, 49 miles from Archelaus and 32 from Tyana, is fixed in the itinerary of Antoninus p. 144. Edit. Wessling. 31. The name of Nazianzus was easy and would have been profitable to submit. Auditorum laudes tuus sint is the lively and judicious advice of Jerome. 37. Socrates, L. v. c. 7. And Sozomen, L. vi. c. 5. Relate the evangelical words and actions of Demophilus without a word of approbation. He considered, says Socrates, that it is difficult to resist the powerful, but it has been immortalized by Gregory, but his native town, under the Greek or Roman title of Docazere Tillement, Mem. Eccles, Tom. Ick. p. 692, is mentioned by Pliny, vi. 3. Ptolemy and Heracles Itinerar, Wessling, p. 709. It appears to have been situate on the edge of Isauria. 32. c. 34. He pronounced an oration Tom. I. Orat. Xi. p. 409. In his praise, but after their quarrel, the name of Maximus was changed into that of Heron. See Jerome, Tom. I. in Catalog, Script. Eccles. p. 301. I touch slightly on these obscure and personal squabbles. 35. under the modest emblem of a dream. Gregory Tom I. CMt&x. p. 78 describes his own success with some human complacency, yet it should seem from his familiar conversation with his auditors, Jerem Tom I. Epist. Adnapochin. p. 14, that the preacher understood the true value of popular applause. 36. Latrime. Ducange Constant. Christiana L. Iv. p. 141, 142. The non-Latin alphabet of Sozomen, L. Vi. c. 5, is interpreted to mean the Virgin Mary. 33. Tillement, Mem. Eccles, Tom. Ic. p. 432. c. diligently collects, enlarges, and explains the oratorical and poetical hints of Gregory himself. 38. See Gregory Najanson, Tom. I. De Witso, p. 21, 22. For the sake of posterity, the Bishop of Constantinople records a stupendous prodigy. In the month of November, it was a cloudy morning, but the sun broke forth when the procession entered the church. 39. Of the three Arians, Eunomens, Macedonians, c. he tells the Macedonians who deified the Father and the Son without the Holy Ghost that they might as well be styled Trithists as Dithists. Gregory himself was almost a Trithist, and his monarchy of heaven resembles a well-regulated aristocracy. 42. The style not unworthy of the Augustan age. So natural is the alliance between good taste and good sense, that I am always astonished by this contrast. 61. The short and superficial life of Ambrose by his Deacon Paulinus Appendix ad edit. Benedict. P. X. has the merit of original evidence. Among whom was Flavian had abjured for the sake of peace, the bishopric of Antioch. Sozomen, L. Vi. c. 3. 11. Socrates, L. v. c. 5. Tillement thinks it his duty to disbelieve the story, but he owns that there are many circumstances in the life of Flavian which seem inconsistent with the CMt&x. p. 81. Such passages are faintly marked by Tillement, and fairly produced by Leclerc. 45. See Gregory Tom I. De Witso, p. 2831. The 14th, 27th, and 32nd orations were pronounced in the several stages of this business. The peroration of the last Tom. First General Council of Constantinople now triumphs in the Vatican, but the popes had long hesitated, and their hesitation perplexes and almost staggers the humble Tillement. Mem. Eccles, Tom. Ic. p. 499, 500. 43. Before the death of Mellitus, 6 or 8 of his most popular ecclesiastics, inflamed by religious zeal from his retirement, he exhorts Nectaris to prosecute the heretics of Constantinople. 48. See the Theodosian Code, L. Cv. Tit. V. Lec. 623. With Godefroy's commentary on each law, and his general summary or partition. Tom. Vi. p. 104-110. 49. They always kept. 439. Even Jerem Tom I. Inscript. Eccles. p. 302. Speaks with temper of Priscillian and Latronian. 53. The bishopric in Old Castile is now worth 20 ducats a year. Busking's Geography, Vol. I. p. 308, and is therefore much less likely to produce the author of a new heresy. 54. Companion. 68. Certainly I do not compare either the causes or the men, yet the coadjutor himself had some idea, p. 84, of imitating Ambrose, 65. Sozomen alone, L. Vi. c. 13, throws this luminous fact into a dark and perplexed narrative. 66. Excubabat pia plebs in ecclesimori paraticum episcopus su. 64. Retz had a similar message from the Queen, to request that he would appease the tumult of Paris. It was no longer in his power. C. A cui jote tout que vous pouvez imaginer de respect, de douleur, de regret et de soumission. C. Memoirs, Tom. I. p. 140. Nos ad hoc fregere excitabemer tamen civitate atonet acuturbet. Augustine. Confession. L. Ic. c. 7. 67. Tillament, Mam. Eccles. Tom. I. p. 78. 498. Many churches in Italy, Gaul, c. were dedicated to these unknown martyrs, of whom Gervas seems to have been more fortunate than his. Of Homa. Infinimus mira magnitudinis virus duos, Udi prisca aetas ferbet. Tom. I. Epist. Xi. p. 875. The size of these skeletons was fortunately, or skillfully, suited to the popular prejudice of the gradual decrease of the human stature, which has prevailed in every age since the time. Grandicu ephosis mirabiter ossis sepulchris. 69. Ambrose, Tom. I. Epist. Xi. p. 875. Augustine. Confs. L. Ic. c. 7. De civitate. De L. Xi. c. 8. Poland. Invitst. Ambrose. c. 14. In a pen. Benedict. p. 4. The blind man's name was Severus. He touched the holy garment, recovered his sight, and devoted the rest of his life. 89. Chrysostom opposes their courage, which was not attended with much risk, to the cowardly flight of the Cynics. 90. The sedition of Antioch is represented in a lively and almost dramatic manner by two orators who had their respective shares of interest and merit. See Libanius, Orat. Xiv. Eloquent slave might have given a sanction to the most bloody acts. 87. Laodice on the sea coast, 65 miles from Antioch. See Nor's Epoch, Maist, Desert. I. p. 230. The Inchechians were offended that the dependent city of Cilicia should presume to intercede for them. 88. As praises him as a poet second only to Virgil. See Tillemond, Hist. Des Emperors, Tom. V. p. 303. 79. See the fair portrait of Theodosius by the younger Victor. The strokes are distinct and the colors are mixed. The praise of Pacatus is too vague, and Claudian always seems afraid of exalting the in non-Latin alphabet, Sosam, L. Iv. p. 277. He afterwards says p. 280. that Galla died in childhood and intimates that the affliction of her husband was extreme, but short. 112. Lycopolis is the modern Sirte, or Ozit, a town of Sed about the size of Stinis, which Eutrop, L.I. 312, mentions the eunuch's journey, but he most contemptuously derides the Egyptian dreams and the oracles of the Nile. 115. Zosimus, L.F.P. 280. Socrates, L.V. 10. Alaric himself, de Bell, Getico, 524, dwells with more complacency on his early exploits against the Romans, drives a profitable trade with the kingdom of Sinnar, and has a very convenient fountain. Cujus pot signa virginitatis erubinter. See Denville Description de l'Egypte p. 181. Abofta Descript Egypt p. 14. And the Curious Annotations p. 2592 of his editor Michaelis. 113. The life of John of Lycopolis is described by his two friends, Rufinus L.I. C. 1. p. 449, and Polydius Hist. Logic. c. 43. p. 738, in Rosway's great collection of the Vita Patrum. Tillament, Mem. Eccles, Tom. X. p. 718. 720. Has settled the chronology. 114. Sozomen, L.V. c. 22. Claudian, in. Taught Augustus Hebrew key test fugave. Yet his vanity could scarcely have proved this plurality of flying emperors. 116. Claudian in Evcons. Honor. 77. c. Contrasts the military plans of the two usurpers. Novides order priorem. Sodabat cordum gudebant exempla sequentum. Hic nova moere praeseps hic quaer totus. Providas hic fusis collectis veribus ill. Hic vagus excurrens his intraclast reductus. Dis semiles sed mort pairs. 117. The Frigidus, a small, though memorable stream in the country of Goritz, now called the Vepo, falls into the Sontis, or Linzo, above Aquileia, some miles from the Hadriatic. See Danville's ancient and modern maps and the Italia Antiqua of Cluverius Tom. I. p. 188. Horseback. See, this is the first instance of apostolic chivalry, which afterwards became so popular in Spain, and in the Crusades. 120. 118. Claudian's wit is intolerable. The snow was dyed red, the cold river smoked, and the channel must have been choked with carcasses if the current had not been swelled with blood. 119. Theodort affirms that St. John and St. Philip appeared to the waking, or sleeping, emperor. 1. T. propter Gelades Equilo de Monte Procellus. Obrut adversus Asies, revolute catella. Vertit in octors et turban repulitaestes. Onemium dalect Dio, qui fundit ab entris. Aulus armatus heims, kai militat ather, et conjurat evinunt ad classic eventi. Compared by Ambrose to the miraculous victories of Moses and Joshua. These famous lines of Claudian in Icons, Honor, 93, c. d. 396, are alleged by his contemporaries Augustine and Orosius, who suppress the pagan deity of Elis and add some circumstances from the information of eyewitnesses. Within 4 months after the victory, it was an impudent liar Godefroy Dissert, p. 438. 123. Zosimus supposes that the boy Honorius accompanied his father L.F. p. 280. Yet the quanta flagrabant pectora voto is all that flattery would allow to a contemporary poet who clearly describes the emperor's refusal and the journey of 121. The events of this civil war are gathered from Ambrose Tom I. Epist. Lucy. p. 1022. Paulinus Invit. Ambrose. c. 2634. Augustine. Dixivited. d. v. 26. Orosius L. v. c. 35. Sozomen L. v. c. 24. Theodoret L. v. c. 24. Zosimus L. F. p. 281-282. Honorius after the victory Claudian in Icons, 78-125. 124. Zosimus L. F. p. 244. 125. Vegetus Dura Militare L. I. c. 10. The series of calamities which he marks compel us to believe that the hero to whom he dedicates his book is the last and most inglorious of the Valentinians. Claudian, in Icons, Han, 63-105. In Icons, Han, 70-117. And the Chronicles published by Scaliger, 122. This disease, ascribed by Socrates L. v. c. 26. to the fatigues of war, is represented by Philostorgus L. she c. 2. as the effect of sloth and intemperance, for which Photis calls him chap. 6. Final division of the Roman Empire between the sons of Theodosius, reign of Arcadius and Honorius, administration of Rufinus and Stilicho, revolt and defeat of Gildo in Africa. His younger brother Honorius assumed in the 11th year. The genius of Rome expired with Theodosius, the last of the successors of Augustus and Constantine, who appeared in the field division of the empire between Arcadius and Honorius, at d. 395. Jan. 17, at the head of their armies and whose authority was universally acknowledged throughout. Received a princely education in the palace of Constantinople, and his inglorious life was spent in that peaceful and splendid seat of royalty from whence he appeared to reign over the provinces of Thrace, Asia Minor, Syria, and Egypt, from the lower Danube to the confines of Persia and Ethiopia. West, and the oath of fidelity was eagerly taken by every order of the state, the senates of Old and New Rome, the clergy, the magistrates, the soldiers, and the people. Arcadius, who then was about 18 years of age, was born in Spain, in the humble habitation of a private family. But he, the whole extent of the empire, the memory of his virtues still continued, however, to protect the feeble and inexperienced youth of his two sons. After the death of their father, Arcadius and Honorius were saluted, by the unanimous consent of mankind, as the lawful emperors of the East and of the abhorrence The rebels who opposed, of his age, the nominal government of Italy, Africa, Gaul, Spain, and Britain, and the troops which guarded the frontiers of his kingdom, were opposed on one side to the Caledonians and on the other to the Moors. The great and martial prefecture of Illyricum was divided between the two princes. Discovery of the weakness of Arcadius and Honorius and the repeated calamities of their reign were not sufficient to obliterate the deep and early impressions of loyalty. The subjects of Rome, who still reverenced the persons, or rather the names of their sovereigns, beheld with equal. Of Theodosius appeared to be the gift of nature and of their father. The generals and ministers had been accustomed to adore the majesty of the royal infants, and the army and people were not admonished of their rights and of their power by the dangerous example of a recent election. The gradual, not very different from the line which now separates the Germans and the Turks, and the respective advantages of territory, riches, populousness, and military strength were fairly balanced and compensated in this final and permanent division of the Roman Empire. The hereditary sceptre of the sons, the defense and possession of the provinces of Noricum, Pannonia, and Dalmatia still belonged to the Western Empire, but the two large dioceses of Dacia and Macedonia, which Gratian had entrusted to the valor of Theodosius, were forever united to the Empire of the East. The boundary in Europe was, and the ministers who abused the authority of the throne, who soon discovered his diligence and capacity in business, and who long remained ignorant of the pride, the malice, and the covetousness of his disposition. These vices were concealed beneath the mask of profound dissimulation, for ambition and avarice. One had urged Rufinus to abandon his native country, an obscure corner of Gaul, to advance his fortune in the capital of the East. The talent of bold and ready elocution 3 qualified him to succeed in the lucrative profession of the law, and his success in that profession was Theodosius had tarnished the glory of his reign, character, and administration of Rufinus. D. 386-395. By the elevation of Rufinus, an odious favorite who, in an age of civil and religious faction, has deserved from every party the imputation of every crime, the strong impulse of regular step to the most honorable and important employments of the state. He was raised by just degrees to the station of master of the offices, in the exercise of his various functions so essentially connected with the whole system of civil government. He acquired the confidence of a monarch, an injury, and his personal enemies had forfeited, in his opinion, the merit of all public services. Promotus, the Master General of the infantry, had saved the empire from the invasion of the Ostrogoths, but he indignantly supported the preeminence of a rival whose character and profession honors of the consulship elated his vanity, but his power was still imperfect and precarious as long as the important posts of prefect of the East and of prefect of Constantinople were filled by Trajan VI, and despised, and in the midst of a public council, the impatient soldier was provoked to chastise with a blow the indecent pride of the favorite. This act of violence was represented to the emperor as an insult which it was incumbent on his dignity to resent. The disgrace and exile of Promotus were signified by a peremptory order to repair without delay to a military station on the banks of the Danube, and the death of that general, though he was slain in a skirmish with the barbarians, was imputed to the perfidious arts of Rufinus V. the sacrifice of an hero gratified his revenge. His passions were subservient only to the passions of his master, yet in the horrid massacre of Thessalonica, the cruel Rufinus inflamed the fury without imitating the repentance of Theodosius. The minister, who viewed with proud indifference the rest of mankind, never forgave the appearance of his son Proculus, whose united authority balanced for some time the ambition and favor of the master of the offices. The two prefects were accused of rapine and corruption in the administration of the laws and finances. For the trial of these illustrious offenders, the emperor constituted persuaded to recall by a private letter the fugitive Proculus. He was instantly seized, examined, condemned, and beheaded in one of the suburbs of Constantinople with a precipitation which disappointed. Appearance of equity and moderation, which flattered Trajan with the hope of a favorable event, his confidence was fortified by the solemn assurances and perfidious oaths of the president, who presumed to interpose the sacred name of Theodosius himself, and the unhappy father was at last special commission. Several judges were named to share the guilt and reproach of injustice, but the right of pronouncing sentence was reserved to the president alone, and that president was Rufinus himself. The father, stripped of the prefecture of the East, was thrown into a dungeon, but the son, conscious that few ministers can be found innocent where an enemy is their judge, had secretly escaped, and Rufinus must have been satisfied with the least obnoxious victim, if despotism had not condescended to employ the basest and most ungenerous artifice. The prosecution was conducted with an incapable of holding any employment of honor or advantage under the imperial government aid. The clemency of the emperor, without respecting the misfortunes of a consular senator, the cruel judges of Trajan compelled him to behold the execution of his son. The fatal cord was fastened round his own neck, but in the moment when he expected, and perhaps desired, the relief of a speedy death, indulged a spirit of revenge equally repugnant to prudence and to justice, when he degraded their native country of Lycia from the rank of Roman provinces, stigmatized a guiltless people with a mark of ignominy, and declared that the countrymen of Trajan and Proculus should forever remain. He was permitted to consume the miserable remnant of his old age in poverty and exile. 7. The punishment of the two prefects might, perhaps, be excused by the exceptionable parts of their own conduct. The enmity of Rufinus might be palliated by the jealous and unsociable nature of ambition. But he, hermit of Egypt, rashly proposed himself as the sponsor of a proud and ambitious statesman. 9. The new prefect of the East for Rufinus instantly succeeded to the vacant honors of his adversary, was not diverted, however, by the most criminal pursuits from the performance of the religious duties, which in that age were considered as the most essential to salvation. In the suburb of the Eastern Empire was summoned to celebrate at the same time the dedication of the church and the baptism of the founder. This double ceremony was performed with extraordinary pomp, and when Rufinus was purified in the holy font from all the sins that he had hitherto committed, a venerable Charleston, surnamed the Oak, he had built a magnificent villa, to which he devoutly added a stately church consecrated to the apostles Peter and Paul, and continually sanctified by the prayers and penance of a regular society of monks. A numerous and almost general synod of the bishops, abilities, and the virtue which had the character of Theodosius imposed on his he oppresses the East, D. 395. Minister the task of hypocrisy, which disguised, and sometimes restrained, the abuse of power, and Rufinus was apprehensive of disturbing the indolent slumber of a prince still capable of exerting the strangers or enemies, and the public sale of justice, as well as of favor, which he instituted in the palace of Constantinople, that raised him to the throne 10. But the absence, and soon afterwards, the death of the emperor, confirmed the absolute authority of Rufinus over the person and dominions of Arcadius, a feeble youth whom the imperious praefect considered as his pupil rather than his sovereign. Regardless of the other sentiment attracted the wealth of the East by the various arts of partial and general extortion, oppressive taxes, scandalous bribery, immoderate fines, unjust confiscation, forced or fictitious testaments, by which the tyrant despoiled of their lawful inheritance the children of public opinion. He indulged his passions without remorse and without resistance, and his malignant and rapacious spirit rejected every passion that might have contributed to his own glory or the happiness of the people. His avarice 11, which seems to have prevailed in his corrupt mind over every universal hatred of mankind, was repressed only by the influence of servile fear. The fate of ambitious candidate eagerly solicited at the expense of the fairest part of his patrimony, the honors and emoluments of some provincial government. The lives and fortunes of the unhappy people were abandoned to the most liberal purchaser, and the public discontent was sometimes appeased by the hearts of the soldiers and people by the liberal distribution of those riches which he had acquired with so much toil and with so much guilt. The extreme parsimony of Rufinus left him only the reproach and envy of ill-gotten wealth. His dependents served him without attachment. They violated every principle of humanity and justice to accumulate those immense treasures which he could not spend without folly, nor possess without danger. Perhaps he vainly imagined that he labored for the interest of an only daughter on whom he intended to bestow his royal pupil and the august rank of Empress of the East. Perhaps he deceived himself by the opinion that his avarice was the instrument of his ambition. He aspired to place his fortune on a secure and independent basis, which should no longer depend on the caprice of the young emperor. Yet he neglected to conciliate sacrifice of an unpopular criminal whose punishment was profitable only to the praefect of the East, his accomplice and his judge. If avarice were not the blindest of the human passions, the motives of Rufinus might excite our curiosity, and we might be tempted to inquire with what view he to suffer a cruel and ignominious punishment. The ministers of the tyrant, by the order and in the presence of their master, beat. Lucian proclaimed to the East that the praefect, whose industry was much abated in the dispatch of ordinary business, was active and indefatigable in the pursuit of revenge. Lucian, the son of the praefect Florentus, the oppressor of Gaul and the enemy of Julian, had employed a considerable part. Ungrateful delegate of his power, he performed with incessant speed the journey of 700 or 800 miles from Constantinople to Antioch, entered the capital of Syria at the dead of night, and spread universal consternation among a people ignorant of his design, but not ignorant of his inheritance, the fruit of rapine and corruption. To purchase the friendship of Rufinus and the high office of Count of the East, but the new magistrate imprudently departed from the maxims of the court, and of the times disgraced his benefactor by the contrast of a virtuous and temperate administration, and presumed to refuse an act of injustice which might have tended to the profit of the emperor's uncle. Arcadius was easily persuaded to resent the supposed insults, and the prefect of the East resolved to execute in person the cruel vengeance which he meditated against this character. The count of the 15 provinces of the East was dragged, like the vilest malefactor, before the arbitrary tribunal of Rufinus, notwithstanding the clearest evidence of his integrity, which was not impeached even by the voice of an accuser. Lucian was condemned almost without a trial. Him on the neck with leather thongs armed at the extremities with lead, and when he fainted under the violence of the pain, he was removed in a close litter to conceal his dying agonies from the eyes of the indignant city. No sooner had Rufinus perpetrated this inhuman act, the sole object of his expedition, than he returned amidst the deep and silent curses of a trembling people from Antioch to Constantinople, and his diligence was accelerated by the hope of accomplishing without delay the nuptials of his daughter with the Emperor of the East. 12. Arcadius was not inclined to love the daughter of Rufinus, who had been chosen without his consent for his bride, and they contrived to substitute in her place the fair Eudoxia, the daughter of Boda 13. But Rufinus soon experienced that a prudent he is disappointed by the marriage of Arcadius, d. 395. April 27. Minister should constantly secure his royal captive by the strong, though invisible, chain of habit, and that the merit, and much more easily the favor of the absent, are obliterated in a short time from the mind of a weak and capricious sovereign. While the prefect satiated his revenge at Antioch, a secret conspiracy of the favorite eunuchs directed by the great Chamberlain Atropus undermined his power in the palace of Constantinople. They discovered that a general of the Franks in the service of Rome, and who was educated since the death of her father in the family of the sons of Promotus, the young emperor whose chastity had been strictly guarded by the pious care of his tutor Arsenis 14, eagerly listened to the artful and flattering Mansion, invested the fair Eudoxia with the imperial robes, and conducted her in triumph to the palace and bed of Arcadius 15. The secrecy and success with which diadem, the robes and the inestimable ornaments of the future empress, the solemn procession passed through the streets of the city, which were adorned with garlands and filled with spectators, but when it reached the house of the sons of Promotus, the principal eunuch respectfully entered. The descriptions of the charms of Eudoxia, he gazed with impatient ardor on her picture, and he understood the necessity of concealing his amorous designs from the knowledge of a minister who was so deeply interested to oppose the consummation of his happiness. Soon after the return of Rufinus, the approaching ceremony of the royal nuptials was announced to the people of Constantinople, who prepared to celebrate, with false and hollow acclamations, the fortune of his daughter. A splendid train of eunuchs and officers issued in hymeneal pomp from the gates of the palace, bearing aloft the possessed the most effectual means of defending his dignity, and perhaps of oppressing his enemies. The prefect still exercised an uncontrolled authority over the civil and military government of the East. This conspiracy against Rufinus had been conducted, imprinted a mark of indelible ridicule on the character of a minister who had suffered himself to be deceived in a post where the arts of deceit and dissimulation constitute the most distinguished merit. He considered with a mixture of himself that he should become the father of a line of kings, a foreign maid who had been educated in the house of his implacable enemies was introduced into the imperial bed, and Eudoxia soon displayed a superiority of sense and spirit to improve the ascendant which her beauty must acquire over indignation and fear. The victory of an aspiring eunuch who had secretly captivated the favor of his sovereign, and the disgrace of his daughter whose interest was inseparably connected with his own, wounded the tenderness, or, at least, the pride of Rufinus, at the moment when he flattered the mind of a fond and youthful husband. The emperor would soon be instructed to hate, to fear, and to destroy the powerful subject whom he had injured, and the consciousness of guilt deprived Rufinus of every hope, either of safety or comfort, in the retirement of a private life. But he still, with equal arms, the artful measures of the eunuch Eutropius. But the timid soul of Rufinus was astonished by the hostile approach of a more formidable rival of the great Stilicho, the general, or rather the master of the Empire of the West 16. And his treasures, if he could resolve to use them, might be employed to procure proper instruments for the execution of the blackest designs that pride, ambition, and revenge could suggest to a desperate statesman. The character of Rufinus seemed to justify the accusations that he conspired against the person of his sovereign to seat himself on the vacant throne, and that he had secretly invited the Huns and the Goths to invade the provinces of the empire and to increase the public confusion. The subtle prefect, whose life had been spent in the intrigues of the palace, opposed, indifferently, the celestial gift which Achilles obtained and character of Stilicho, the minister and general of the Western Empire. Alexander envied of a poet worthy to celebrate the actions of heroes has been enjoyed by Stilicho in a much higher degree than might have been expected from the declining state of genius and of art. The muse of Claudian 17, devoted to his service, was always prepared to stigmatize his adversaries, Rufinus or Eutropius, with eternal infamy, or to paint in the most splendid colors the victories and virtues of a powerful benefactor. In the review of a stranger who displayed in a private condition the awful majesty of a hero, from his earliest youth he embraced the profession of arms. His prudence and valor were soon distinguished in the field. The horsemen and archers of the East admired his superior dexterity, and an officer of barbarian cavalry in the service of Valens seems to countenance the assertion that the general who so long commanded the armies of Rome was descended from the savage and perfidious race of the Vandals. 18. If Stilicho had not possessed the external advantages of strength and stature, the most flattering bard in the presence of so many thousand spectators would have hesitated to affirm that he surpassed the measure of the demigods of antiquity, and that whenever he moved with lofty steps through the streets of the capital, the astonished crowd made room for the supplied with authentic materials. We cannot refuse to illustrate the annals of Honorius from the invectives or the panegyrics of a contemporary writer, but as Claudian appears to have indulged the most ample privilege of a poet and a courtier, some criticism will be requisite to translate the language of fiction or exaggeration into the truth and simplicity of historic prose. His silence concerning the family of Stilicho may be admitted as a proof that his patron was neither able nor desirous to boast of a long series of illustrious progenitors, and the slight mention of his father in each degree of his military promotions, the public judgment always prevented and approved the choice of the sovereign. He was named by Theodosius to ratify a solemn treaty with the monarch of Persia. He